to the very first DoK Students Day. We are full of energy getting ready to start, but before we start, we got to go over a couple things really quickly. This day is something we've been talking about for quite some time now. Not just a couple of days, not even a couple of weeks. We've been talking about this for over a month, all right? Very important event for us in our community. You must understand, this event did not happen out of nowhere. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this. Big shout out to all of our speakers today. We've got a long list of amazing folks that are going to be sharing awesome facts and information. Most importantly, they're sharing the energy and the spirit that makes our community the wonderful and unique place that it is. So, first shout out to the speakers. Second shout out on top of that, the 4 amazing DoK interns, Kewalia, Kunal, Vanchika, and Karuna, that have all been working extremely hard to make this happen, each one of them contributed in their own ways. Now, one of the things I want to touch on really quickly regarding one person's contribution, you probably saw on social media the amazing speaker cards that we had. Those were created by Karuna. You will see later backgrounds being used by a lot of folks. That was created by Vanchika. Kunal was helping out a ton with the slide, with the PowerPoints. Everyone contributes in their own way, right? Kewalia is very deeply involved in our How to DoK project. So like I said, everyone's helping out in their own way. To touch on something more specific related to today is a video that we put out on Twitter. A video that was invited through a conversation, a thread that I was having with Kunal Kushwaha, Casson Fields, and somebody else. And they kind of made this challenge about like, I wonder if you could make a rap about, Kubernetes, really focusing on Kubernetes terminology. And I said, challenge accepted. That was last week. Simultaneously, since this summer, I've been working with Karuna, one of our amazing DoK interns, on some rap lyrics that sort of meet this challenge of how could we have sentences where every single word starts with a letter, the same letter, and that those words would be related to Kubernetes. Several years ago, about 10, 15 years ago, there's an amazing rap song called Alphabet Aerobics. I highly recommend that you all go check it out, by an amazing group called Blackalicious, and who, unfortunately and tragically, their lead singer passed away this year. Rest in peace, Gift of Gab. So, in order to accept this challenge that came up last week, while combining the project that Karuna and I have been working on, we decided to make a song. So this video you're going to watch right now, but you can also check it out on Twitter. It's also on LinkedIn. It's also on our YouTube channel. We figure it's important to sort of have the debut here so you can really appreciate the energy and the essence of what we're trying to show. So, Gorka, could you be so kind as to share that video?
Now it's time for our wrap-up. Let's give it everything we've got. Ready? Begin.
Ansible, Active Directory, auto scaling, anchoring, affinity, API group so amazing. Borg blankets are back breaking bases on the B side. Bare metal, bacon batches, plop soldiers make me glide. Clusters cool, running controllers, continuous or runtime. Control plane, exposing APIs, my CSI. Docker downstream, diamond set on this deployment. Device plugin, disruption data for your enjoyment. Ephemeral CDs, extension sliding on the endpoint. Enterprise essential stash like I was making Bitcoin. Finalizer, flexing features, fail over, getting fancy. Flex, volume, forking, repos, fractions, making me antsy. Garbage getting gobbled, golden grifting on the gateway. Generous granular gradients on my gameplay. Helm chart handling, hella tools, hypervisor, HPA, virtual, hosting my ciphers, images, ingress, integration on minute. SEO initiated, instance how I win it. Jagged, Java, JSON on, and the Argonauts. Jargon, bargain, jettison, Redis is for cosmonauts. Kube, cuddling, K-native, push a proxy. Kindness, kicking cube, ADM, you know that rocks me. Label what you do and when you call, limit latency. Listen logs, stack and float on the data lake with me. Manifest, member, minikube on a Mac. Maintain third manager service on the map. Namespace, network, node set stays. Natural language and policy pays. Omit storage on-prem with the oscillators. Observability on call with the orchestrator. P's in a pod pending on to priority. Epoxy D.E, epoxy checks the authority. QS sorting, quoting big queries. Quellm, cracking quarks, quandaries straight to the helm. R back runs, replica set checking. Replication controller, one-time wrecking. Serverless storage, stateful set. Sync static pod where all my secrets kept. Toleration typos all in the taint. Thanos thrashing text files in the paint. UID upstream ubiquitous skills. User namespace caught up in the bills. Volume claim 5 inch victory is mine. Vectors hypervisor vivid is sublime. WEG workload nodes 4 days. Wallowing walls with fire wacky ways. Z nodes Xerox Xenophobe be gone. X Jenkins yo Xena brings it home. Gamble Yangling Wygraph in my past. Yin Yang Yangling filling up my glass. Zip zag zing zong links on Z. Azure GCP EKS brings the DoK to me. That's right. We got Alphabet Aerobics.
Good.
Big shout out to Blackalicious. RIP Gift of Gab. That's how we roll. That's how we do it. Much love. Challenge accepted. Bars. Well, I think we can all agree that was rather fun. It's important that you can understand that in the DoK community, it doesn't just have to be a technical contribution. One of our talks later given by Shivam is actually going to focus on this very specifically, all the non-code contributions that we have in our community. And one of the things that's also very important about this event is that today we're celebrating the DoK Students Day. And next week, live from Los Angeles, I will be there live streaming our DoK Day. And if you didn't see this in the promo leading up to this event, the DoK Students Day, we will be awarding the best talk that's given today. We'll be able to participate as the first speaker in our DoK Day next week on Tuesday, October 12th. That'll be live from Los Angeles. If you have not signed up for that yet, I will leave the info right here in the chat so that you can sign up for the DoK Day. It will also be streamed to YouTube, so don't worry about that. If you haven't registered for KubeCon, that's not a problem. If you have registered for KubeCon, it's really easy. You just add the DoK Day to your schedule. So like I said, quite simple there, not anything wild or crazy that you're gonna have to do. But in order for you to get a better idea of what the DoK Day is gonna look like, we also have another video that you may have seen parts of it already, but there's kind of an important thing where we really sort of capture the essence of what our community is. So Gorka, if you could show that video right now, that'd be great. In just over a year, 95 meetups, 3,000 followers on LinkedIn, about 3,000 on Twitter, 2,000 subscribers on YouTube, 1,500 people in Slack. Yeah, we could talk about the numbers. The metrics are great, they're solid, they say a lot about us, but much more important than the metrics are the names of the people behind them. The ones who are really creating the impact, that are sharing the beautiful things that make our community the unique place that it is. We're talking about people with names, people with hearts and minds, with fears and dreams. Let's hear some of them. Vanshika, Kunal, Kewalia, Savitha, Rin, Melissa, Yuri, Silvan, Rick, Patrick. I could go on for days, right? These are the names of the people that are making and shaping the next decade of data in the data on Kubernetes community. And if we need to learn anything in 2021, it's that we gotta live in the moment. So let's live in this one. The moment that we're pushing towards. KubeCon, DoK Day, the second time that we'll be doing this, bigger and better than the first. And you can become a part of it as well, sharing in the space that we call community. A community where we grow together, treating a technical problem with human solutions. And you might be wondering, yeah, well, still, I'd like to know what's in the guitar case. Well, don't worry about that. We'll have plenty of time to get to that. And DoK Day is not an event, it's a movement. So as you saw in the previous video, it's time to move. I'll be going to LA. You know what? I'm going back to Cali. 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 As you can see, we really take the element of people very seriously here in the DoK community. As one of our speakers, who's a wonderful person, highly recommend checking out his YouTube channel, the YouTube videos, Salman Iqbal, he explained that learning Kubernetes is not so much a technical challenge as it really is a people challenge. You need to surround yourself with energetic and kind individuals who are going to support you along this learning journey. And that's something we're very much committed to today. And I've told all the speakers this. All of today's speakers know very, very well that in 5 minutes, their talks are going to be around 5 to 7 minutes. You know, the technical capacity to explain a lot of things in depth will only go so far. What their talks are about is showing you that you can become a part of this community no matter what your skill level, no matter what your background, no matter what your interest. It's our job as a community to find a place for you. So like I said, we're very firm believers in art and music and culture. You'll see that throughout the day as well. And you've seen it in the promo as well too, with all the different things that people have been doing. I will soon be joined by one of our resident artists who will be joining us today, Atar, to kick off everything. But just a reminder before we get started, all right? Regarding these talks, all of them will be uploaded to YouTube, all right? So don't worry if you can only stay for part, you gotta step out or things like that. Everything is gonna be uploaded to YouTube. Another thing as well is that Vanshika has been working super hard on the DevRel side of things here in the community and has everything set up so that the speakers can share their slides, their links, and all the resources that you'll see in the presentations. Because you will see all of the speakers include resources so that if you want to know more about their topic, as we know, their talks are quite short. So if you want to take that a little bit further, they're going to give you resources so that you can be able to do that. Vanshika will be sharing all this information, if not later this week, definitely next week. So keep that in mind, all right? That's another important part of this event too. A further thing, all right? Get your questions out in the open. My recommendation is not necessarily to get them just in the YouTube chat. for the speakers to answer, but please get in our Slack. If you're not in our Slack already, jump in our Slack. We have a specific channel that's called Beginner Arena, just for folks that are getting started out, so you can get those questions asked and answered with the resources that we have as a community or external resources if necessary. Don't feel like you're too much of a beginner, right? We are all here to learn, and we're all here to support each other. If there's any one message that you can take from today's event, that's what I want you to understand. That you will always have a place in the Data on Kubernetes community. And like I said, it's our job and it's our mission. It's really a pleasure to be able to support you along that learning journey and get you the right kind of resources and guidance that you would like to have. That being said, I think we're pretty close to getting started. And it's okay if we start a little bit early. Our time is somewhat flexible. We've got people in different time zones trying to accommodate all that. The speakers know, and the speakers have been practicing multiple times, getting their talks ready. But like I said, we know that there's, some might go a little bit longer than others. Some might go a little bit shorter. But remember, support the speakers. Give them love in the YouTube chat. Give them shout outs on Twitter. Take screenshots. Share that, all that kind of stuff. You'll see on the screen as well, the hashtag that we're using is hashtag DoK Students Day 21. So please feel free to use that in all of your Twitter posts so we can drive attention to what we're doing here today, all right? So like I said, we got a lot of stuff that's gonna be happening. So right now what I would like to do, I'm gonna put down the DoK horn and I'm going to invite Atarv. So Atarv, I hope you are in our Zoom chat so that I can get you on here. All right, we got more and more folks in here. Very, very good. All right, so Atarv, I'm promoting you to panelist. Let's see. Should be getting it quite quickly. All right, Atar, good. All right, Atar, if you could be so kind as to turn on your camera, and Gorka, can you bring Atar in on screen?
All right, I'm here.
Atar, I don't know if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's okay, this is the magic of doing things live.
Can you hear me now, Bart?
Gorka, can you hear him? Because I definitely can. Keep talking, Atar, we'll get you.
Can you hear me now?
You can hear him. Perfect, if you can hear him, but I can't. Now I can hear you. Atar, what's up, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Hey, Kunal, hi. What's up?
Hey, am I in the stream? I didn't realize that.
No. You're cool. Don't worry. You're cool. All right. So we got Kunal Kushwaha with us backstage as well. Definitely a necessary ingredient. We'll have Kunal on in a bit with us to lead a talk and also a panel. But Atar, can you just explain really quickly? I know who you are. A lot of other people know who you are, but maybe not everybody does. So who are you? Where are you? What's going on?
All right. So hey everyone, I'm Atharv. I'm currently a senior pursuing my engineering in electronics and telecommunication. And I'm an open source enthusiast, and that's pretty much about me. And I'm here to kill the talk here, and later in the upcoming thing, I do have a scheduled talk as well. So we'll see you there. And before that, I do have a performance which Bart would be telling you about. So we'll just go ahead. So.
No. Yeah, with that in mind, is it just for everybody to know, if you play an instrument, if you like to do something creative, let us know, all right? You'll see later today, we have some speakers that not only are they beginners with Data on Kubernetes, they're doing graphic design, UX. We got people with all different kinds of profiles. So Atar, when did you start playing guitar?
Yeah, so to be honest, it has just been 2 years, and I have always been a keen music instrument player. So I play total in 5 instruments. I play harmonica, that is called as mouth organ. I play ukulele and guitar, and then harmonium, that is one of the Indian classical music instrument. And let's see. So you would get to see about the guitar thing for today. So
okay. And can you move your camera a little bit so we can see your guitar?
All right. I guess that is fine now.
Yeah, I think we got it. So what's the song that you're going to play for us today?
So I'll give you that as a secret, and I'll just start with thing.
Go for it. Do it.
So 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you.
Awesome. I think we can all agree that was absolutely amazing and a wonderful way to start. Now, can you tell us really quickly, because we had some folks guessing on the YouTube chat, what songs were those?
Okay, so the first song was Elahi from my favorite movie, one of my favorite movies, that was Ye Jawani Hai Diwani. And another one was from the movie Dear Zindagi, that is Love You Zindagi. So Love You Zindagi, as in for Zindagi stands for life. So Love You Life. So it has to be there because yeah, a good way to start the evening. So that's all.
I completely agree. I think it's very, very fresh energy. I think everybody appreciated it. Like I said, we got lots of comments going on the YouTube channel. So big shout out to you, Atad. It's not easy to play in front of other people, and it's even more difficult to play through Zoom because you can't see people interacting.
I know, right? It was really tough because like I thought like maybe my sound wasn't like that great, but I tried my level best. So also one more thing, like to be honest, like this was just one thing, and I'll see you in the upcoming talks that is about disaster recovery in Kubernetes. So you have to stay tuned till that time, and I'll see you there.
Yeah, I mean, did anybody have problems with what's up Instagram or Facebook, a couple days ago?
You need to do that.
Directly relevant at Tom's talk. So definitely, we'll be seeing you later. Thank you so much. Shukriya.
All right.
Cheers.
See you later. Thank you.
Good. So next up, all right, this person is no stranger to the Data on Kubernetes community, has been a huge help and actively participated in a lot of different ways. We've done multiple talks together. We had him on in our first DoK day that we did earlier this year in May. And he gave a really great talk there about scaling communities. Also participated in a talk about intro to persistence, which Von Schickel will be using later in her talk. And also did a talk with us in Hindi. So our next guest is, our first guest really, after our first musical guest, is no stranger, like I said, to both the Data on Kubernetes community, as well as the Cloud Native Foundation community, as well as lots of other communities that we'll probably touch on in a bit. But his name is Kunal Kushwaha. Kunal, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Bart. Yeah, super excited. Thanks a lot for the nice intro. But yeah, I think like it's not just the things I do. I think it's all about the work we all do together, right? So I would not be able to do good things if the community support wasn't there. And I truly feel so amazing. Like KubeCon is coming up, so on Twitter I'm just seeing people getting invited to join the Kubernetes repo on GitHub, and all the DoK interns, them doing great work. And this is what I love. Like, this is why we started the student initiative, be that the Data on Kubernetes student thing, CNCF students community, my channel, or whatever. This is what we do it for. Like, actually people working hard and working smart and contributing, gaining skills, and it's going to take you to a lot of places. So yeah, thanks for having me, and keep up the good work, everyone.
Yeah. Anyway, obviously great advice, nice recap. It's no secret that you're doing a lot of stuff all the time, and everyone gets to see that. In terms of, obviously it's an extensive workload. There are a lot of things that are going on. You're also very active working at Civo, doing a great job there. I think a lot of people probably ask you this, but how do you balance all these things?
Yeah, the key to time management is like prioritizing things. And one thing that I've realized is how important it is to like saying no. That's also pretty important. So even though I'm able to do so many things, you have no idea how many things I'm saying no to. Like, I would love to help out. I would love to give a session at your college, right? But it's just like the calendar is so packed. So I think like learning how to say no it's also important. And that brings me to my other point is managing priorities, right? Some things you have to definitely do. You have, there's like the Eisenhower metrics, urgent, not urgent, important, not important. So for example, these are like the 4 quadrants now. Something that lies in not urgent and not important, I'm not going to do it. Something that lies in urgent and important, I'll do it like straight away. Something that lies in like not important but urgent, sort of like delegate. And something that lies in urgent but like not important, then it's also like goes pretty self-explanatory. So I think like the key is loving what you do. I think in that way you'll be able to manage your time. But everyone has like, even though everyone has 24 hours in a day, but everyone has different priorities. Like some are, let's say, working parents. Okay, so their 24 hours might be different than your 24 hours. Your college might be different. Some may have some other struggles or whatever. I think it's totally like personalized, like how you balance your time and things like that. To answer your question, like from my point of view, college has not been that much of an issue. I'm in my final year right now, so I get a lot of free time after college. With CIVO work, that's my main priority right now because I work there full time. So I do CIVO work. And other than that, it's also the company culture where I work. Like they support all of these initiatives that I run, the YouTube channel, the CNCF stuff, taking part in hackathons, managing events, doing sessions like this, for example. So I think that's also a major factor because many students, since this is a student's talk, 90% of the students are going to say this: my college does not provide me enough time. If your college does not provide you enough time, let me know in the chat. I know you are there who is listening to this. So there you have to delegate sort of a little bit. College will also always be behind your back, and just try to see how you can make the most out of the situation. I'm not saying college is not important. It definitely is. I also have a good GPA and everything. And I also do open source and community work. So try to find the right balance and divide your hours accordingly. So that is what I would recommend. Divide your hours accordingly. You know how many hours you have. So yeah, in the end, you would have to work a little bit harder because if you're managing so many things, like nothing comes easy. You want to scale a community, you want to get a good job, you want to learn something, CNCF, like the projects in the ecosystem about DevOps, it's not easy. There's so many things you have to learn if you want to get like a role in that, let's say a technical role or whatever. If you want to contribute to a big project, things like that. So they use a lot of technologies you might not even have heard of. Hard work is key. There is no shortcut. It's not like going to happen overnight. Work hard, study, get involved in communities, take mentorship and guidance from people in open source, just like this session. Join the DoK Slack. That's what I would recommend. Just learn in public, and if you do good work, hard work, smart work, you will get the outcomes. But yeah, that's pretty much about it. And I'm now just focusing on a few things because one last point is don't get burnout. I was feeling a little tired in the middle when I was doing so many things at once. Now I realized okay, it will decrease my efficiency if I don't, set my priorities straight. So I think that's also something you have to realize, don't get burnout, enjoy life and enjoy the, computer science community and all those things you do. Enjoy your work, love your work. Yeah.
Yep. No, I think those are all great points. Very, very valuable, very practical advice. With that in mind, could you just talk a little bit about how your start in communities was? What were the first steps that you took? Because obviously you've done a lot in a relatively short period of time, but how did that start? Where was the initial spark interaction that got you to be in the CNCF? I know that you went to KubeCon, I believe, in 2019, but just tell us a little about what were the first steps that you took in order to get on that path?
Yeah, just contributions, straight up just contributing. And I started contributing to Kubernetes Java client. That was my very first open source contribution. Started with some typo fixes and README files, documentation. Then I added test cases, some examples. And then I actually did some major contributions, like actually adding support for Kubernetes resources that were missing. That was a true, I'm not saying documentation changes are not valuable. Definitely they are. One of the most important parts of an open source project is documentation. But from the coding standpoint, and I was obviously I was trying to learn about all these technologies and stuff. So contributing to in a code way, there was some major contributions I made. From that, I got to know about KubeCon and stuff. So in the maintainers shared about it, hey, you can definitely try it out. But those were sort of my first contributions in the open source community. This was the end of my freshman year. And ever since then, I have not looked back. Been involved in so many stuff and CNCF and taking initiatives, starting initiatives, because I realized it would have been really difficult for me if the community was not there to help me in the initial days. And that's what I realized now, there might be many other people who need help, and only the people who have gone through that process can provide help. So that's what I sort of giving back and stuff. That's it. Yeah.
No, great points. I think for a lot of folks as well too, the sort of imposter syndrome of fear that I'm just telling you the questions that I get a lot, and I'm sure you do too.
Yeah.
What are the prerequisites? Do I need to have this? Do I need to have that? Do I need to be an expert? What do you say to those kinds of questions?
So the thing is, it depends what you want to do. So if you want to do non-code contributions and stuff, get started today itself. Join the SIG Contrivex and just get started with contributions. Not much prerequisites for that. For open source, I would say having the knowledge of Git is very important. And other than that, basic to medium knowledge of your tech stack. So we're not just talking about CNCF over here, like open source is everywhere. So you want to contribute to web dev projects, machine learning, blockchain if you want. There's a Hyperledger organization, CNCF projects, let's say there's so many CNCF projects, monitoring and all these other things, Thanos, Prometheus and things like that, Kubernetes itself. So these prerequisites sort of like, obviously the tech stack prerequisites depends on the project to project, but whatever you are comfortable with, you'll definitely find projects in that domain. One thing you should take away from this particular answer is don't wait to like finish the entire thing in order to contribute, because projects in open source, they move so fast and you're going to be like, hey, let me first be an expert in Golang, then I'll contribute. No, you'll not get anywhere like that. Like learn on the go, contribute on the go. Even if you know like a little bit, just learn on the go and like contribute. So I would say don't worry about prerequisites. Is my answer. Just get started and you will know yourself what things are required to solve the issues that you are interested in. So to be quite frank, don't worry about prerequisites, because you will find that as you go along.
Yeah, I think it's a great point.
Because if you worry about prerequisites, you'll be stuck in the loop and
exactly. You'll get paralyzed if you won't take that first step. And so the worst thing that can happen is that if there are prerequisites, you'll be informed and then you can go somewhere else and it's no big deal.
And you can learn.
Yeah, that's it. And so to really understand that these things, as you said previously, it takes time. We always tell folks like Rome wasn't built in a day. You're not going to become a DevOps expert in 3 weeks. And if anybody tells you that you are, they're wrong. They're lying to you and they're probably trying to get your money. So don't fall for those kind of traps. These things take time. But once again, enjoy it as a process and not just a technical process. I'd like to know in your particular case, from the community perspective, who, because there are obviously, I'm sure, a lot of different people you've interacted with, but tell us more about the people side in terms of the people that kind of helped you out and got you started.
Oh, yeah, it has been great. I learn from the people in the community every day. So you, for example, I love your raps. Anytime I want to collaborate, Bart is always down. So it's always fun to collaborate with Bart. And where I work, CIVO, it's also like focused like cloud native, in the very active in the cloud native community. So a plug right there, but do check us out. But yeah, the people I work with, they are very supportive. Anything I want to learn, they're very supportive. Any ideas I have, they're very supportive. YouTubers, the cloud native YouTubers, the Data on Kubernetes channel, Anais, Sayam, Rockcode, all these other people, like so helpful, right? And they always, Cloud Native TV, for example, so many shows running. Other than that, the people, who else? The Kubernetes marketing team, the marketing meeting, shout out to the marketing. We have me and Bart and at the end of the panel, we have a panel at KubeCon, rocking non-code contributions. So make sure you visit that. It's going to be pretty nice if you want to contribute to open source in a non-code way. But yeah, initially the people who helped me were like if you're looking for like, specifics, then the first project I contributed to, Kubernetes Java client, there were maintainers over there. I was a DoK student in my freshman year, so my mentors were Devang and Rohan. They helped me quite a lot, gave me great feedback. Other than that, it has been just a lot of fun. People I interact with daily on Twitter and stuff. People I collaborate with. People who support my community, like Teleport and Day3 and all these other open source, like projects and stuff. So Battlesnake, for example, they also heavily support the community we have. So it has been like great. Overall, I learn from everyone. Last but not least, the students. I learn a lot from students every day. So cherish your beginner's mindset, because you're only a beginner once, and beginners can really contribute in a really big way. So I learn a lot from students every day. It's just that overall it's been like amazing.
Yeah, I think what you said about the beginner's mindset, like that's actually something that's going to be mentioned in our panel. So not too many spoilers, but how your inexperience is a gift. But like I said, that's the only thing I'm going to say. You can check out that panel next week in KubeCon. We'll be there hanging out and answering questions as well too. Also, what you're saying about, for some people, they're kind of afraid about, reaching out and establishing contact. You have nothing to lose, all right? But if you really want to establish contact, let's say with a maintainer of an open source project, make sure you've done a little bit of homework first. A little bit of homework, a little bit of Googling, a little bit of reading goes a long way. If you jump in and just start, demanding help, you might get it, but you're gonna get a lot more help. I always tell people the same thing. If you actually just take 5-10 minutes, watch a couple of videos, get familiarized with some of the documentation, the vocabulary, I think it makes a big difference.
See, the thing is, I definitely agree. And see, the thing is, this is why I don't make any guidance videos anymore, because it's of no use. Like, everything is out in the open, and you have to work hard. Yeah, you have to work hard. What else do you want? There's no magic mantra to contribute to open source. Whatever project you want to work on, you would have to learn about it. And there's something you will realize when you ask questions. See, when you ask questions, then people are not going to give you the direct answer most of the time. They will point you to resources, right? So they're going to be like, hey, there's some resources, check it out. So please ask good questions.
Watch this video, read this blog post, ask them something.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because what I always tell people is like,
no one has the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also if you really care about something, you should be willing to spend 10 to 30 minutes to 60 minutes of a little bit of research doing your homework.
It's also helping you only. If someone gives you the answer straight away, your growth ends there.
Yep. No, it's true. Someone gives you the gift of the opportunity to take that further and really explore something. I think that's a really solid point to keep in mind as well. Good stuff. All right. Well, we're getting to the end of this little section. Someone asked for our Slack link in. Here we go. So there we go. Now I'm going to bring on some other panelists though, because we should have.
You can update the. I don't see the description being updated. It's empty. Maybe you can update that.
I will, but I just dropped the Slack link as well too in the chat so folks can get to that. All right, so I'm going to bring on Karuna Vanshika. Let's see if Kewalia is here as well. And we're only missing Kunal Verma. Kunal, if you're out there, you need to get in here right now. But in the meantime, we'll start bringing those other folks on so that they can have some time together with you, Kunal, and you can ask them some questions about what their experience has been like working in community. Let's see. Hello, Kewalia.
Hey, am I audible?
You are extremely audible. You sound great. Let's see. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Kunal's here as well. So we'll get him on. And then I will disappear. And Kunal Kushwaha, you can totally take over and ask these folks whatever you want. All right.
Awesome.
Kunal, you're here. Oh, Kunal, very nice t-shirt. Let's see. Hello, Vanshika. And Karuna, I think we're just waiting for. Oh, Karuna, we need you to turn on your. We need you to unmute and turn on your camera. Good stuff. All right. But that being said, Kunal's kind of been with us since the very beginning when we got the interns on board in July and helped a lot in that process of kind of designing how these things are going to work, and has been a great assistance as an advisor. To really figure out what's the best way to get students involved, how they can contribute very quickly. And that's exactly been the case with our amazing interns. My interns are my ride or die. So anyway, that being said, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to turn it over to you, Kunal. It's all yours.
Awesome. Well, let's get started. Really, proud of everyone who has joined this panel. I know we started a while back, and let's just go around the table and do a little bit of introductions. So maybe we can do about yourself, right? What you do. I believe all of you are students, so you can share about what you study, and then you can share about how you got involved in the CNCF ecosystem and what your highlight has been for working as DoK interns. Kavalia, take it away.
So hey everyone, my name is Kavalia. I am a last year computer engineering student, diploma from Nasik, and I've been into last year I started my open source journey from Hacktoberfest, and the 1 year has been really nice, and I got introduced to all this CNCF and literally to the DevOps side. I only knew backend till a database and it was over. And I got to know about this all DevOps thing through Kunal Bhaiya. And that's how I got into this field. And interestingly, from Kunal Bhaiya's stream, it's they guided me through entire thing. So through their videos, I got to know about all the communities related to CNCF and DoK for sure. and I got enrolled there. And after that, I got to know that there were like DoK was going to have their first foundational interns, and I applied for that. And like fortunately, I got into it, and the experience has been really nice. It's been my like first internship, and having my first internship with such awesome people is like a dream to me. But yeah, that was really awesome experience, and that's how I ended up here.
Awesome. And what has been like your highlight working as a DoK intern?
Highlight is the best highlight is like learning. I have been like exposed to like a new project. DoK is having their first open source project, and getting into it without knowing that what's going on the project, and even the technology, even not knowing the technology and getting into project and being able to learn with many people, and seeing many people are at the same level as me, and I'm not like with high like very highly knowledgeable people to like feel lacked of, and Bart is always there to support and cheer up for everything. And that's how like learning curve has like grown like exponential, because I've been pushing myself, but after seeing other people doing awesome work every day, they are pushing themselves. So that also feels like helps me push myself to learn new things, and try out different things, and put myself to larger what we can say risks in this, which can keep me back. So that's how I have been like going ahead with that.
Awesome. I really loved your point about getting motivated by other people, which is why one of the biggest mistakes people make is comparing themselves with others. I mean, it's inevitable. Like everyone does it. That person got an internship. That person got this much, this job opportunity. They got into this program, this college, or whatever. I think what you can do is what like Kavalya did: get motivated instead of comparing. All right. Next we have Vanshika. Vanshika, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So hello all. Welcome to DoK Students Day 2021. I am Vanshika Shrivastava, and something about me which is very interesting is that people get a lot of whenever I explain or tell something about myself, they have this thing that she'll be probably engineering student something. But no, I do not come from a tech background, or neither I come from a maths or science background. I'm a commerce student, and right now I'm pursuing my management with information technology. So, having that thing as my background and still being able to make among the people who are able to contribute into technical world, and, they're doing so many amazing things is really, it's kind of overwhelming for me. And when I got selected as a DoK intern, I was on cloud 9, because I knew Kevalia, I knew Kunal Bhaiya as well. And it was really a great experience. I would say that here, a very major role of something which motivated me and helped me to guide is the community itself. There are times when we do not know about so many opportunities, but when you're just talking to some people, they might tell you something which you can just pick up, and that can help you to grow. I thought, that, okay, maybe I want to do something in tech, but I was very much unsure about what I actually wanted to do. But when I joined DoK, I understood that, okay, DevRel is something which I really, really love exploring, and I want to be part of it. So, you just start, it's just not just about always code contributions for me, it's also always about known contributions too as well. So yes, pretty much great experience with DoK.
That is amazing. Like from a commerce, because this is people out here asking, hey, can I make it into tech, being from an electronics background, and people we have on this screen who are from a commerce background. Amazing. I love this. Yeah, thanks a lot. And we should definitely share more about your story, right? Let's do some let's do a dedicated engagement on this, and it'll really highly motivate so many people. But one thing that I would like everyone to get out of this is like the background does not really matter, especially in computer science. Everything is out and open. You can literally learn anything for free. Degrees for jobs and stuff, not that mandatory if you have the skills and the right mentorship, and everything you can get via the community itself. Thanks a lot for sharing, Vanshika. Kunal, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. I hope I am audible. So, hello everyone. My name is Kunal Verma. I am right now in second year pursuing my bachelor's in IT from India. To be honest, like when I joined my college in the first year itself, I knew that I couldn't depend on my college at all because the placement was really not at all up to that level. So I knew that I needed to do something different. So then I got introduced to open source from Kunal Bhaiya itself, and the journey has been really amazing from there. Like I followed everything I could do. I could explore more, and I joined really a lot of communities. I learned a lot from people around. I really got to introduce some of the things that I didn't knew before, like for example Twitter. So Twitter has changed my life. I could share what I learned. Basically each day I interact with a lot of people, and through Twitter I got to learn about a lot of opportunities like the KubeCon I attended previously. That was the one of the turning points in my journey, because I got introduced to a lot of amazing people, amazing community. Like for example the DoK community, I got introduced to that in the KubeCon itself, and interacting with Bart, then like communicating with Bart and getting involved in the DoK community, and now as an intern. So the journey has been really amazing, and like one of the highlights I would say that joining the DoK community has increased a lot. It has increased my confidence a lot. Now is this case, like I can talk to anyone and I can say, okay, let's jump into a Zoom call and we can have a conversation there. So that was not the case previously at all. I was really a shy person and I couldn't talk to people much. Vanshika really helped me to boost my confidence in talking to people, so shout out to her as well. And yeah, the journey has been amazing. I got involved in the community more and more, and it's really good to see that now I'm able to help new people get involved in the community. So that's the really fun thing about this. So yeah, the journey has been amazing till now.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for sharing, Kunal. And that's sort of like the mindset that will take you to very next level, because this mindset of like, okay, I'm a beginner, now I have experience, now I'll help beginners. The chain keeps going on. And we have like a really diverse group over here in terms of the skill level and the backgrounds they come from. We have Kevalia, we have Vanshika from the commerce background, we have Kunal who just started. I believe you started when you were in your freshman year, right?
Yeah, I started my freshman year.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it's never too early and it's never too late. Definitely you can get started whenever you are like comfortable with. People often ask, hey, is DevOps good for students, right? Someone says, can we get a DevOps role as an entry-level engineer or a DevOps internship, or is DevOps good as a career for a freshman or whatever? Definitely. And Kubernetes is opening so many jobs up, and like in the cloud related stuff, there are so many jobs and there are so less people for those jobs. Definitely a lot of options. Please like do explore the field. But last but not least, Karuna, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Karuna, and I study BSc currently. So the data science is the branch, and I came to know about DoK via Kunal only. I watched Kunal's videos from the start when the code for cause was starting, and there was a Python playlist. That from that time I was watching Kunal, and it really feels like a dream whenever I see like, oh wait, I was a beginner at that time. I didn't even know I would work or talk with these people at some point of time. So yep, and then DoK came along. Then I never applied like an application where it said like be creative. So I just thought like let's be creative, and I did a rap video first. So yep, that that was maybe the reason Bad contact me and said like let's do something else with this. So yeah, I got into creative side of DoK and started making artworks and all. Yeah, I even helped with the transcripts. So it's all non-code contribution. It's never like you should know code to do all of that stuff. You could get involved as much as you can and start doing contribute.
Most definitely. And all the graphics that you see, nice things. And by the way, the new wrap, I believe Karuna also helped in that majorly. So do check it out. It's on Bart's like DoK's Twitter. It's pretty amazing. Alrighty, we are getting like some questions, and I would definitely want to talk about a few things because people often have doubts related to this and they sort of like get confused. So the first one is, you all are students. How do you manage, your college studies and the community work? And what are the ways that you follow? Is there anything special you follow, or is it like what? How do you do it? How do you manage your college life and your learnings and your community work? Maybe Kunal, you can start.
Yeah, sure. So like I I can totally understand. I had this problem when I got started, but I again following Kunal Bhaiya's advice, I am now in a position that I can manage my time a lot more efficiently, I would say. So my first advice would be, prioritizing things that you want to do or that you want to pursue. So for example, like if you are a computer science student and if you are in any other branch as well, and you are, targeting a company, or you want to, like the data structure algorithm is really important. So I suggest doing the stuff that is more important in the mornings. So like getting up in the morning is one of the most important things that I would suggest anyone to do, that helps, that really helps to manage the whole day. You can manage your tasks efficiently. So the data structure algorithms in the mornings, then obviously I have to attend a few classes. I skip few, to be honest, in the college, but I attend a few important ones. I can do that in the afternoon, and then it's development in the afternoon, and getting involved in the community and talking to people. It goes side by side. So the point that I need to mention is that prioritizing things is really important. If you if you want to do each and everything, you will be stuck in a loop, and you'll never be able to do the things that you really want to do. So prioritizing things is really important, and I would suggest everyone to do that.
Most definitely. I couldn't agree more. I would love to hear others' thoughts about this as well. If you have anything special you do, or do you all also like resonate with Kunal?
Yeah, mostly. There's like prioritizing thing. There's one book I read long ago, not read. I heard it, listen to its audiobook. So its name is like Eat That Frog First. So it also gives emphasis on prioritizing your task and doing the task first, which is most important for your day. So I usually write down my tasks for the next day at night, because I'm like really lazy of writing it in morning. So I write it earlier day, because there are many things I forget during sleep. So I write it in a day earlier, and next day I prioritize them and just start. And most fortunately, Kunal Bhaiya has a video with Princia on like his channel, which helped me. Like I was doing things like cutouts, like some things I was doing, some things I wasn't doing. But then I started the matrix thing. I'm not sure what I forgot its name. The 2x2 matrix. Yeah, the 2x2 matrix thing, and that really helped to eliminate the task which I thought was important, but at the end they turned out to be not that important at the current moment. And that's how now I feel I have much more time to learn. Basically, first I was having that much clutter in my mind that there are many things to do in 24 hours, but once you prioritize them and set up milestones for months and like year for next year, and week, month and year, then you get a lot more time than you just think. So that's how it goes for me.
Yeah. For everyone else who is watching, these are some great advice, and I followed this right when I stepped into college. Having a long-term plan. I'm not saying plan the next 10 years of your life, but see where you want to be like after, let's say, you graduate at least, and then have shorter goals to achieve that goals. All right. And I'd love to hear about like from Karuna as well, and like Vanshika. Are there like any other open source projects like you are involved with, let's say, outside, let's say, the DoK community, or any open source contributions you do, or what is like your next plan sort of like for yourself in order to get involved, like in communities and stuff, like growing your open source profile? And like, is there anything else you're like working with? Or you can also maybe share, and I'd love to hear, a lot more about this from everyone. What is it that you're currently learning? Because you're all students. So in the DevOps space, what is it that you're learning, what you have learned so far, and where do you see yourself in, let's say, the next 1 year in the community? Maybe we can start with Vanshika. Vanshika, can you hear us?
Yeah, your audio actually got cut, so I did not know you called me. All right.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think in 1 year, I think I'll be doing more DevRel stuff, but in a much more serious way and in a much more structured way. So right now it's like just a start for me. But later onwards, I feel that I have got a bit more potential, and I want to be honest. Like when it comes to open source, there are tons of tons of open source projects to choose from. But the way I thought to pick it up is like I have been mentoring some of the hackathons. One of the, like you can say, popular one is the Hacktoberfest itself. So right now there, I'm trying to to help out the mentors, being a speaker there, doing events and everything. At the same time, there's so many of beginner-friendly repositories that I can contribute to. So along with mentoring the people with the thing that I know and knowing something from other mentors who know so much, Vineet Shadio, he's a GitHub star of India. So, learning from him. So this is a way I feel that, participating in hackathons can also help you out. And this is like a month-long thing. So this is my plan. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and you're doing great work. And for everyone else who want to learn more about like DevRel stuff, make sure you connect with all the amazing speakers. And like Kunal mentioned in the beginning, and Cavalier as well, like Twitter is great. So make sure you check out all, you can connect with the speakers later on. Karuna, how about you? I mean, you're doing some great work in graphic designing, and what are your future plans, and what have you been working on right now?
Oh, sorry.
Little bit of echo.
Yep, sorry about that. So currently, like open source for now, I'm learning like Python is one thing, and then I want to get into game development. Like it helps me doing creative stuff, and also I love getting into game development. Then maybe bring more hackathon projects and make something like the previous hackathon projects are never complete. So like improving those and making something big out of it would help. So that's what my plan
Awesome.
is.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, because it's not just hackathon projects. I see school projects. Now I'm in my final year. I have to submit my minor project. So I see many people who do their minor project stuff and then they leave it. So yeah, definitely, if you see your project having some potential, you can open source it and get more folks involved. But one important point I want to discuss, like, I know we're short on time, but maybe we can go through it quickly, because it is definitely going to motivate so many people who are watching. People often talk about getting started with open source, contributing, and all these other things, and they often then try to overthink about what are my experiences, what is my age, am I a beginner, how can I contribute. But we have an example over here. I believe, Kunal, you and some of the other people, you did the Kubernetes in the localization stuff, right? And I think you are the ones who did that. Like you started that, and and it's correct me if I'm wrong, it's like an entire group of students, right?
Yeah, all students.
All students. Tell us more about that. So everyone who is watching, listen to this very carefully. Like, these are the people who actually were like, hey, this is something I would like to add, and all the students got together, and in Kubernetes, which is the second largest project in the world, they're making such contributions. Kunal, maybe you can share, and then you can wrap up.
Yeah, sure. So like this actually, Kubernetes community follows it's a really inclusive community, and we have the documentation in very lot of diverse languages. So the Hindi localization was started previously, but due to shortage of contributors, it was like not up to that point, there was not being followed, so it was actually closed. But now, as more and more students got involved in the community, and we got to know through the KubeCon event. So like me, Anubhav, Vardhan, shout out to Anubhav, we started actually the localization again, and following Divya Mohan's advices on that. So she's a really an active community member in the community. So we started contributing. I learned a lot about Git and GitHub through those contributions, like and it was actually a great feeling when my PR, like recently my PRs got merged for that. So a feeling like, okay, now this will be visible on the website, and my contributions, the things I changed will be visible. And the main aim for these contributions was that to make the language shouldn't be a barrier for someone to learn. Like even if you're not familiar with Hindi, or even if you're not familiar with English, you can definitely learn about Kubernetes through going through the Hindi documentation, and there are many other languages as well. So,
Most definitely.
That's how we
Yeah.
started.
Amazing. Yeah. Keep up the good work, everyone. And as everyone else, you can see that these are all students. They recently just got started and the community helped them. So stop overthinking and just get involved. That's the takeaway from this session. But you there?
I'm very much here, and good to be back. As I think this is a really, really nice way, once again, for folks to see that we have 4 different people, different backgrounds, different experiences, different interests, and all of them are finding different ways to contribute. I couldn't be happier with the things that they've been doing since we started in July. They also have the good and bad fortune that this is the first time that we're having interns in the community, so it's been a learning experience for everybody. And so I very much appreciate their patience and flexibility. There will be new announcements soon after KubeCon about some of our plans about expanding the team, but nothing yet, so I don't want to give away any spoilers. But anyway, we've been extremely lucky to have the young people on board with us, and that's also an extension of why we're doing this today. If the Data on Kubernetes community is only focused on practitioners that have 20 years of experience, for me that's a waste, and also it's almost an insult to other people who have energy and interest, as the young people that are in this room with us right now. For me, it would be an insult not to bring those people on. As Kunal Kushwaha mentioned previously, beginner's mindset, and we said about our KubeCon panel, and your inexperience is a gift. So like I said, we have lots of different ways of getting involved, and just a question of getting everybody channeled into the right place. So you'll be seeing the rest of these folks later on during the day. They're all going to be giving talks. So you'll definitely be seeing them and them presenting the knowledge that they've been acquiring since they got here in July. You'll also see other folks that haven't been with us for so long, and they're also contributing too. So once again, as Kunal Kushwaha always says, the best way to get involved is to get involved. So that's something you're going to be hearing multiple times.
Also take a screenshot and do share on the socials and share.
Yeah, please take a screenshot. I will put my sunglasses on. Or if, I don't know, because we take screenshots in all of our interns meetings. So if you want to throw up something, good. Awesome. Cool.
All right.
Anyway, thank you very much, Kunal Kushwaha, for your time today. We always appreciate having you around, your advice, your input, your feedback, and we look forward to seeing all the great things that you're doing in the future. Anyway.
Awesome. Well, thanks a lot for having me. Yeah, good luck with the event, rest of the event, and can't wait to watch the rest of the nice talks and what everyone presents.
And I can't wait to, nothing formally planned, but hopefully go to India next year to do a DoK
and do a in-person community class.
Yeah. To do exactly. No, because I was asking the 4 of them. I was like, if we had to meet in India, what's the best place? And they said that Delhi.
I can come.
No,
Delhi is great.
They said Delhi is the best place, and you're there. It's central, so yeah.
Yeah. But I think we can do a little bit more fun places like Goa or something.
Anyway, we can think about that. We'll get all the options on the table. But if I can, I will definitely be there next year in person. So anyway, thank you all very much. Thanks, folks. I'm going to bring on our next guest now, so you can turn your cameras off so we can get Maynak in here. Thank you all very much for participating in the panel, and we will see you in a bit. Now, I got to bring on not 1, but 2 people with the same name. Very good. So Maynak, whenever you're ready, can you please turn on your camera? And perhaps start sharing your screen. Great job so far, folks. Keep the questions going. A couple people were asking how to get involved in the DoK. Super simple. If you look in the description of the YouTube video, you have the links both with the website and also to be able to join Slack directly. So if you want to do that, just jump in our Slack. We can guide you. You're not going to be the first new person to get into Slack. The main thing is go to our Intro Yourself channel and say hello there. And then we'll also get you plugged in the Beginner Arena channel, where we have all the people that are getting started out so they can get the right resources circulated and to be welcomed in our community most of all. I think I've got you on 2 screens. Maynak, is that correct?
Yeah, you got it.
Perfect. Very good. So our first, I don't want to say real speaker because our other speakers were real too. They're real people. They're not bots. But our first speaker is Maynak, who's going to be telling us about the history of data, right? If we're talking about data on Kubernetes, it's probably important to go back a little bit and see how it was that we got here. So Maynak has created an amazing presentation, awesome graphic design, and also going to influence, get some science stuff in there. So let's see, I think we got your screen. Yep, we can see your screen. Just put on your presentation, you should be good to go.
Okay, so am I visible? Can
Yes.
you see me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm starting that. A warm welcome to every single one of you for joining us today at DoK Student. My name is Moinak Biswas. Currently, I'm pursuing a bachelor's in electronics and communication engineering. But apart from that, I'm a programmer and I call myself an amateur astronomer because I'm deeply interested in topics like space science, space technology, and astronomy. Well, that was all about me, but let's talk about our topic, that is history of databases. What is a database, you might ask? Database is simply an organized collection of data that is stored and accessed through a computer system. Let's talk about the databases thing. Starting from the very beginning, it was the 1960s and computers were getting faster and more capable. A number of general purpose databases were starting to emerge, but there was a need for a standard. So IBM came up with the hierarchical model of databases. In hierarchical model, data is organized in a tree-like structure, where every single parent record has multiple child records. But a child record can have only a single parent record. That's the key thing about hierarchical model. In searching data through hierarchical model versus sequential method. So it was very, very time consuming. We came up with this new model, Podassay model, after hierarchical model. What's the key difference between Podassay model and hierarchical model? The key difference is that the child record doesn't need to have a parent record in Podassay model. The member record can exist truly on its own without the owner record. That's the key difference. But still, Podassay model used to still use sequential searching, and that was very time consuming. So we need a new kind of method. And for that, a new invention was done by this gentleman right here, Edgar F. Codd. Edgar F. Codd devised this new method called relational model of database. Let's talk about it. Let's see how it works. Well, to understand relational database, data is organized in tables. Every single table is for a specific entity. Like one table is for customer, another table is for employee, another table is for department. These are all the different tables, and those are different entities. In those tables, there are a specific number of columns. Those columns are the attributes of those entities. Like the employee table has employee ID, customer ID, first name, last name. These are all the attributes. And data is stored in rows, in those rows in the table. That's how data is organized in a table. All these tables are linked to each other by data that is common to each other. So that's generally how relational model works. This relational model database made storing data very, very efficient, and searching data was far too efficient than the previous models. Let's talk about databases in real life. Databases that are used in today. To tell you about that, I need first to tell you about the types of data. The types of data can be broadly categorized as small data and big data. Small data is a general data that we use on day-to-day basis, but big data is something that we are observing for the past few years. To give you an example of a big data, I will give you the example of Amazon. Company like Amazon, it tracks every single click you do on their website. Now, what do they do with all that data? What they basically do with all the data is they find recommendations based on your search history. What happens is multiply that by millions of people, millions of users, and you get petabytes and exabytes of data. That is essentially what big data is. To handle small data, we have Relational Database Management System, RDBMS in short. But to handle big data, we have NoSQL or non-relational database models. Some examples of non-relational database models like Cassandra, MongoDB, Hypertable. You see that? The first ever image of a black hole. How was that taken? Let me explain. A bunch of radio telescopes on the ground, together called event horizon telescopes, they acted in synchronization with each other to create a telescope that's practically as big as our own planet. And they gathered information in petabytes and exabytes, thousands of terabytes of data they gathered. That's essentially big data. And we use big data to get this image of a black hole that's located 55 million light years away from Earth. So that's how far that black hole is. And we created an image of that. If you ask me, that is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. So that is we are all able to do that because we are able to handle big data. So that's one of the greatest achievements. All of that is great and everything, but how is any of that related to DoK? Well, DoK stands for Data and Kubernetes. We have to deal with lots and lots of data. to handle all this data, we need some of the most advanced databases like Terminus DB, Cockroach DB, and we also got Cassandra. Cassandra was actually created from Apache's Cassandra, and it is made in such a way that it's ready for Kubernetes. It's just plug and play. It's very easy to use for Kubernetes. Okay, to summarize it all up, let's talk about what we talked about. We talked about what's a database. Database is an organization of data that is stored and accessed through a computer system. Hierarchy database. In a hierarchy database, data is organized in a tree-like structure. Parent record and child record. For the model, there is no such foundation on the member record to have a owner record. It can exist on its own. In relation databases, data is organized in a table format, and tables are linked to each other with that data that is common to each other. After that, we have post-relational database models, which are the non-relational database models, also called as NoSQL, which are used to handle big data. If you want to explore more, go ahead and watch this documentary on YouTube on Computer Museum. It's a great short clip that you're really going to enjoy. And if you want to go into detail of all that I talked about, I suggest you watch this playlist on YouTube by Bart Beasons. Shout out to my friend Athar Kuretsky for all the help and for all the latest info that he gave me. And shout out to Bart Farwell and all the members at DoK community for all the help and the valuable feedback he gave. Thank you, everyone. So thank you, everyone. That was all from my side. Hit me up on my socials and get stuck to your chair because we're going to have some fun and great speakers tonight here at DoK Student.
Very, very good. That was amazing. We see the power of a lot of different things here. Really nice mixture of Mainek's interest in space science and how he was able to incorporate that, as it's no secret that there's tons and tons of data coming into this stuff. Just really quickly, when did you get interested in space science?
Ever since I was a child, I was very, very interested in all these topics. When I was a kid, I just wanted to be an astronaut. After some time, when I knew about what astronomy is, I was like deeply interested in astronomy. Ever since then, I've been just keeping myself into all these things. I've joined some astronomy communities as well because I'm deeply interested in all this. So ever since I was a kid, I was deeply interested in all this.
That's cool. But I think it's awesome as well, too. Obviously, if you're interested in computer science or data or anything, there are tons of different ways. We had a wonderful session with someone that I actually met through Kunal Kushwaha named Logan Fitzpatrick. And he's working on the Julia programming language, which is being used a lot by researchers. And he also worked in NASA. And it was absolutely incredible to see how these different things interact with each other. But anyway, I just think it's awesome that you were able to blend those two things together. And also for anybody out there, as you see with the DoK, like we're mixing in hip hop with databases and Kubernetes and a little bit of everything here and there. And you can absolutely do the same thing. So anyway, great talk. Thank you very much. If you can stop sharing your screen so we can get our next speaker on, that'll be awesome.
Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you again.
Absolute pleasure. Cheers, Mainek. Great having you. So our next speaker, whose topic does kind of relate to what we were just hearing about, is a relatively new member of our community, but in a very short time has created quite an impact through a lot of involvement, doing lots of different stuff. So let's see if I can get Abhijit. Are you here?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, but I think Mainek, you're still sharing your screen, just so you know.
Okay, just a moment.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
It's all good. Getting set up. So like I said, Abhijit, how did you find out about the DoK?
So this is a very random story. I'm not sure whether all of you did it. I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos of Kunal Kushwaha, and one day I decided to join one of the communities of the panelists he got. Later, through that community, I found DoK students. It is so funny that how I find the same names, Kaivalya, Kunal Verma, Karuna, repeating a lot of places. And they really motivate me, and through them and through other mutual resources, I found the DoK student community.
Very good. Well, it's been wonderful having you for the short period of time you've been with us. And let's take a look at your talk. So if you want to share your screen, go for it.
Sure. And here we go.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Oh, oops. 1 minute. Yep. I hope I'm on full screen. And can we go? Is it visible?
Yep, you look great.
So we just spoke about data and space. And another topic related to space is gravity. And I'm going to talk about data gravity. So good morning, afternoon, evening, folks, wherever you are, good day. I'm Abhijit Ganesh. I'm going to talk about data gravity. So let me introduce myself. I'm Abhijit Ganesh. I'm a freshman engineering student, and I'm a FOSS enthusiast. These are my social handles. I really love thinking about technology and all sorts of jargons and all sorts of tech stuff. I love meddling with tech things. And this is basically me. Moving on. So there was once a very wise gentleman under the name of Isaac Newton who told us...
Hold on. I mean, just really quickly, for some reason, we're not seeing the slide screen. Oh, now we are. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
So there was this wise gentleman called Isaac Newton who told us every object in this planet and universe attract each other. And in 2010-ish, Dave McCroy told us every data chuck in this universe attract applications. Wow, that should sound similar. So the catch here is when we're talking about gravity, we really need massive objects like sun or other stars to talk about. Similarly, when we're talking about data gravity, we bring in data-driven development. And without data-driven development, data gravity would just be a phenomenon. So what is this phenomenon? This phenomenon is where data attracts applications, services, and other data. This all sounds very abstract, but if you see it from a top-level view, this is happening in day-to-day life, just like how Manik explained with Amazon. Moving ahead, let's go back to past. How is data stored? How is infrastructure stored? I mean, 1990s, of course. I'm not talking about 80s where computer was itself a research tool. In 1990s, we had computers as a mainstream integration to our lives. So what were all the issues we faced with bare metal service? What were all the issues we faced? I think this should be familiar with all of you. Large downtime coming from mechanical failure, completely immovable databases because of old technology, no data replication and redundancy. Okay, we recently had a downtime from Facebook. These problems can still happen at any time, but back in the day, it was big. I have a fun story to tell about Yahoo when they lost their data moving their hard disks in a cartwheel. Due to the vibration, they lost tons and tons of data. And all of this shows how data was the center of development in operations, DevOps. Data continues to be the center. And if you see here, I have explained how data became gold. To be honest, data was the gold, but after 2010, we really understood the value. There was major infrastructure through cloud. Data started inflowing through the cloud premises, moving from the on-premises software applications. We moved to cloud-hosted applications. We started having geo-redundant databases. This changed a lot of philosophical things, but one thing we should remember here too, data is the center of development. And on a very technical note, you can see data is very common in terms of model view architecture, model view templates or model view controller. Models really determine how we develop things. Okay, now enough of data gravity. What does the Kubernetes community do? So imagine this. We have provisions to allow data scaling easily. So you needn't worry about failing pods. Kubernetes will help you with that. We have speakers who are going to talk about persistent data. You should check that out. And Kubernetes really helps us with scaling easily. Moving ahead, I think you can see my screen now. This would be a dangerous world to live in. A dystopian world where you can't expand your initial storage size. So if you choose to have a 1 terabyte database server, or you're allocating 1 terabyte to your database, you can't expand it. Every time you want to expand, it's new costs, clusters, and e-waste. It'll be the biggest havoc humans would be creating for this planet. Kubernetes steps in, solves this issue. And you can explore more about this through our community resources, which you can find in the chat. And the advantages I have mentioned here as well. Apache Cassandra, MongoDB are NoSQL databases, which scale very well with Kubernetes. Cassandra, especially Cassandra, does really well with GCP, the Google Cloud Platform, Azure, AWS, and on-prem simultaneously if you network them well. So that's been my part. Massive shout out to Alexander because he was the major eye opener for my introduction to this community and to Sandra project. Bart, who gave me this opportunity, Kaivalya and Kunal really inspired me. Without them, it's just me and my continuous flow of thoughts. Karuna, who made the design for me, for the initial design you saw, and Kunal for posting such awesome videos. We are not mentioning Kunal again and again because of the way he's impressed us. It's because of the content he makes. It's really wonderful, and we just are so grateful to that. And summary. Data is becoming central to development. All of us know that. Data was central to development. Data will attract things towards each other. One change, data is movable these days. And that's it. These are my handles. Any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. And you can check me out on these handles. Thank you.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Very, very well done. ¿Me puedes entender? Es que no estoy. All right. Amazing. Loved it. All right. Very, very, not exactly the, no, I mean, geez, don't run away. Don't run away. Absolutely incredible. And the thing is, you were able to learn all this and explain it in such a clear and concise manner to understand concepts like portability, which you mentioned that now data can be moved safely, because in general, there's a sort of trend of like, don't touch your data, leave it alone, it's gonna get messy. So jumping into these relatively complex concepts, was it overwhelming for you at first, or how were you able to figure all this out?
Initially, finding the documentation and resources was overwhelming, but going through them and understanding them wasn't. It is hard to collect resources, but it was easy to understand.
Very, very good. I just think it's a nice statement though, because you're a freshman, right? So people might think, oh, that's totally over my head, I'm not gonna get it. But you went out there, you interacted with the material, you consulted some advice from Alex, who's an amazing community member, by the way. Huge shout out to Alex. He gave us a wonderful intro, like a workshop to Cassandra about a month and a half ago, I believe. And anyway, so like I said, for the people that are out there, once you find our speakers, and you watch a talk that they've given, you can directly reach out and contact them and ask them questions, right? This is what this is all about. So I think this is a very good example of that kind of interaction and those kinds of contributions that are happening. And you're also very actively involved in our How to DoK projects. So that's another good thing too. And like I said, this positive attitude. If you have a positive attitude and you know that you're going to be supported by your teammates, you're going to be totally fine. And so I think your case is a very good example of that. Well, thank you very much, Abhijit. Shukriya. And we'll be seeing you in the audience. Looking forward to some good comments. Time to bring on our next speaker, who should already...
Thank you, Bert.
My pleasure. Thank you. So we're ready to bring on our next speaker, Kunal. What's up, Kunal?
I'm here.
And you're back. Good. So Kunal, what are we going to be learning about today?
So today we'll be learning about stateful and stateless. I'm really excited to share my knowledge, what I have learned about that. I'm a beginner in that particular topic, and I got to know about that from the DoK community only. So yeah, I'll be sharing my knowledge and hope everyone understands that.
Okay, cool. So if you want, you can share your screen. Go for it.
Yeah, sure. I hope my screen is visible.
Yep, looks great.
All right. So hello and welcome everyone to the DoK Students Day. This event is like a pre-KubeCon celebration, and most importantly, it is by the students and for the students. So, most of the talks today would be given by the students, and you'll definitely be seeing some very new faces here. So let's jump into it. Yeah, my name is Kunal Verma, and currently I'm pursuing my bachelor's in IT from India. I'm a sophomore, so currently a student. I'm an open source enthusiast, and I really love to interact with people in the community. Currently, I'm an intern at the DoK with an amazing team, Vanshika, Kavalya, and Karuna. And yeah, I am currently learning and contributing to the Kubernetes project as well. All right, so the topic for today is stateful and stateless. So this is a really important topic if we talk about in the cloud sense. And we have talked about this in the DoK community, whether that's in the Meetup or having a general discussion in the Slack. By the way, if you haven't joined our Slack, what are you waiting for? Just do it right now. So we'll be discussing, some of the main crux about these topics and what does these two terms exactly mean. Let's jump right into it. All right. Let's get a basic overview of what is stateful and stateless with very simple real life examples, so you'll understand much better about that. Starting with the stateful. All right, so consider a situation where we have Bob right here who just got his salary. You can see the happy smiley face, and he wants to transfer some of his amount, say $1,000 to John, right? Now he heads over to the bank's website, that is mybank.com, and to the login page. So he says to the website, "Hi, I'm Bob, and I can prove it by entering my password and login here." So he does that, and then he moves on to the step 2. He says, "All right, hey, remember me? I just entered my password and login in the previous step. Now I want to make a transfer request to my friend John right here." After that, he heads over to the step 3 and he says, "Yes, I have confirmed all the previous details, and now I want to confirm my transfer." Now, what do we observe from him? We observe that in order to complete the steps ahead, the previous steps, the completion of the previous steps was necessary. And most importantly, the site remembers that the previous steps was completed. So now in this case, in order for the site to move ahead with step 2 and 3, it is important that the step 1 is completed and the site remembers that it was completed. Now, how does this happen? This is what is called is persistent storage of data, on which we'll be shortly having a talk by Vanshika. But basically what that means is, even if the session or the state in this case can be defined as an activity that is being happened at the particular time. For example, the login, entering the login and the password was a particular session on the state. So even if the particular session of the state was completed and we moved on ahead, the site remembered, that the data was not lost from the previous session and it was used to make further requests. This is actually what is called persistent storage. And this whole process, this is what exactly happens in stateful. There's a persistent storage. So even if the session data or the state data is lost, we can retrieve it from that persistent storage and we can use it to make further requests ahead. So I hope this was easy to understand, and this example helped you to understand the concept. Now moving ahead with statefulness, and this would be really easy to understand. So consider a situation like we all use search engine each day, right? Do comment in the chat which one is your favorite. My favorite is Google Chrome, obviously. So we all use search engine, and let's consider an example where you are searching for a particular question. So in this case, like how to write code. I'm a beginner and I want to search how to write code. So what normally happens is we search on Google, and then we like the results are displayed normally, and we can find our answer most probably. But then you by mistake refresh your browser, and or your tab gets closed. Boom, everything you searched previously has now been vanished. So how did this happen? This is what exactly happens is statelessness. So there is no persistent storage. That means if the data once the data is lost, your data will not be stored in particular storage area. So you have to start every time. You have to start from scratch. So then you have to search again of the topic that you are going to search. So this is exactly what happens is stateless. So there is no state. That is, no state is maintained. So I hope that was clear to you all. All right, so now looking into the world of clouds, we have some use cases here. Like the databases we have, you may have heard about MongoDB, MySQL, and Cassandra. They all are based on a stateful architecture. That means they have some kind of a persistent storage. So it's easy for the data interaction between the user and the databases, so we can easily retrieve our data. And now talking about the present times, what is happening is previously the many applications were written statefully, so they were likely to rely heavily on state data. But now as we saw stateless, so obviously stateless has simpler architecture as compared to stateful. So now if we think of the situation, refactoring all those stateful applications stateless was a little bit of tedious task, because there was time constraints, and that would cause a lot of expense as well. So what is now happening is the famous tools that we know, that Kubernetes and Docker, they were originally written in stateless, but now they are developed. They are being developed to write more. They are being managed. They are being written in more for managing both stateful and stateless. So now, for example, if we talk about Kubernetes, it is most actively being used to run databases. For example, we have Cassandra, which is Cassandra, that is a stateful database. which is running on Kubernetes. So we have a really good example for that. And so the DoK community was formed. So like concentrating on more of the aspect of running stateful workloads or applications on Kubernetes, and like spreading awareness about basically running data on Kubernetes and the best practice related to that. So you can definitely see we have a really nice live example in front of us today. All right, so I hope this was a really nice overview and you got an idea about what is stateful and stateless. Now, quickly going back to the things, stateful, it uses some previous state or session data to make new requests and further requests ahead. We have in stateful we have a persistent storage to store the data, and that can be used to make further requests ahead. Stateful has a little complex architecture, because it has a persistent storage, obviously, and the interaction between that makes it a little bit more complex. Moving on to stateless, previous session or state data is not stored anywhere. It gets lost. So every time we start, we have to start from scratch. Doesn't have a persistent storage, so the data is not saved anywhere, and it has some kind of a simple architecture, as there is less interaction between the data, and we don't rely on the previous request to make further requests ahead. All right, so I hope that you got a clear idea, and now I have a task for you all. So these are some of the resources that I would recommend anyone who want to dig deep into that particular concept. And let me tell you, this is a really important concept, and I would highly recommend everyone to check out these resources. These are the ones that I that I use to create this PPT and the talk as a whole, because I am a student and I was a beginner in this topic. So I hope these resources help you a lot along your way. So thank you everyone for listening to me today. I hope that I was able to provide sufficient information to anyone who want to explore more about this topic, because that was a short talk and I couldn't explain everything in this particular time zone, but I hope that it helped you all in getting a basic overview about this. Feel free to ask any questions you have. You can always ping me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and GitHub, and we can have a conversation there as well. So yeah, that's pretty much about me. Thank you.
Awesome. Very, very good. Maybe I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. Good. Kunal, thank you very, very much. As Kunal was mentioning as well too in the panel, we got to know each other for the first time actually in the previous KubeCon in a mentoring session. And here we have Kunal now providing some mentoring to other folks. And I can't say it enough. He's one of the most welcoming people we have in our community. Anytime new folks are coming in, very patiently guiding them. Actually, a bunch of people have just been joining us on Slack. So Kunal, you're probably gonna have some work to do. But anyway, very, very nice overview of a concept that's extremely important to our community. As he mentioned, Kubernetes was originally designed to only run stateful workloads, stateless workloads, applications, etc. And now in our community, what we're trying to show are the practitioners who are running stateful workloads, whether it's through storage, databases, all the different elements where we see that with analytics, different areas in the Kubernetes ecosystem where stateful workloads can be run. So it's a very, very nice overview to get a clear picture about what it is that we're trying to deal with here. Kunal, thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to jump right into the next one.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Cheers. All right, Vanchika, you are on deck. Let me make you a panelist. So our next speaker, who you saw previously in the panel, is Vanchika, and she's going to be talking about persistence. She'll mention it, but I'll mention it just before she starts. There's a great, great video featuring Kunal Kushwaha and Eric Zietlow, where they gave an intro to persistence that's on our YouTube channel, as well as lots of other videos and resources. But I don't want to take any more of Vanchika's thunder. So Vanchika, whenever you're ready, you can share your screen and start your presentation. Oh, and your microphone.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah, yeah. So visible. But I hope it's visible.
It's visible. It looks great. Amazing slides.
All right. Great. So, hello everyone. Once again, it's me, Vanchika Shrivastava, a DoK community intern, and I am very excited about the entire, as Bart said earlier, that it's completely a movement and just not an event. So I'm very excited about DoK Students Day and things that are coming up ahead. So today I'll be talking about persistence. So my fellow co-intern, Kunal Verma, he just spoke about stateless and stateful workloads. But why and how do you come into the stateful, workload world is how persistence can help you out. So let's move ahead. I think pretty much you know about my community. Very welcoming. Everybody is welcome. No matter what background you come from, you are just welcome in a community. You can just join the Slack. The link is already there in the description. So get into a community and the rest follows. So when I say persistence, what do you infer from it? It refers to a state that continues to exist even after the process that created it ceases or ends. This is kind of theoretical meaning, I would say, but I'll explain you with a very simple example. 2 days ago, we saw that the servers were down, but did your data got deleted? When you went back, when the apps were back online, you had all the data that were saved, your pictures, your text, everything was stored, right? So we can call that as a persistence, because even after the process died, even after we can say that entire server went down, your data was right there. Another example, a shopping app. If it crashes, you do not have to do shopping once again because you already have got the stuff right in there. So you won't do the shopping process again and again. So persistent, we sometimes don't even know that we are using technologies in our daily lives until we face something like this. So I would say a very big example of persistence was something that happened 2 days ago, which is the server down and the internet outage and everything. All right, let's move ahead. Let's get something more in sense of data persistence and in Kubernetes world. So when I say persistence, it always exists in stateful applications. That is what you can relate with Kunal's talk. So it exists in the stateful application. And for that purpose, a database is very necessary because that is where your data will be stored. Now, the very important reason that why in this community we are kind of focusing onto stateless, onto the stateful workloads, and we do not want to go onto the stateless architecture because it makes the data persistent, and people have confidence that the data is that is being stored, that won't get lost. That won't be used by anyone else. It won't be changed. It won't be modified. Whatever the state it is in, it will stay in that state. Okay, and last but not the least, a very important, I would say, point is that persistent exists in pod. I know I did say a technical term, but I will explain you. Okay, so now, as you must be seeing this thing that you must be thinking that where this persistent come, where is it located actually? Okay, so first of all, you can see a node, a pod, a container. Whether is it inside the pod, whether it's a node or container. So your persistent is always outside these three components. The reason being, if a persistent volume is stored inside the pod or maybe a container, and just by chance, your pod does not comes back online, it crashes, there's some problem with that, or your container goes down, and when you restart your entire environment once again with a YAML file, and bring up a new instance, what would happen is that the earlier data that was there, that would just get lost, right? So you need to make sure that it is independent of the life cycle of any of these components of Kubernetes. And that is why we have a persistent volume right outside your pod and your container. We also have PVC and we also have storage class. We'll be looking into all these components very soon. But I would explain you these concepts with an example before we get into the more technical part, all right? So what you can think about is that, think that you're going to a shop, all right? And you want to buy a packet of cookie. You ask the shopkeeper to give you a packet of cookie, and he gives that cookie out of a very big box. A very huge box having that same kind of cookies, I can say data, is your persistent volume. It's a wider concept, okay? And persistent volume chain is the request that you made. You ask the shopkeeper that, can you please give me this cookie because you want to go back home and have party? I mean, cookie is not enough, I know. But just saying, okay, so you want to have that, and persistent volume chain is the claim, is a request which is done by the user. And your storage class is you can say a dynamic, storage, which has got something to do with your physical storage. So as I said, I'll explain you in a better, now in a bit more technical way. Your storage class is like a type of storage, and it needs parameter So when you are asking the shopkeeper that I'm giving you 10 rupees, can you just give me this thing? This parameter that you just passed, it's in the storage class. Okay, it's the entire box that you are in the shop, right? So you're asking that shopkeeper, the one who is owning that. Your persistent volume chain is your request, and your persistent volume is that big box. All right. So I hope this thing was clear. 3 major components in Kubernetes: storage class, persistent volume chain, and your persistent volume itself. All right, let's move ahead. So let's come on to our conclusion. Okay, when Kubernetes began in 2014, people were kind of, into the stateless architecture, stateless workload. But later onwards, as we can see, there's so much of data available in the world that we just cannot say that everything is gonna be okay. Just 2 days ago, we saw a very great example, right? So for that purpose, Kubernetes had this entire, advancement in the technology, the containerization technology, having the, the stateful workloads in the movement, and, people adopting that. Although the architecture might be a bit more, hard, but it still resolves the main issue of the users, which is to store the data and to make it persistent, to make it available at any point of time and at any place. Maybe the server might go down because that is something which you cannot control, but at least your data is safe, right? Which is a very prime concern. So persistence plays an important role in the production. And therefore, I would say Kubernetes and the stateful workloads and the persistence is here to stay in this community, in this entire world. And more and more, I would say, companies are trying to get into stateful workloads just because of this reason. So there's a lot more buzz about how the things work on. And I think the DoK community is all about solving just not practitioners' problem, but also helping you to know about what is going around the world and how data on Kubernetes can help you out with the entire thing. So the terms that I mentioned in the talk is right here, is in front of the screen, and you can always check that out through your Kubernetes documentation. We have got Tech with Nana, which is a very great resource, and the resource which was like a prime resource which helped me out to gain a better concept about the entire thing. It was a session which was done by Kunal Kushwaha, the CNCF ambassador, and Eric on this very channel, DoK channel. So yeah, that also helped me. So you can definitely check that out. And this PPT will be shared. We will have a whole lot of resources that will be shared to you, so you don't have to worry about any of this. All right. And a very big shout out to Bart Ferrer and Kunal Kushwaha. They have helped me a lot to, to be what I'm able to do today. And also in a knowledgeable sense, I would say that I have gained a lot of experience and knowledge. So thank you so much, both of you, for guiding me and supporting me. And thank you to all the amazing listeners who are here, who are still here with me and listening to the entire talk. I really hope, the day goes well, the entire event goes well. And also, I want to know if somebody here is like a Marvel fan, Avenger fan, okay? Because it's just that, I would say persistent volume is something that you can say it's inevitable in Kubernetes cluster world if you have a stateful workload. So you can just think about something which just doesn't goes away. Persistent volume is very important. So let me know in the comments section. And I really hope this talk helped you out to gain the concept, the main, persistent, more concept about persistence and the stateful workloads. Thank you so much.
Amazing, absolutely incredible, and we're already getting great comments as on top of the amazing comments we already got in the YouTube channel about Marvel. So really quickly, who's your favorite?
Oh, great,
Who's your favorite Avenger or Marvel superhero?
Mine is mine is Iron Man. I really miss him a lot, to be honest. I think a lot of us misses him because he was a great personality, and he's somebody who would always, every time I would see that, I would feel like, there's something about AI that I could do. And Python is that was my first ever programming language at the age of 16. So there's like a kind of a correlation that I find that maybe AI, maybe some stuff. So yeah, it's a great thing.
If it serves as a source of inspiration, that's the most important thing. But
yes.
Anyway, it came up a little bit earlier actually in the panel with Kunal Kushwaha, where he was saying that he didn't know about your academic background. I think just for the folks that are out there, because we've already got some comments about that too, Vanshika, how has it been for you as someone who didn't necessarily have the same background as some of the other folks in the community, but I think that also provides certain advantages. Anyway, just want to know, what do you think about that?
Okay, so the first time I would say that I realized I wanted to go in tech is like, there's no, to be like being very honest here, I did not have a specific time. Since I was, I was a, we can say 5-6-year-old child, I always found myself, very interested in computers. But as I was getting nearer to my +2, right, that's when we have to choose our subjects. I realized that I don't really like mathematics and science, but I really love computers. And also I had a lot of interest in management field. So I did not want to leave that thing behind. And therefore I went with a very unconventional, you can say, combination of subjects, which is commerce and IP, which has got nothing to do with each other. A lot of people, they take commerce with mathematics. So I went with that. And I was like, if I love something, regardless of what my background is, I will still make into it. That was my entire, thought process while choosing it. And a lot of people kept on saying, you know what, you're not doing engineering, you might not get into it ever. But today I go to those people and when I talk to them and I tell them I'm doing tech stuff, and I'm doing so much more than that. Like DevRel is something that I really, really enjoying since 4 months since I've been, in DoK. I feel myself, this is what I want to do. Yep. So that is a very, very great experience and a thing to tell to people that here in India, people are very much specific about your background, but I don't want my background to define me. I don't want that thing to, my college to define me. I want myself to be like, my own, the identity about what I want to do in the community and how I want to take things ahead. So that is it. Nobody inspired me. It was just my own, your personal calling. You should always know that you should just sit down and think that, okay, everybody is doing this thing, but is this what I want to do? And if you just really think about it for like 3 days only, 3 to 4 days, I think you will get to know that what you actually want to do. And there are so many other ways to achieve the same goal that other people are having, but your journey might be different. And that is what makes you a different person from the rest of the people who are there in the room.
Very, very good points. I think we spend so much of our lives trying to look at other people and thinking about them and not so much about ourselves. So I think, like you said, it doesn't have to take 3 years and 3 to 4 days or some kind of an exercise, sitting down and realizing that the only person who you have to be is you. You don't need to be anybody else. And I think you're doing a great job. And it's no coincidence that your talk was about persistence, because you in your own career right now are persistently pursuing the things that make you passionate. So I think it's a wonderful statement and encouragement for the folks that are in our audience. Vanshika, thank you very much. That was awesome. That was really, really good.
Thank you, Bart. Thank you all.
We'll see you around soon. Cool. Yep. Our next guest also has an interesting background. Pulkit, where are you at? We're going to bring you on and make you a panelist. So Pulkit has been with us for the last few months. Very active, extremely actively involved in our community as well as in other communities. He's also now collaborating with KubeSphere, I believe. He might be able to talk about that briefly. But Pulkit, as soon as you can, let's get you on as a panelist and get you sharing your screen. And great job, everybody. Keep the comments coming on Slack and also on YouTube chat. Also, like to see all the tweets go in. Make sure to use the hashtag DoK Students Day, DoK Students Day 21. Keep sharing all that stuff, getting the love going. Pulkit, you got some sunglasses on too, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, great going. What about you?
Fantastic. Pulkit, what are we going to learn about today?
Yeah, StatefulSets, something more than just stateless and stateful applications. So
let's do it. Share your screen.
Yeah.
Let's get to it.
Yeah, sure.
Alrighty, getting there.
Yeah, I guess it's visible to you all, right?
Yep, looks really, really good. Nice space theme too, bro. Do it.
Yep. So hey folks, welcome to this session on StatefulSets, and I'm glad to be a speaker here. So before getting into the topic, let us have a small intro about me as well, right? So yeah, I'm Pulkit Singh, and a 13-year-old geek, loves to play with Linux stuff, as well as have some kind of interest in DevOps and full stack development. And yeah, I'm from Earth, solar system, Milky Way, galaxy, universe. And if there is something more than that, just let me know in the comments, or like maybe you can DM me on my socials, right? So yeah, and yeah, I'm first a human being, then a learner, and hopefully an idea mind as well. Currently working as a community evangelist at QSphere. For more info, just check out that link. And yeah, my social handles have the same username. You can try following me there with my contents that I share, right? So let us get into our topic right now, right? So before, like, we will be understanding what are like stateful sets, right? But before getting into it, let us have a quick overview of stateful and stateless applications that we already covered with Kunal, and some part with even Vanshika. But yeah, a small overview would help you all a lot to relate with all other concepts right now, right? So basically, like, in stateless applications, what happens is, now, like, while you browse through any of the URL, maybe like the URL I mentioned before, pulkitsingdev.tech, right? So what happens is, there is basically like, when you enter the URL, the request goes to the particular server, and server provides you with their data, and it get fetched to the client, basically your browser, right? So actually the thing is that, what if that server dies, right? So for this use case, we have got stateless applications where we get two, like, generally two, but it can be more than that. Generally two servers, right? And what happens is, there would be a load balancer, and that would, just, have 50% traffic to one server and 50% traffic to the another server. And in the same way, if there are more servers, it would just distribute it equally, right? So that even though if the particular server dies, it would, just again have all the users to another servers and all, right? So there is one more problem with it, that is like, what if, that there is some login stuffs and all, like, you if you try logging in, right? And what happens is that, like, when you log in, you will like generally provide with username and password, right? But the thing is, what, like, it would create a session, right? And it would be only on a particular server, not on the other servers as well, right? So what if that particular server dies? So at that moment, you won't, like, the user will need to again, log in and do stuffs again, right? So for this use case, we have got stateful applications. So before getting into it, let us have a quick.
Polkit, sorry, really quickly. Can you move your screen a little bit, because I think we got stuck on one of the slides.
Just a sec.
That's okay.
I hope it's working fine now.
Let's see. Try to move it. Try to move from one side to the other. If you need to, just close it and reopen it, and then you can start. You can pick up where you left off. No problem. Okay, now it's moved.
Yep.
But you probably need to keep. You probably need. Yeah, you exactly. Keep moving forward. I think it just because maybe some of the animations between one side and the other, it might make it go a little bit. Yeah. So just keep going to catch up to where you are.
Yeah, sure. So let us first see, like, what the definition say. Like, it's entirely dependent on the state registered by the server. So this basically
but Polkit, is that the I don't know how it looks on your end, but on our end, it's kind of stuck between one slide and the other.
Well, let's do one thing. I will share my screen again, and we can get back to the topic again.
No worries. It's all good.
Yep.
This is what happens when you do things live. But doing things live brings a lot of freshness and energy that you don't have if you have pre-recorded talks. That being said, we do have one pre-recorded talk today from Brad McCoy, because it's 3:30 a.m. in New Zealand, where he's at right now. But we will be checking that out later. So yeah, so Polkit, now we can see your screen, but I don't know if that's the slide that you want to be on. What is stateful?
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Cheers. Keep going.
Yep. So let us first see, like, what that definition says about stateful applications. Like, as you can see, entirely dependent on the state registered by the server, right? So here you can just take it as, like, while you are, as I mentioned before, the session won't be created on each and every server. So for that particular time, we get a data store, which is like connected with each particular servers. And the sessions are gonna be created on that particular data store, which would be, like, fetched by all the servers. And even if particular server dies, you will have the access on the other servers as well, right? So we have talked a lot about stateful and stateless applications even before and even right now. So let us get into the main topic now, right? So, like, I guess it mismatched. Yeah. So basically, like, what are stateful sets, right? This is a question that this session is gonna solve out, right? So basically, like, let us first see what the definition says again. So stateful set is the workload API object used to manage stateful applications. Yes. So it's basically like it manages the deployment and scaling of a set of pods, and provides guarantees about the ordering and uniqueness of these pods as well, right? So this is the main thing, and like it's just take it as a
Okay, sorry.
workload
I
API
think I
object.
think I think the slide's stuck again.
I'm not sure what's happening.
That's okay. That's okay. No big deal.
Maybe just a second.
That's okay. You'll figure it out. It's moving now to the next slide, but then it gets kind of stuck. That's what happened before. Okay, so now we see what are stateful sets.
Yep. That's the one.
So I guess when
was
you're changing slides, just let us know that you're going to change slides, and then we can tell you if it's there or not. No worries, man. It's all good.
Yeah, sure.
It's all good. It's all good. You're doing great.
Yep. Yeah, so it just take it as like the workload API object used to manage various stateful applications, right? Even as the definition says, right? So this is the main thing. And it was generally, like, as you can see, I have just changed the slide, right? And as you can see here, we are talking about happy birthday to you. Sorry, like stateful sets, right? So here the thing means that, like, the stateful sets were launched when there were problems suffered on, like, managing various stateful applications at a time, and it was launched around, I guess, maybe 5 to 4 years back, right? So this is the thing. And then it's basically like that we needed to maintain these, like, stateful applications, right? So let us now talk about again, like, why do we need it, as I mentioned, like, before. So more onto that, right? Like, why do we need stateful sets here? So basically, like, it's like a deployment. A stateful set manages pods that are based on an identical container spec, and even unlike a deployment, a stateful set maintains a sticky identity for each of the pods. And these pods are created from the same spec but are not interchangeable. Each has a persistent identifier that it maintains across any rescheduling, right? And it's basically like stateful sets provide a lot of value if you need a persistent volume or network ID for a pod. And for, like, persistent volume, as mentioned by Vanshika in the before session, right? So it would probably make sense, right? And it's like the stateful sets are easy to create and update as well, right? So now let us talk about its limitations as well, because it's necessary to understand, like, the thing we are using, like, how much we can use it and how we can use it, right? So for this specific thing, we are gonna talk about, like, why do we need it, right? So let me just switch to another screen slide. Yeah. So one of the first limitation of it is that the storage of for a given pod must be either be provisioned by a persistent volume provisioner, based on the request change class, right? Requested sorry storage class, right? Or even like, if not, it should be pre-provisioned by an admin, maybe this guy, right? So this is one of the first limitation you get when you use stateful sets. Then, like, deleting or scaling a stateful set down will not delete the volumes associated with the stateful set as well. And this is, like, done to ensure the data safety, which is generally more valuable than an automatic purge for all related stateful set resources that you may use in future preferences, and so, or maybe you need have a backup of it or so, right? And then we have got another limitation to it as well. That is, stateful sets currently require a headless service to be responsible for the network identity of the pods. And, like, like, you are responsible for creating this service as well. So you may be thinking right now, like, like, what are headless services, right? So in simple terms, like just say that you at some cases you won't need load balancing and even single service IP, right? And in that particular case, what we have is like you can just specify that by just having none for the cluster IP, and that's it. So this is what I meant by talking about headless service that stateful sets currently require, right? And then I guess these much of limitations are more than enough to get more hands-on work on like stateful sets, right? At least you have a basic understanding of how you are gonna use it, and like what would be the limitations while you would be using it, and like what are the stuffs you are gonna do with it as well, right? So at last we have some we have got some resources as well that like you will be getting soon, like you will be getting the whole slides soon, right? And in the resources, one of the first best resources that official docs of Kubernetes. You can just check out that these links as well, right? And it really solves like all of your doubts. It really helped me a lot, and generally these all four resources helped me a lot. And even again official docs of Kates on like basic of stateful sets, right? It's the same one, just a basic overview of stateful set and then these stuffs. Then we have got some YouTube videos as well from Tech World with Nana and so these are some of the great resources, you can check that out. And at last, yeah, we have other search engines as well. You can try searching for these stuffs, and it at least in my journey it has helped me a lot in like doing whatever I am right now, right? So at last, let's have some shout outs for first of all Bart. He's a great man, he just rocks, and like his raps are super cool, and like he has helped me a lot with sharing resources and all as well. Same for Vanshika, and like Kunal and Sayam Pathak both are like my great inspirations for getting into DevOps. Like their contents are super awesome, you can check that out as well. And yeah, of course, whole DoK team, because it wasn't possible because of them, right? And yeah, of course, like you all who are listening to my session right now. So even again it wasn't be possible because of you. So again, thanks to you all. And yeah, that's all for today. Thank you for joining me here, and I hope you all liked my session. And yep.
Perfect. Let's do it. Excellent job, Polkit. Very, very well done. Very well explained. Not exactly the easiest topic out there in terms of taking it to stateful sets, but very, very well explained, very clear and easy to follow. For reasons of time, we gotta jump right into the next speaker. So thank you very much, Polkit. Polkit is also a very active contributor in our community. Just another example of all the different folks that are getting involved. Now, I would like to bring on our next speaker, who is Amit. And after that, we're gonna have a musical session in which you're gonna be able to experience some amazing live music. So Amit, I'm gonna make you a panelist so you can jump in here real quick. Should be able to go. Let's see, as soon as we can get Amit on here. And then like I said, after Amit's talk, immediately after Amit's talk, we're gonna have some live music. I may participate, I may not, we just don't know. But it's gonna be good, it's gonna be fun, it's gonna be awesome. Amit, I think you are now with us. And whenever you're ready, you can turn on your camera, your microphone, and get ready to share your screen.
Oh.
What's up, Amit?
Hello, Bart. How are you?
Great. Can you share your screen?
Yep. Is it visible?
It's visible and it looks lovely.
Okay, hold on a second. I'll just. Yep.
Good stuff.
Let's start the presentation.
Yep, go for it.
Sure. Hello, all. I'm Amit, and I'm a student currently pursuing my BTech as a computer science major, and also I'm a community member of the DoK. So if you want to catch up, talk tech, or just about anything else, here are my handles. So you can jump right in and just a hi would suffice. So moving on, today's topic would be how to run stateful workloads on Kubernetes. Before moving into the crux of the topic, let me just give a small intro about what is state and what is stateful and stateless. So what is state? State is basically the condition or quality of being of an application at meaning, is the application up and running or is it down? Or has it crashed? Okay. So now what is stateful and stateless? Well, basically the difference between stateless and stateful depends on how long the state of interaction with it is being recorded. So this is a technical stuff, right? So let me give you an example here. So let us consider a web application with Node.js as its backend and a database. Now, when we request a website to Node.js backend server, we just need to give it a request, right? So Node.js doesn't need any background of what happened before, or what was the state of our request before it got the present request. But in case of database, in case of database, when you try and create a new entry into the database, the new instance should be added to the database with respect to already present instances. Meaning, suppose if I want to create a new user, and the new user should not be a separate instance. Rather, it should go and get stored in an instance where all the users were present. So this is basically the difference between stateful and stateless. Stateless application here is Node.js backend, and stateful application here is the database. So now that we have an idea of what stateful and stateless are, let us see how Kubernetes handles stateful applications. The one-line answer would be using StatefulSet. So what is StatefulSet? Well, StatefulSet is basically a Kubernetes component that is built specifically to handle stateful applications. So how does it do it? Well, let's learn about that too. So let us consider a pod, namely MySQL 0. It's right on the screen in the picture, right? So, and we connect that pod to a database, and it has write and read permissions to our database. Now, if we spin up a new pod, say MySQL 1, and we also give that pod writing and reading permissions, we would end up with data inconsistency. So we would have, altogether different records in the two databases. So how to deal with this? Well, that's easy. We give one pod the master status and the other pod as a slave. Okay, so when that happens, only the pod with master status has the ability to write into the database. Now, how do all the other database get the newly written data? This is done through a continuous synchronization process, right? That is how StatefulSet handles this situation of scaling databases. Now, one other interesting feature of StatefulSet is its sticky identity for a pod. So what does this mean? It's very simple. So take the example of the picture in front of you, and let us say pod 2 here goes down or crashes for any reason, okay? So what StatefulSet does is, when it brings back another pod, it does so with the same name. So any pod that comes up will have the name pod 2. But some might ask, how does it help? Since all the data in the pod would be lost if a pod crashes. That leads us to persistent volumes. So StatefulSet is very clever in that manner. What StatefulSet does is, it stores all the data that is needed for the state in persistent volumes. Now let's go back to the same situation and let us analyze. So if a pod dies here, what happens is all the information all the information like characteristics, whether the pod is master or slave, is stored in persistent volumes. And when the pod respawns, it is connected back to its persistent volumes. So we remember that it had a sticky identity, and that is how we relate a pod and its persistent volumes. So how does this help? Well, persistent volumes, the beauty of persistent volumes is that its life cycle is not connected to any other Kubernetes components. So it is independent. So if it doesn't matter if a pod dies, the data and persistent volume still remains. So this is how StatefulSet basically handles stateful application, and in general how Kubernetes handles stateful application, right? So that's it for my talk. And before just ending it, I would like to speak how is this related to our community. Well, stateful application is all about data, and we at the DoK community deal with data on Kubernetes. So this is a rough idea about how data runs on Kubernetes. So these are few of the resources I use for my PPT, and to all you amazing folks, this PPT will be shared. And a big shout out to Bart, right? Bart gave us all the opportunity to come up with this presentation and share it with you, all the audience. So that's it for my time, guys. Thank you.
All right. Yes, put me back. Yes, amazing job, Amit. I'm back.
Thank you, Bart.
I was lost for a bit. Amit, that was fantastic. Very well explained, very clear. It's also been very nice to see with the previous speakers we've had how we're building on these different topics, right? We see the intersection of some of the common terms, talking about stateful, talking about stateless, talking about StatefulSets. Now with Amit's talk, bringing those stateful workloads onto Kubernetes, one of the core matters that we're talking about here in the Data on Kubernetes community. Amit, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Bart.
Cheers. Now, folks, as promised, we are shifting gears to some live music. We got an amazing, award-winning, nationally recognized, international performer. His name is Rufo, and he's going to do some beatbox. I don't know if you've ever heard a beatboxer live, but this isn't an ordinary beatbox. This is Margen Izquierda Escarralea from Baracaldo Beatbox. Extra special flavors, local flavors. We got Michelin star restaurants. We've got Michelin star beatbox. So we're going to take a quick break with some live music. Rufo, could you come up here? So folks, I expect lots of screenshots. I expect lots of tweets. I expect lots of love from my homie, from my main man, Rufo. Let's see if the microphone's working. Microphone check.
Okay, microphone check.
Microphone check.
Thank you
Sounds
so much.
good.
My friend Bart, my friend Gorka in the machines, in the computers, and all the people. I hope you enjoy my beatbox, okay, for you.
You're gonna get a lot of friends out of this. Everybody pay attention, listen very closely. This human is a master at his craft. How many years have you been doing beatbox?
20 years.
20, okay, so that's a good amount of experience, right? That's a good amount of experience. If you'd like to try beatbox, you're more than welcome to, but I don't want to get in the way, so Rufo, it's all you, man. It's all you. I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
Your work. DoK community. Sometimes we need a break to farm away, okay? I need a break, to farm away, I need that way to find. Whoop. I need a break to find my way. To farm away, okay?
Brutal. Amazing. Now, while that was happening, I'm sure you all liked it. I can't see whether or not you like it, but I'm pretty sure you do. I think we saw some people in the YouTube chat requesting that maybe I rap while he beatboxes. I think that's correct. Like I said, I can't see, but Gorka, could you maybe switch the screen so we kind of got something. I mean, something we can try. This has never been done before. We're creating history right now as we speak. But Rufo, could you maybe do something like a little bit like old school East Coast?
Oh yes.
Boom bap, golden age.
Boom bap, 19s, okay.
Let's see if I can do this. Yo. Ansible, Active Directory, auto-scaling, anchoring, affinity, of the anchor so amazing, Borg, blankets, RBAC, breaking bases on the B side, bare metal, bacon, batches, blockers, with the knee, cluster school, running controllers, containers, runtime, control plane, exposing APIs, my CSI, Docker downstream, daemon set on this deployment, device plugin, disruption for your enjoyment, ephemeral, etcd, extension sites on the endpoint, end price, like I was making Bitcoin, final flexing, feature fail, over get fancy, flex volume, faking me when you're making me anti, garbage, getting gobbled, go link, grifting gateway, generous, granular gradients on my gameplay, Helm chart, handling hella tools, hypervisor, HBA, habitual, missing in the cipher, images, ingress, integration, I'm in it, Istio, initiated, IDA, I win it, Jagged, Jenkins, Java, Jason, and the Argonauts, jargon, bargain, Janus, and Redis, is over cosmonauts, Kube, Cutter, Link, Knative, push it, boxy, kindness, kicking, KVM, as well, rock speed, labels, that's what you call it, limit range, latency, listen logs, they will fucking go, you want to take me, manifest, member, a mini cube, on a Mac, maintain third service, you know I'm on the map, namespace, network, nodes, net stays, natural language, network policy, pays, object, storage, on-prem, oscillators, availability of the orchestrator, P's in a pod, penny to priority, proxy be that epoxy, and checking my authority, QoS, sorting, quoting, big queries, 12, quack and quark, quandary, straight through the helm, R back runs, replica, set, checking, replication controller, runtime is wrecking, serverless storage, stateful set, sig static pod, where all my secrets kept, toleration typos, all up in the tank, yo, Thanos crashing thing, files all up in the paint, UID, upstream with the skills, user namespace, caught up in the hills, volume claim, validation, victory is mine, Victor's hypervisor, yo, the vivid is sublime, yo, WG, workload, nodes for days, wallowing walls up these fire wacky ways, Xeno, Xerox, Xenophobes be gone, you know, X, Jenkins, Xena, you know, you bring it home, so YAML, Yangling, Wiregraph from my past, Yang, 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 filling up my glass, Zip, Zap, Zinging, yo, it's Linux on Z, Azure, GCP, EKS brings the DoK to me. Yo, we're gonna keep it going? You wanna keep it going? We can keep going. A little bit faster, a little bit faster. Yo, now we're gonna get real old school. We're gonna get House of Pain old school, let's check it out. Pack it up, pack it in, let me begin. I came to win, battle me, that's the sin. I won't sell the sack up, punk it better back up. Try and play the role and you'll the whole crew will act up. Get up, stand up, come up, put your hands up. If you got the feeling, or jump across the ceiling. Amongst is a funk fest, if someone talking junk, yo, I'll bust them in the eye. And then I'll take the funk, so feel it, funk it. Amps in the trunk it, I got more rhymes than there's cops at a Dunkin'. Donut shops, soon off, I got pop. The kids on the hill, plus my mom and my pops. I came to get down, I came to get down. Six get out your seat and jump around, jump around, jump around, yeah.
Jump around.
I'll serve the face like John McEnroe. If your girl steps up, I'm bringing it slow. A word to your moms, I came to drop bombs. I got more rhymes than the Bible's got some. But just like the prodigal son, I'd return. Cause anyone stepping to me, you'll get burned. Cause I got lyrics and you ain't got none. And if you come to battle, bring a shotgun. But if you do, you're a fool, cause I'll duel to the death. Try to step to me, you'll take your last breath. I got your skill, come get your fill. Cause when I shoot to give, I shoot to kill. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around, jump around, jump around.
Jump around.
Third verse, here we go. Third verse, third verse, cream of the crop. I rise to the top. I never eat your pig, cause a pig is a cop. Or better yet, a Terminator, like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're trying to play me out just like my name was Sega. But I ain't going out like no punk snitch. You used to one style, yo, and I might switch. And up and around, and up and down. You're getting hating in the waiter with the dawn of the day. I'm coming to get you, I'm coming to get you. I'm spitting out lyrics, homie, I'm with you. I came to get down, I came to get down. So get out your seat and jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up and get down.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay.
Amazing. You heard it here for the first time. Now this is going to be in history forever. Okay. Rufo on Beatbox. Rufo's got an album coming out in the next couple months. We will keep you updated on that. It's going to be amazing. Rufo, respect.
Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you. I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm sure you all enjoyed that. Looking forward to read the comments. Let's get into our next speaker. So up until now, we've had a very, very solid run of speakers covering lots and lots of different topics. Everyone's been doing a phenomenal job. Remember, this event is about having a good time, all right? Because that's what this community is about. We really believe that if you can mix these artistic elements, if you can blend in the passions that you have, as you've seen with the other presenters that we've had talking about different things ranging from astronomy to artwork to video games to music, this is really the magic of the DoK community, because we blend these things together. Why can't you associate something that you like to do in your free time with something that's related to very innovative technologies, as we've seen with the previous speakers talking about running stateful workloads on Kubernetes, the differences between stateful and stateless, StatefulSets, all this kind of good stuff, all right? So that being said, I would like to invite our next speaker, who is, let's see if he's in here with us. Let's see. He is Sylvain Kalash, who's also the head of content at the Data on Kubernetes community. So let's see if we can get him in here in our, very, very good. And Sylvain, you are here. I'm going to make you a panelist. Oh, so Sylvain actually just witnessed it. Sylvain and I work together a lot. We have a wonderful working relationship. So you'll see a lot of the content that's being created on the DoK site in the blog is coming out through Sylvain. Sylvain also works directly with our transcript team that helps gets the transcripts from our meetups well organized, so that it will help folks that are perhaps learning English, making those texts more accessible. Anyway, here is the man of the hour, Sylvain. What is up, man? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me today.
Absolute pleasure. And where are you located currently?
I'm currently in Spain, but I've been living in Silicon Valley for the last 10 years.
Very, very good. Living in Silicon Valley for the last 10 years. We had Sylvain on one of our Twitter spaces to hear a little bit about his background. Sylvain's an engineer by trade, then moving into entrepreneurship, now driving content for us, doing great work there. So like I said, it's someone who you're going to be seeing quite frequently in our community. We will also be hanging out together next week in LA. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Actually, this weekend. It's actually much sooner than it seems. Anyway, one of the things that's very important in our community, we answer the questions, we deal with the questions, what is running data on Kubernetes? How do you run data on Kubernetes? But a question that's even bigger than that is why run data on Kubernetes? And this is really important because all of you, when you're out there interacting with folks, you say, hey, I'm in this community called Data on Kubernetes. Like, what's that about? Well, and why is that about? All right, why is this happening? Why is this going on? So Sylvain is going to be addressing these key questions. So always remember as well too, you can interact with Sylvain on Slack. If you've got questions about this, want to take it a little bit further, if you want some knowledge, definitely check out all the blogs that are going on. Got some great blogs as well too, leading up to KubeCon and the things you can anticipate there. Anyway, Sylvain, you're the expert. I don't want to take any more of your time. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Bart. All right, starting my screen.
Looking good.
Okay, so before starting, I want to give a big shout out to the DoK interns. They are doing an important part of the work that we are carrying here as a community. And without them, we would not be able to achieve where we are today. So big thank you to them. So as Bart explained, one of the main reasons that I hope you will get away from this day of discussing about data on Kubernetes is the why we are actually speaking about all of this. What are the reasons, technical and business reasons, that drive us to want to help the tech community to have to run their stateful workload on Kubernetes? If you take a step back, it's all about containers, and we've been using container for goods for decades. It really revolutionized international trade. Now we are transporting container all around the world very quickly. That's how you can get your things delivered at home so quickly and have goods from all over the world. And so then we brought this concept to software and started with compute. Docker kind of made this, not kind of, but made this popular. Before that, you had what we call jail. That was it's still a Linux concept that is kind of the ancestor of containers. And containers are now like something that most organizations use. The next frontier is to have data on Kubernetes. That's where we are now. And so my talk will cover the reason why an organization may want to do that. Little bit about myself. As Bart said, I used to be a software engineer. I was actually in system administration, more specifically an SRE, site reliability engineer. So I was in charge of ensuring that the infrastructure that was hosting our technical stack and therefore our product was secure, that it was reliable and scalable. I've worked at a large company like LinkedIn, smaller startup like SlideShare, and the last half a decade of my life was spent actually building software engineering school to empower anyone who wants to become a software engineer to do so. And finally, a few months ago, I joined BART on its mission to democratize the data on Kubernetes concept. All right, let's jump into it. So the first reason why we believe that organizations should run their data on Kubernetes is that by doing so, you will have all your, whether it's stateful or stateless workflow on Kubernetes. And therefore you have one stack for everything. It really simplifies operation by having everything under one tech, one platform. For every new stack that you have to manage, it's a level of complexity. You know, it's ensuring that the solution is secure, that you are applying patch, and very importantly, that you have the knowledge in-house in your team to handle this tech, right? And sometimes take good direction, bad direction, you need to assess them. It's a lot of work. And so by having everything under one roof, you really simplify your life. And so by simplifying this, the engineering team can focus their energy on more interesting and harder problems, perhaps engineering challenges that will bring more value to the business rather than just, the thing of managing multiple tech tools. So that's the first reason and a very important one. The second reason why you may want to run your data on Kubernetes is that Kubernetes comes with a lot of pre-built-in features. And so by moving your stateful workload on Kubernetes, you can enjoy all of them. Whether it's about monitoring your stack, you already have a lot of tools like Prometheus, Grafana. It's an easy plug and play. It's very simple. If you need to set up SSL certificates, you have modules to allow that. Kubernetes obviously will do the auto healing, auto scaling of your infrastructure. And then we are in an era of multi-cloud, hybrid cloud environment, whether it's multiple public cloud or maybe you have on-premise, a private cloud, and then a multi-cloud strategy where basically you need to be able to host your application in multiple type of environment. All of this is handled for free by Kubernetes. And so moving your stateful workload there makes sense, because if you would do this yourself, it would be very, very hard. On a similar note, speaking about the ability to port your stateful workload into different environments, the portability element is quite interesting. And here I speak about moving from one environment to another. And here we speak about avoiding vendor lock-in. So the idea here is that if, let's say, you host all your infrastructure on Amazon AWS or Microsoft Azure, and suddenly they increase the price, or perhaps there is some technical elements that don't fit your requirement anymore. If you develop your whole infrastructure around their product, then you are kind of stuck. It can be very hard to move to a new cloud, very costly, and so you end up not doing it. And so by hosting everything on Kubernetes, you remove this potential limitation, right? Because Kubernetes is agnostic. You can port it in whichever environment. And so that's definitely something that could be a game changer for a company. The fourth point is about security and compliance. So in some industries, such as government, healthcare, finance, telecommunication, there are very strict security and compliance standards for security reasons. And so most of the time, this organization cannot take advantage of the great tools that are available through the public clouds. So here, understand AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure. And so they have to host their own, they have to build and manage their own data center, their own infrastructure. Yet they want to take advantage of the same type of modern tool to manage your infrastructure. And so Kubernetes is basically the best way probably to do that. And so for this organization, Kubernetes allows them to be using as good tool as if they would be able to use this public platform. And the last and fifth point is the cost. Getting back to the first point about having an infrastructure that's under one roof and having one engineering team, well, you save on cost. Most of the time, the cost of engineering, right, the employee you hire is one of the biggest spend on the company finance sheet. And so by having one tool, you can have one team managing Kubernetes. And especially now, it's very hard to find tech talent. It's especially harder to find system administration type of talent who are the ones that generally know Kubernetes. So the salary for this type of profession is extremely high. It's very hard to find them. And finally, Kubernetes really empower companies whether they are on-premise and using Kubernetes, they can make the most out of their servers, right? Because it's not like let's say one server, one team, or one server, one project, right? They can really leverage all their resources to scale where they need, when they need. And it's the same case for when they are in the cloud. Really, like Kubernetes allows you to scale up and down on demand. So to summarize, the 5 points why organizations should run their stateful workload on Kubernetes. The first one is that you have one stack to rule them all. The second one is that you can benefit from all the built-in features that Kubernetes is offering. The third one is portability. The fourth one is security and compliance. And the fifth one is cost. Thank you. And you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Slack. I'm part of the community, so always happy to collaborate, answer your question. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Sylvain. Very good to have this stuff clear. Like I said, this is something that's going to come up for a lot of folks when they're talking about the community, the kind of stuff that they're doing. Very important to have this foundational sort of understanding. Obviously, there are technical aspects, but a lot of it's historical aspects of understanding how these things have developed and have got us to the point that where we're at. And also why, once again, is that it might be a wonderful technology, but if it's not really providing business value to end users, obviously it's probably, its level of adoption is not going to be so high. But anyway, this is one of the reasons why our community exists, to drive these conversations forward and make sure that things are being done the right way. So anyway, like I said, you'll see a lot more from Sylvain. Looking forward to hanging out with Sylvain very soon in LA. So anyway, thank you very much. And now let's move on to our next speaker, who I believe is here waiting with us. Polak, I will make you a panelist. Let's see, just a second. Get it. Very, very good. You should be able to turn on your mic and start sharing your screen. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, so I'm sharing right now. I guess it's visible.
Yep, looks great. But yeah, you probably want to make your presentation full screen. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so hi everyone. Welcome to DoK Students Day. I hope you are having a really good time here learning about so many topics of Kubernetes. And so yeah, let's get started. My name is Paulo Ghosh, and I am a DoK community member, and I am a DevOps and ML enthusiast, and I specialize in Python. So before we go on with this talk, I would like to take screenshots from this learning and share it in social medias that what you have learned. And yeah, let's get started. So for example, when a lot of developers work on the same cluster and they fall into some lot of data, right? So what if they update it and they do not find the value that they had updated, and they have to recreate another cluster, another nodes, and as the same thing happens again, and you don't know where to store it properly, and the developers go like, no, I cannot do it. So for that, etcd is a really important thing for Kubernetes now. By definition, etcd is a strongly consistent distributed key value store that provides a reliable way to store data that needs to be accessed by distributed system or cluster of machines, for example, Kubernetes. So it manages the configurational data, state data, and metadata for Kubernetes. It handles leader election during the network failures and can also tolerate the machine failure, which we will talk in the later section. So before that, let's talk about what were the problems that we had to face when etcd was not there. So scheduling the pods to run on worker nodes. The worker nodes, you have to work specially on that to make them run, and imagine there are a lot of them, right? So then running a pod on a worker node, then handling the API request from kubectl for each of the worker nodes, and obviously monitoring and networking. That's the biggest thing. Like if you cannot maintain, then what is the use of it? So like how things were done before. Traditional SQL was used, like the very basic, and not so distributed to run multiple nodes, because now everything is so distributed, you need to run multiple nodes, and using arbitrary data relationships. So that's it. What were the challenges? What was the challenges communities, people had to face? Inconsistency is that where you work on several clusters, and then they're not functioning properly, they're failing to give you the desired results. So that brings in the inconsistency, also corresponding to unavailability, that the request that you put through client is not giving you back the result you wanted. And obviously the speed issues, like you need to since you have a lot of clusters, you need to have a really good speed, right? So that is the issue that we had. And then reliability, obviously, if it fails, then you cannot have any reliability thing right there, right? So that's it. The etcd thing, when did it come? How did it help? So since its adoption as a part of Kubernetes in 2014, etcd's usage and community exponentially had grown. And the companies like CoreOS, Google, Red Hat, IBM were many more and part of its contributing members. So what change did it bring in the community? It was the introduction of the raft-based algorithm in etcd. That means when you put a request through a client on the worker node, it will update each and every node that is connected with it, and especially the leader node, so that whenever you send a request through a client, it gives back the result that you wanted. And that said, it makes it distributed throughout the system properly. So that helped in choosing a leader for a given term when cluster holds an election. So correspondingly, then it helps in consistency and high availability whenever you wanted the data to come up and at the latest write access on all the hosts in the distributed system. So how this worked? So by example, I'll show you like how did it work with and without etcd. So these are the nodes connected to a master node, where if, for example, all nodes have a value of 15, right? So since you work on this 15 and you update one of the worker nodes, right? So if without etcd, that the request, when you put it back again, and you don't know which node was it, so you don't know. Suppose you update it to 17, and you do not get the 17 back because you don't know where it was. But with etcd, what will happen is, suppose you put a client request for a client on this worker node of value of 17, all of the nodes will be updated to 17 and will be distributed properly when you request for it. This only happens when you have etcd. So if you want to explore more, there is a video and a blog regarding etcd, and it will be a more elaborate way of explaining here. And so if you want to learn more, you can go through, check these websites out. So we'll go through a summary where we went through what is etcd, starting from the past, changes when etcd was introduced, how HCD worked, and resources. So I want to give big shout outs to Bart Farrell, the Bain man. He really helped me into knowing which topic was really good for me to work on. And Vanshika really helped me with the slides and the presentation, and which made me, made my work really flawless. So that's it. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for staying with me in this talk. And if you have any questions, if you want any inspiration regarding Kubernetes or this talk, you can check out my social handles, and I'll see you again the next time. Bye-bye.
Okay, excellent talk. Very, very clear, well organized, amazing slides. No secret there that graphically speaking, that was very, very clear. Much appreciated. Now, I would like to get our next speaker on. We just finished etcd, and now we're going to be moving on to data resiliency. So if I can get, Punaswar, if I can get you in here. Alrighty, should be getting you on soon. Folks, remember, you got the hashtag at the bottom of the screen. If you're going to tag us on Twitter, please feel free to do so. Take screenshots, invite all your friends, keep those questions going in the YouTube chat. We're getting lots of folks onboarded now in our Slack channel, so that's also exciting too. So we'll definitely be getting some new folks contributing in all the different areas that we've been talking about. Purnaswar, I think you can turn on your microphone and start sharing your screen. What's up, man? Looking good.
Hey. What's up?
Hey. So data resiliency, and this is also interesting too with the recent events. Later we'll talk about disaster recovery. We talked about data gravity earlier. Data resiliency, I'm sure, is going to have something to do with what happened a couple days ago. Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram simultaneously having these kind of issues. If you want to share your screen, go for it.
Oh yes, sure. And I have actually put up some content regarding that also.
Very good.
Like the thing that happened 2 days back, sorry. So let me just pull up my screen. So should I just share my entire screen or just the tab?
Yeah, just whatever you want. If you share the whole thing, then we'll see the whole thing. You can just identify the window, or if you just want to do the tab itself or the slides, that's fine too.
Sure thing. Yeah. So is it visible?
Yep.
Sorry, the last slide. Yeah. Okay. So let's start. Data resiliency on Kubernetes and basically for DoK Student Day. So let's learn about data resiliency, but before that, let me just introduce myself. So this is me, I'm Purneshwar, and I'm a final year student at NIT Rourkela. It is in India, and I'm an incoming software engineer at a company, and I'm recently learning the new container technology and Kubernetes and other technology involved in the cloud native spaces. And you can connect me with in LinkedIn and in GitHub. I'm present and very active in both of these platforms. So enough about me. So let's dive into the content. So what is resiliency? But before that, let's understand what is redundancy. Now, redundancy is something which something that is two or something that is repeated. So there can be two systems, there can be two networks and stuff like that. So basically, the goal of redundancy is if one system will fail, other will serve as a backup. Like just in the example, we are considering two buildings out there. So they're connected by fiber optic cables. So just in case one of the fiber optic cables goes down, we have another backup cable to serve as a backup. But there is a problem. Like there can be many factors while involving this fiber optic cables and all, because if there will be some construction out there or there will be some ground pests like rats or something, if they destroy one of the cables, then there is a chance that the other cables which might be laying just next to it, it might get exposed. So flaw in the one creates a flaw in the rest. So that is a big problem out there. So just to save that, we have resiliency in our hands. So resiliency is defined as something, if there is a problem, we need to recover from the problem. we need to converge back to the original state, and the process in which it is converging, in that process, it should fail-fill the system itself. So just the example that we took earlier of the fiber optic system, it can be shown exactly like this. Like instead of laying both the cables right next to each other, we can connect it to other portion of the building, so that if one of them gets destroyed or one of them gets exposed, the other one is very quietly safe out there. So this is a very nice example to understand resilience in general. So let's understand what resiliency is defined in technical terms or in the cloud. So basically, resiliency does not mean that the system will be available when there is some problem or there's some an event which triggers a problem. Resiliency means that the system will self-recover itself back to its original state. And basically, there are certain engineers assigned for the role who engineers work for a certain company, and the company has certain clients. And these clients have some pacts with the engineers, some contracts with the engineers to have a particular uptime for the systems. Like uptime is something when the system will keep running, and that uptime is measured in some percentages, like it's 99% or 99.5%, like something like that. So engineers basically give a term, and that term is called availability. So the amount of time a system will respond to a request from a user, it's called availability. And an engineer should always see that the system has high availability out there to be very resilient in such conditions. Now, this is a very complicated diagram to see up front, but the thing is, when there is for example, we send a certain request when we browse on the internet, we are searching www.instagram.com. So that will be sent to the servers of the Instagram, and there are certain things called load balancers. And basically, load balancers are basically the word is sufficiently describing it. Like it balances the load which comes to it. So it sends to multiple backend servers who processes the request and tries to fulfill it. So basically, this ensures that if one of the servers goes down, the other servers will be there to fulfill the request. Now, why do we need resiliency? Because downtimes are the biggest problems in production out there. And the best example is just what happened 2 days back. And Facebook, just so that every one of you know, has lost $6 billion in the time of 12 hours. $6 billion. And that is not a very small amount to for a company like Facebook. Like 2 to 3 richest persons of some countries might not be, if we accumulate their worth, they might not be $6 billion. So it's a big loss for a company like Facebook. And it's not Facebook alone. Like in the past, we have seen Apple, and even Facebook has suffered a loss of around $90 million, and Apple has suffered a loss of $25 million. And these are some examples which say why resiliency is a very big factor when we discuss stuff like how systems will be resilient and all. So since our talk is basically on Kubernetes, so let's understand how resiliency and Kubernetes are related to each other. Now, just so that we are all on the same page, Kubernetes is something which manages workloads. Like if we try to run an application, Kubernetes will run the application in a form called containers. And basically containers are nothing but the application is divided into small fragments, and Kubernetes will try to run that. And what Kubernetes does special is it can scale your applications or make your applications more dynamic, more accessible to people. And this is done by something called the declarative approach of Kubernetes. Now, Kubernetes is declarative rather than imperative, has a whole special talk and has a whole special domain of knowing things. So let's just understand what this declarative approach means through this certain diagram. Let's just understand the architecture, how Kubernetes is built. So there is something called the master, or we can say it's the control plane. Like to understand Kubernetes, we can say something like, let's understand the body of a lizard. Why did I take the example of a lizard? It's because if you see, when a lizard's tail is cut, it regrows its tail. But if you kill a lizard by stabbing its heart, I know it's kind of very brutal, but yeah, if you just stab its heart out there, it will instantly die. And this is how Kubernetes works. So there is something called the control plane, and control plane has the heart of Kubernetes. The heart is called the API server. It also has different parts rather than just the API server, but let's just concentrate on the API server. Now, if there is a workload which is try to running on Kubernetes, the API server will create that workload in something called as a pod. Well, the definition of a pod is a whole different topic, but let's just imagine pod as something like a bubble which contains a workload. Now, to run the workload, we need worker nodes. And since heart is the basic and the most fundamental thing of all organisms, and everyone watches the heart, if the heart stops, when organisms die. So everyone, the worker nodes also watches the API server. And the API server is creating a pod, and everyone watches that. So now this pod will be assigned to one of the worker nodes out there. So let's assume that the pod or the workload will be assigned to the worker one. Now, there can be a problem. Like as in the lizard example, if the tail gets cut, and similarly, in the Kubernetes example, if the worker goes down, then the tail regrows. So it always sees that the heart is running. So the heart says that we need the workload to run, or we need the application to run. So the worker node fails, and in that moment, that same workload will be transferred back to the worker node 2. So this is the best and the most efficient example of resilience, which you can say. And Kubernetes is a maestro in doing it. So this all happens, and there is always a smooth functioning of workload. And this is how resiliency and Kubernetes are related, and they're very, very strongly related. Now let's get into the part how our community, the DoK community, is a very big part in data resiliency in Kubernetes. Now, the first point is implementation of stateful and stateless workloads. This is something which we always discuss in our webinars, in all of our talks that happen on YouTube, on live. We always ask the persons who give their talk about stateful and stateless workloads. And to define stateful and stateless workloads, if there is some stateful workloads out there, stateless, let's just ignore stateless since they are stateless. But if there are stateful workloads, we need to have the state intact. So for that, the system must be resilient. So that's implied. And the other thing is, for the community members, there is a new paradigm of whole knowledge and just to gain knowledge on resiliency testing. Like CNCF has this thing called chaos engineering. Chaos engineering is something like systems are tested for their resilience out there. And for the community members, it can be a whole great and very awesome career path out there. So people can check out chaos engineering. It's there in the Kubernetes Slack. And join our community. Join the DoK Slack. That will be great. We'll be very amazing. We're meeting very, very amazing people, and we'll be glad to have you. And there are a lot of folks who are very interactive, and beginners are welcomed out there. This is how I started my journey, and this is how maybe you can start your journey also. So let's catch up. What are redundant systems? We read it earlier. Redundant systems make the safety level meh. So resilient systems make the safety level, we can just say yo, yeah. So, and yeah, check out chaos engineering. It's an awesome career path. And the next, learn about the god of resiliency, Kubernetes. There's a whole lot of things out there to learn about Kubernetes. Once you dive into it, your world will open into a very, very new domain of things, and you will love it. Yeah, this is a meme. One time I tried to explain someone Kubernetes, and then we both didn't understand, because I'm just giving you this example. If I say something about Kubernetes right now, there might be a chance tomorrow that will be invalid, because it is open source and everybody is working on it every hour, every second. So there is research and there is new progression every day. So but we can always try to bring folks out there into the community and learn more. So welcome to KubeCon. If you're interested, here is some resources to get you started. The stakeholder is Nana, which is a very amazing site on YouTube. You can check their Docker and Kubernetes playlist. There's a intro to Docker and intro to open source by the DoK community itself on our channel, on a YouTube channel. You can check it out. And join the Kubernetes Slack ASAP if you haven't joined. A lot of folks out there are waiting to meet you and waiting to greet you with amazing resources to learn and to interact with you. So join it and have fun. So these are some credits and shout outs to people who have been a great help till my journey out there. Kunal Kushwaha, as we all know, he is great out there making awesome content for students, for upcoming learners, and even for someone like me who is new to this community very late, but Kunal has helped quite a lot, and this Madhav and this Devavrata, he's from my college and he did an awesome lot of stuff. Madhav helped me in the Kubernetes itself to learn a great lot of things. See, when you join a community, you get to know these people, and this is great. I've been knowing these people on some of them on a very personal level and some of them on a superficial level, but they have been a great help to me. So never hesitate to join new communities as there will be a great learning path for you. And thank you. Have a wonderful day. You can connect with me and join our Slack ASAP. That's all for me right now.
Very, very well done. Excellent presentation and also an excellent invitation to the community. And I think this is a common thread that we're seeing in a lot of the presentations, but very, very well repeated and well stated in yours. It's pretty simple. Just take the step, right? We're here to help you. Lots of other people have taken the step. Nobody has died in the process. I repeat, not a single person has died. No one has been injured. I don't think anything has happened in terms of negative consequences.
Nothing like that,
So it's very, very simple. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. Now we're going to move on to the next one.
Scott.
Let's get, absolutely, thank you. Let's get Haruki in here so he can start his. Alrighty. Good job. Perfect. Oh, Purnas, what I think I need you to stop sharing your screen before you get out. Awesome. All right, Haruki, whenever you're ready, turn on your camera, turn on your microphone, and let's get to it.
I'm audible. Am I visible too?
Yes, you are. You got both.
Yeah, I'm visible.
Yeah, I can see you. So why don't you share your screen? We can jump right into your presentation.
Okay. So, hello. So, welcome to DoK Student Day. So, the topic that I'm gonna discuss today would be what is multi-tenancy. So, about me, I am a full-stack web developer and open source and cloud-native tool enthusiast, and I'm currently in Kubernetes. So this is my Twitter handle. Just connect with me on there. So I know you are eager that you want to go to Panvel, but I would take only 5 minutes. Just so talking introduction, I would be discussing what is multi-tenancy in Kubernetes, why within intra-cluster multi-tenancy, types of multi-tenancies like soft, hard, and their differences. Now, also we will be discussing single tenancies versus multi-tenancies. So let's dive deep into what is multi-tenancy. So Kubernetes multi-tenancy is the ability to run workload belonging to different entities in such way that each entity workloads are segregated from others. So it's like providing isolation between the tenants. Within a cluster, you might be wondering what is a TNet. So TNet, you just think about as a user or app that we want to keep isolated from other user or app. So let's just get started. Also, we can say that a multi-tenant Kubernetes means that the same cluster and the control plane are shared by multiple users. So require a intra-cluster multi-tenancy. So we have two types like inter-cluster also and intra-cluster also. But the drawbacks of inter-cluster are that we need a tool to manage hundreds and thousands of clusters. And the resource efficiency issues that we have to pay to the control plane per TNet control plane consume more resources. We need to create a cluster for each new tenants. And that's why the cluster per tenant model is not practical. That's why we use intra-cluster tenancy. So Kubernetes multi-tenancy. So there are two types of multi-tenancies, soft and hard. Just ignore Harry Potter. And let's dive into the soft multi-tenancy. So soft multi-tenancy, it involves a Kubernetes cluster among several users without strict isolations. How can we implement in our Kubernetes? So to implement the soft, we can use Kubernetes namespaces into our this. So next, hard multi-tenancy. The hard multi-tenancy, it enforces strict isolations, preventing any negative impact from the another tenants. How can we implement the hard multi-tenancy? So implementing multi-tenancy in hard multi-tenancy in Kubernetes require a more complex namespace or virtual cluster configurations. What the difference? For most use cases, hard multi-tenancy is preferred because it can support both trusted and untrusted tenants. And Kubernetes can support hard multi-tenancy, but it's more difficult to set up. And now the last topic, that it would be the single tenancies versus the multi-tenancy. Yeah, this gives. So what is single tenancy? Single tenancy is like a single instance software in the supporting infrastructure serve a single customer, whereas multi-tenancy means a single instance of the software and is supporting infrastructure multiple customers. So in single tenancy, we have a user have a particular database and instance of the software, but whereas in the multi-tenancy, it would be like he would be using a shared database or a shared instance of the software. So single tenancy would be cost more because a single user is using, whereas multi-tenancy is affordable for everyone because the cost would be shared by everyone. And the security is easy to achieve in single tenancy, but in multi-tenancy, we can achieve using Kubernetes security feature such as RBAC, that is a role-based access control, where we can ensure a tenant have access to particular resources. And the Kubernetes deployment is complex and time consuming in single tenancy, but in multi-tenancy, it's less overhead and complexity. So more tasks and regular maintenance because we are using the same thing, the single instance of the software. But on the other hand, it's like hands-free maintenance because it's like it belongs to a SaaS vendor and it would be the headache of the SaaS vendor to regular maintenance. So these are the key takeaways. Just tag me, Bart, DoK community, hashtag DoK Student Day 2021. And these are the key takeaways. I know I have cleared a lot of things like what is multi-tenancy, single tenancy versus multi-tenancy. So if you want to explore more about this topic, I have just shared the links. You will find the links in the Notion page also that Vanshika would be sharing with you. So credits and shout outs, all thanks to Bar and DoK community for having me here. And I would also thank Karuna for this amazing speaker card, this Jethalal. So thank you everyone and bye-bye. Have a wonderful day. And don't forget to join the DoK Slack channel.
Thank you very much.
Because we have a beginner arena there.
Absolutely. Great. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Good to learn about something like multi-tenancy, getting a little bit more of an angle on the technical side. Very, very helpful. Want to keep moving it right along to bring on our next speaker. So Harkirat, thank you very much. If you can stop sharing your screen, then we can get our next speaker on board with us. Our next speaker is someone who I've had the pleasure of interacting with on different occasions, who is in a group called the Hustlers, and a very active group of young people that are doing amazing things. Organizing events, getting people to be active, giving folks opportunities to speak in public, all that kind of good stuff. So Rishab, whenever you're able to unmute your mic and turn on your camera, we'll be good to go.
Yeah. Hi, Bart. How are you? Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You're looking good. Good to see you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So how are you?
Good. Busy. Oh. We're doing a lot of stuff. but
Right.
yeah, but very much looking forward to your talk. So Rishabh's
Yeah.
talk is kind of inspired by a student's talk, because we do talks with the CNCF students group. And so we had a talk about a couple weeks ago with Derek Downey, who works at Google and has a lot of database experience. So this is really, really important to understand the profiles of the kind of folks that are going to be running data on Kubernetes. So Rishabh has taken this topic and created a beautiful presentation, if I might add.
Thank you.
And so go right ahead. If you want to share your screen, go for it.
Yep. So I'm sharing my screen, and here I go. Sure. So is it visible?
Yes, it is. Just put it in full
So
screen
I
mode. You
just
should be good to
present.
go.
Yep. So, okay.
Let's do it.
Right. So, hi everyone. So welcome to the Data on Kubernetes present at DoK Student Days, and I welcome you all. So a little introduction about myself. My name is Rishabh Thakur, and I'm a student and open source enthusiast, a YouTuber, and I love to do public speaking. And you guys can connect me on Instagram and LinkedIn as well. Now, today I am going to speak about the road to DBA. And here are some of the key topics that I'm going to cover. We are going to cover what is the database administrator, the operations experience with Kubernetes, data as a snowflake, why data is so important, the task that the DBA has to perform, the path that you guys have to follow for successful database administrator, and finally the conclusion. So we are up, and the first question arises: what is a database administrator? So now the database administrator is a person who manages, backs up, and he looks up and ensures the availability of data. Or in simple word, I would say that DBA is the gatekeeper or the guardian of the data that protects it from the outside interruption. I guess you got my point. Now, we are talking a lot about data on Kubernetes community. This talk is by DoK community, which is data on Kubernetes. So like the data so what is a big deal on Kubernetes? So first, let me just give you what is a developer experience, right? So if we talk about the developer experience, this backend infrastructure is just like a black box to them. They don't have to worry about the underlying concept. Sure, you can choose what the data storage you can use or the caching layer, but the detail of this infrastructure, you don't have to give that much importance as a developer. But if we move on, basically the operation side, which is the DBA or the SRE, you have to worry about the infrastructure. It's not the black box. Instead, it's a mess of so many small moving pieces, and the management for each layer can be different. And we all know that if the things start getting complex, the chances of issues start very much, and complexity get rises up, increase the probabilities of issues. So for tackling this problem, we have Kubernetes came around. The promise is to bring all the infrastructure into something which is more manageable for the operation by providing a management framework. So theoretically, this allows the developers to request the resource they need from the service, and it doesn't add too much overhead on the operation team. So like the operation team is now free. They don't have to worry about. So basically what we conclude is, so when Kubernetes simplify the management of this specific service by providing a nice consistent framework. As you guys can see that the load balancing, cache, API, etc. is being managed by the framework, which is the Kubernetes. Now, why we are talking a lot about data, and the question arises, why data is treated as a snowflake in Kubernetes? So here's a simple representation on how a traditional database servers look like, especially the resources that the database need, like the CPU, the RAM, and the disk. Not shown here is the networking part. That is the fourth resource, I would say, but here the networking is not important to know the data, why data is a niche problem on Kubernetes. The biggest problem is the interaction with the storage. Database application generally map storage and in the memory, while pull the data to the storage into the memory before it can work over it. So most database are designed to be very tightly coupled with the server resources. Now, so if we put the database on Kubernetes, which do not guarantee about where it is located and how it is accessed, the disk, there is no way that the database can be operated safely. So if your computer, if you compute resource like CPUs and you shift that CPU and RAM to some different host, and then data needs to be pulled into the memory before it can work on it. Right. So basically what I would say is Kubernetes is a great for stateless workload, and it helps to simplify and management in a mini moving pieces. Now, we have talked a lot about data, but why the question arises is why data is important. Now, you guys can see data is critical to business. So that's why the companies, big companies hires a lot of DBAs, the SREs, and they have separate roles. Second, the business rely on data to make decisions. It's obvious. Like if you think about Google and big companies, like they rely on data. If they wanted to launch some new product, they rely on the data that is being provided by the users, and then they make a new product. Data is needed for user experience. Sure, you can see your Instagram, your Facebook, and all the social media platforms, they are constantly being evolved day by day. And that's because of the user that provide the experience that interact with that application. And in that, the company do a lot of research and they improve the user experience. The next point is data lost is costly. Basically, if your data get lost or hacked by someone, they charge a lot of amount, and they don't guarantee that there is no guarantee that you can get back your data, and it's so costly. And the last and the most important point, mistakes take time to fix. Like if you create some mistake and you fix those, there is a loss in revenue for the company. So I would say data is so critical, and DBAs are required for managing those databases. Now we are talking about DBA for quite a long time, and here is a simplified Venn diagram of DBA tasks, like what a DBA do. There are three main phases, basically the availability, the security, and the performance. These three things the DBA has to do. And in availability, we have disaster recovery. In security, we have data encryption and data compliance. In performance, we have config management, and whole other things like schema management, backup, and user management is also there. Basically, if you see like in availability and security section, we have user management. So basically DBA has to look on which user has to get how much permission. The DBA has to look that I cannot give that extra permissions and all, because this is critical, and this is a main role and job of a DBA, right? So here we comes to the next. If you are so much excited about DBA, you listen my talk so much and you are excited to become a DBA, then basically like one first need to develop certain proficiency that always need in any of the career. So these are some of the skills, like if you if you acquire those skills, you can get excellence in your life in any of the career, not just a DBA but anything. If you are running a business or etc, anything, you can get those. The excellent troubleshooting skills are required. Logical thinking, common sense, and above average memory is being required if you wanted to be a DBA, and the curiosity and a strong desire to learn. That's the point. You have to constantly being evolved. You have to constantly being learn all those things that that are required. And if you talk about the IT sector, that then you have to learn day by day. Basically, you can't stop learning in IT sector, because every tech is changing, every month, every year and all. So you have to keep on evolving yourself. Here are some of the certification. Like if you wanted to do some of the certification, you can do Oracle, you can do Microsoft, IBM certification, MongoDB certification, Cassandra certification. There are a lot of certification of open source community as well, but these are some of the most good I would say certification that you can do as a DBA. And the final conclusion of my talk. So with the right attitude and proper training and clear focus, you can develop all the necessary skills that a database administrator requires. After all, we all know that data is a currency of future. And if you can establish yourself as an administrator of that data, you will be in demand. So thank you so much. This is the end of the path to DBA. I'm so much thankful to the DoK community, Bart Farrell, for giving me such a good opportunity and providing such a good platform to all the students where we can evolve, we can learn. And at last, I wanted to say, keep learning, keep hustling, and bye. That's from my side. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Super good presentation. Showing the technical side, but then also I love the part of touching on why data is so important. And also because of that, all the professional opportunities that are out there for anybody really who wants to get involved in this. You know, like they said, you know, data is the new gold, it's the new gasoline, it's the new petrol, it's all these different things. But what is true is that there's an immense amount of attention going on it right now. As we heard previously in one of the early presentations from Maynak about the history of data and where we got to it now, because our data collection and data generation technologies are so strong, that's why there's so much to manage. There's so much to explore and so much to learn from that. So anyway, really, really like that. Amazing practical talk. Big shout out to the hustlers as well. Thank you very much, Rashab. Thank you so much. Now,
Thank you so much, Bart.
My pleasure. Now let's bring on our next speaker. We've got Arpit, who is in the backstage area. We're going to promote him to panelist so we can get him on. So Arpit, as soon as you're ready, just turn on your microphone and turn on your camera, and then we can get you to share your screen and jump right into your presentation. Hello, Arpit.
Hello, Bart.
How's it going?
I am fine.
Good.
How are you doing?
Let's do it. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Wait a second. Let me just present my screen.
No worries. And folks, so Arpit is going to be telling us about the road from DBA to SRE. So we just heard from Rashab about what a DBA does. And also he mentioned some things too about SRE and different kinds of roles. But Arpit's going to take a much closer look at that so we can understand, once again, the kind of profiles, the stakeholders who are working with data on Kubernetes.
Yeah. Wait a second. Let me minimize.
That's okay. Don't worry. That's okay.
Yeah. So, is it full screen?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So, hey folks, warm welcome from my side. So, I am Arpit Agarwal, a student from India, and guess what? I am also a beginner. Yes, you heard it right. I am not an expert in my topic, but yeah, I am capable enough to make you curious about my topic, which is the road from DBA to SRE. But before moving on, here are my socials. If you are interested, you can follow me. Now let's move on. Now, why I actually want to move from DBA to SRE? Because in the previous presentation, my mate Rishabh actually incredibly done the job of explaining the DBA, which is database administrator. So now I would mostly be focusing upon how you should move from DBA to SRE. What wait? Actually, why we actually require to move from DBA to SRE? What are the problems with database administrator? What are the challenges they are facing? First of all, let's talk about them. So here are some of the challenges which database administrators are facing. First of all, as you all know, all our data is being stored on cloud. Many applications are moving to cloud. Even a fun fact is your context which you use to make call is stored on cloud. If you use Google context, tell me in the chat how many of you are using that. So the problem is most of the people, or you can say most of the applications and technologies are moving to cloud. And here comes an hybrid state. Some are on premises databases and some are on cloud. So database administrators really face a challenge when here comes to migration to cloud, because we all know there's a learning curve in understanding newer technologies. That came to my second point, which is migrate to near technology, which basically means when there's a newer technology comes, everybody has to learn it. Maybe it could be similar from the previous one, but there's a learning curve for that, which database administrators have to learn newer technology more faster. And one of the and the next problem is database administrators often accused of lower performance, because on cloud we are having faster servers, and due to which performance increases drastically. But on an on-premises database, that is, if you don't know what is the meaning of on-premises database, it's basically a database set up on a real estate, or you can say set up in your home, which can provide latency and lags again. And as more and more people are joining internet, and you all know how frequently people are joining internet, and due to which they are using services, due to which applications need to deploy more frequently, and database administrators need to manage more data, or you can say large estates of data, which can be really a headache, because you require more and more database administrator to be hired up, trained up, and then they have to make a team and manage all these things. That can be a real headache. But now, what is the solution for that? So here's my solution. You can say this is the solution, that is SRE. Now, why SRE as a solution? Why people are proposing SRE as a solution? That is just because the problems which we address in the previous slide all are solved in this thing. Like application deployments become faster, we got a improved reliability with quality service, and we also get reduced IT time. It's not it is not a grammar, it is IT. So reduce IT time per application. That means application actually deployed much faster than they deployed on a on-premises database. So these are actually the fewer advantages of SRE. SRE means site reliability engineer. What is this? This is basically means you are proposing software as a solution rather than a team of people. Due to which this becomes automated and also becomes much faster. But now some of you might have a question. Okay, you told us how SRE is good, how SRE is faster, and but how can we become a SRE? How can we become an site reliability engineer, and what are the skill required? Okay, sorry, I missed one slide. So this is SRE with Kubernetes. Now all the advantages we discussed about SRE in the previous slide. This is actually what is in the back end of SRE. This is Kubernetes. And why Kubernetes, not any other technology? That is just because Kubernetes provides us with virtual data centers. You don't need to set up a virtual center at a home, or you need not to rent a place to set up massive data centers. You can set up all your data centers virtually, and you can even monitor your content at the real time, which is amazing. And one of the favorite features of mine were like SRE allows you to deploy applications automatically, and even if something goes wrong, rollbacks are also possible automatically. You can roll back a version of application without touching a button on a keyboard. If something goes wrong, SRE provides you a way to roll back version automatically. And this is my favorite part, incident management. Like I talked about rolling back a application, but what if an incident happens again? Like a problem happens once, SRE rolled back it, but what if it happens again? SRE actually remembers, SRE with the combination of Kubernetes actually remembers what the problem has been arise before, and it actually learns it. So if accidentally it happens again, SRE is even more quicker than before to roll it back again. Now let's move to the skill required, and this is the most important part. If you want to become a SRE or a site reliability engineer, you should know these skills, or you should master these skills. Now first skill in the list is CI/CD pipelines. Now you guys remember I talked about application versions. It's nothing else like I develop an application and then I release a version of application 2.0. That is what it is. CI/CD pipelines actually helps you to deploy a newer version of application, and these are the steps for deploying an application. Obviously building an application, then testing it, then after that you release the application, and before deployment is actually checked it, And when application deployed is actually without any bugs, it validated and then it releases all across. So this is a skills you actually require, and this is a most important skill for SRE. Now moving towards the next skill, that is observability. Now, if you are noticing, I write a point observe like a doctor. And if you are wondering why in a tech word we are talking about doctors, so doctors have the amazing skills of observability. If you go to the doctor and then you tell the doctor your problem about like I have a fever or something else, doctor immediately catch what is the actual problem, whether you have typhoid or you can say what is the main cause of the fever. Doctor actually observe and get that. We need actually same observability skills. If something goes wrong, you should able to detect the main cause, not all the symptoms. You should actually know why this thing is going wrong, and you should know the exact reason for that. And due to this, you actually provide faster rollbacks. Obviously, if you know what is the cause of this, you can roll back an application and fastly debug it. Again, because of observability, real-time performance monitoring also increases, and debugging and optimizing workflow basically means if you want to debug an application and you know what is the main cause of it, you actually go to that piece of code to check that. And there's a high chance there's a problem. And optimizing workflow, here's the part. If your application is not running stable, the investors who had invested in it, their trust has been lost. So observability provides you to optimize your workflow. And if your workflow is optimized, you are getting higher profits, you are getting higher spec. Basically in industry, workflow optimization is most important, and it is a you can say it is one thing which is look upon when someone is searching for an application to work. And I have an example for that. Recently WhatsApp got banned, and their news for WhatsApp is getting banned. And there are apps like Signals and Telegram, they are like, we are going to take over this. But again, nothing happened, because we all know WhatsApp is stable. We can't really move to the next step very quickly. That is a power of optimized workflow, and observability allows you to maintain it. Now my third skill is knowing the code. Now, as in started, I told you I am a beginner. I also don't know much of coding, but the best way to get involved is to get involved. So I should say just get started with it, and you will find you can debug easily. You can even your understanding enhances in your organization, and it improves your performance. Not only in that organization, it boosts your confidence. It makes you happy. That is the most important thing in that. And it also makes you fall in love with your work. So if you know the code, that is a much needed skill. Now let's talk about some resources, and here is a huge shout out to Patrick McFadden, because this talk is most of the inspired by his talk which he gives on last DoK day. And he is an awesome man. Just follow him on Twitter, and his talk is a great inspiration for me for this talk. And here's an article on observability that is on harrisclark.com. Just visited. They explained observability very efficiently. And here's a site for site reliability engine of Google, sl.google. And yeah, guys, jump into our DoK Slack channel. Community is awesome. Folks are awesome. They provide you with resources. If you are a beginner, they provide you with confidence. And if you got stuck somewhere, we have an awesome community to help you out there. Jump into our Slack channel. And yeah, I am not leaving you like that only. I have a bonus resource for you. Yes, a bonus resource, and this resource is most important out of anything else. If you want to learn anything, this is the most common resource you should require to learn any kind of skill. and that is, let's actually reveal it. Yes, that is you. You can do it. You need to do it. And when you just get started, you will find you are growing efficiently and your confidence level is also increasing. So just get started. The best way to get started is to get started. So just get started with it and just get involved with our community, that is DoK. Join our Slack channel. And I am a huge fan of learning in public. So do post your learnings, what you learned from here on Twitter, on Slack, on LinkedIn, and tag me, tag DoK community. And on that note, I am ending up my talk. Here are my socials. If you are interested to follow me or have some doubts, I would be more than happy to reply you and help you out. Thank you for listening.
Very good. Excellent talk and excellent bonus message. Thank you so much for including that, Arpit. From the beginning, where you speak about being a beginner, to the end about encouraging people to get involved in the same way that you have, I really don't think we can ask for more as a community. Great feedback as well in the YouTube chat, so it's no surprise that the audience took that very, very well. Now, that being said, we've been going for a while. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to show you our KubeCon promo one more time. In the meantime, I highly recommend signing up for our KubeCon event. You can totally attend for free. If you don't have tickets for KubeCon, just let us know. A lot of folks have also been jumping into Slack. We're already sharing resources with them, and we'll be getting them plugged into different projects and different ways that they can contribute very soon. Arpit, thank you very much. Gorka, if you can put the video on whenever you get a chance.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, man. We'll take a really, really quick break, and then we'll be back with Kewalia after the video. In just over a year, 95 meetups, 3,000 followers on LinkedIn, about 3,000 on Twitter, 2,000 subscribers on YouTube, 1,500 people in Slack. Yeah, we could talk about the numbers. The metrics are great, they're solid, they say a lot about us. But much more important than the metrics are the names of the people behind them. The ones who are really creating the impact, that are sharing the beautiful things that make our community the unique place that it is. We're talking about people with names, people with hearts and minds, with fears and dreams. Let's hear some of them. Vanshika, Kunal, Kewalia, Savitha, Rin, Melissa, Yuri, Silvan, Rick, Patrick. I could go on for days, right? These are the names of the people that are making and shaping the next decade of data in the Data on Kubernetes community. And if we need to learn anything in 2021, it's that we gotta live in the moment. So let's live in this one. The moment that we're pushing towards. KubeCon, DoK Day, the second time that we'll be doing this, bigger and better than the first. And you can become a part of it as well, sharing in the space that we call community. A community where we grow together, treating a technical problem with human solutions. And you might be wondering, yeah, well, still, I'd like to know what's in the guitar case. Well, don't worry about that. We'll have plenty of time to get to that. And DoK Day is not an event, it's a movement. So as you saw in the previous video, it's time to move. I'll be going to LA. You know what? I'm going back to Cali. 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 Alrighty. Cool, and we're back. Hope you enjoyed the video. Like I said, if you haven't signed up for KubeCon already, just do it. All right, we're going to be there next week. And remember, the best talk from today, which we'll be deciding between tomorrow and Friday, the best talk from this event will be featured. We will have that speaker giving their talk next week in our co-located event in KubeCon, so you could be sharing the stage with all the other speakers that we have, right? We've got about 20 speakers, we've got a couple of panels, have some end users that are going to be coming on to talk about how they're working with these challenges of running data on Kubernetes. We also have a very special announcement that's coming out tomorrow, a research report that we've been working on interviewing over 500 different CIOs, CTOs, and people with technical profiles to ask them about what's the current status, what are the issues, what are the challenges, how are companies approaching and dealing with this issue of running data on Kubernetes. So like I said, definitely sign up for our co-located event in KubeCon. We'll be putting it on YouTube. If you don't, you should have access already. Students can attend KubeCon for free. If you want more information about that, I'm also a CNCF ambassador. We'll be happy to guide you. So if you want to know more information about that, just get in touch with me directly and be happy to help you out there. In the meantime, I would like to, we have two Kewalias in the backstage area, and I'm going to invite both of them on to be panelists. Kewalia is an amazing person. He is one of our interns, one of our 4 founding interns, has been doing an incredible job with everything he's been involved in because of his technical skills, but I would say even more than that is his positive attitude. If you've seen anything as a common thread among all the speakers, it's definitely been a positive attitude. People that are really passionate about what they're doing, that really get involved and inspire others to do the same thing. One of the things that we call viral generosity, or the CNCF often say paying it forward. And Kewalia is a very good example of that. So Kewalia, whenever you're ready, turn on that microphone, turn on that camera. You're looking good. And you've got a cool T-shirt on, Kewalia.
That's a Hacktoberfest T-shirt. How do I just minimize this?
No, yeah, you're good. We can see your screen now.
Okay.
And also related to Hacktoberfest, we're going to be having Nisanta from Maya Data because they're also participating in Hacktoberfest. He'll be coming on in about an hour or so to give people more information about how they can get directly involved in that. But if you want to know more, obviously you can talk to Kewalia. Other folks in our community are participating in that as well. So Kewalia, whenever you're ready, it's all yours, man.
Okay. So let's. So hey everyone. So today I'm going to talk about DoK, how to get data on Kubernetes. So as you know, obviously that the community's name is Data on Kubernetes. So I'm going to talk about how can you really get your data on Kubernetes and how our community is working towards it. So let me introduce myself. I'm Kaivalya Koparkar. As Bart mentioned, I am a foundation intern with Data on Kubernetes community. I am program manager at Community Classroom, organizer at CNCF Nasik, mentor at MLH, community coach at Sao Labs, open source contributor and advocate. And I love to help people and communicate with them and network with more people and learn every time new things from them. So that's all about me. So moving ahead with our topic. So what is DoK? And why do we need this project? So let me first tell you what is DoK project. So as the name suggests that it's a project and that's been involved with the community. So we have been like moving forward with a new idea of a project of getting data on Kubernetes. And as you all know that we have been known as like a community which spreads awareness by doing sessions and collaborations with awesome people who are doing really amazing work in the community. So that's we are always trying to put forward how we can get data on Kubernetes. So once we are thinking of bringing a project which demonstrates our motive. So this is like what is DoK project. I hope you might have understood that. And why do we need this project? So as you said that our community tries to put forward the ideas and steps and spread awareness about how to get data on Kubernetes. And Kubernetes is Kubernetes is able to handle data. So that's why we wanted something that should enhances as you know that some things like if we have some like strong thing to show off to like people that see this can be actually implemented in like a project or something like that, that's a bonus thing. And obviously this is the first project of Data on Kubernetes community which is open source. So that's what makes a difference, that we are making everything open source, and it is like materializing our concepts into a running project in a live world. So what's the architecture of the project? When I say architecture, don't get confused, but it's pretty simple. So this is what architecture looks like. I know it would look a bit like intimidating at the first, that there are many things and so many colors flowing through, but I will try to explain each and every component in easy way so you can understand about it. So first thing is the first part at this point. So that is a wrap. So you know Bart and Karuna raps and do raps. So we have the rap lyrics, and what we are trying to do is we are trying to get this rap lyrics on a database which runs on Kubernetes. So you can understand rap is data, and we are trying to put that data on in a database which runs on Kubernetes. So ultimately it is data on Kubernetes. So this is what it is that the wrapper, which is Bart and Karuna, they get themselves their lyrics in files in a separate repository or folder or anything system file structure, and then we write some code to get like code to how the data would be written on database. No need to feel overwhelmed. This is the structure. Second thing is the like flow of pipeline. So this is what the code gets containerized and all those things. So this is second step where the code actually gets like it's a flow for moving data till database. So data is moving through these steps to get into database. And at the last with the Argo workflow, it gets into the database. So I'm pretty sure you might have got confused with all those big architectures. So I tried to came up with my own small architecture, which is much simplified. So here at the first, you can recognize it's Bart. And what he's doing is he's making raps, and which has really lyrics, right? So it's on lyrics. So rap lyrics are there at one place. And then there's a Kubernetes cluster running where it has data integration pipeline, which is running on Argo, and there's a Cassandra database. So this runs on Kubernetes cluster. So as of now, we are using only one Kubernetes cluster, but we are going to make it a bit flexible. That way we would be able to separate them and multi-clustered. But as of now, it's same. So you can think of way that Bart makes raps and puts the lyrics in this repository where all the files of raps would be there. And then this data integration pipeline in specific time intervals will pull these data files into itself. And then whatever the like all the contributors, how they write the code file, that code file will contain all the steps, how the data should be written on the database. So the data pipeline will fetch the data from the rap lyrics files at fixed time intervals and then write it into Cassandra database, which runs on Kubernetes. So in ultimate way, this happens to be a data on Kubernetes. So this is the project we are trying to implement, and we are currently working really hard on it. And contributing opportunities. So as I said, it's open source, and not only like people related or like us interns and all the other authorities would be only contributing to it. It's not like that. It's open source, and many people are being part of this initiative and are being with us for contributing. So this is like a small like picture of one of our meetings. We do bi-weekly meeting where we meet all our contributors and try to see what difficulties are they facing any difficulties or what, and try to solve it and share each other's learning so we can grow together. So this is what it is to be like contributing to DoK project. We are not trying to push itself. We are trying to keep it fun, to keep it simple. We are trying to keep it fun. So if you can see by joining us, cheering us up, and we are all trying our best. And what we all do is we are not all very advanced or pro in this sector, or we all are students and still learning. So everyone you can see in this picture are not really that experienced, or I can say the technologies which are using, they are just starting with it. So all are starters. It's not like we are pro in this technology and everything like that. So we are all we came together, we are doing learning together, we are helping each other learn, and every tech stack which is mentioned in the architecture, we are learning it, we are moving ahead with everyone and making sure that everyone is with everyone. So if you want to contribute, I will show the steps how you can contribute to stick along. So if you want to get involved, this is simple trick. You have to join the Slack with this link, or Bart can share the link in the YouTube chat, or you can see it in the description. So join the Slack, and there's a channel named How to DoK Project. So join that channel, so that way you can get involved with all the contributors. There are many awesome people like Brad and team who are helping us with this project, who are really experienced people in this industry. So you can definitely seek guidance from them. Then there's a form. I will be sharing this slide, so you will get the form link, or it's bookmarked to the How to DoK Project channel as well. So you can see there, you have to fill that form to get the meeting update, so you don't miss on any meeting. And if you have any question, you have to make a document, question and answer document, that where if you face any question, add the question there, and then ask it in our Slack to the people and tag people, so that people can answer. And once you get answer, add the answer to the document as well. Why we are doing this? Because if a person runs into the same issue, and instead of going through the same process, he can look to other people's document and cope up with the answer which work well for them. And that way we are able to move efficiently with our project. And it helps us also to keep track that at what stage people are there, and what problems contributors are facing. And then as well, you can find all learning. We have a document where all learning resources for the project are listed, where anyone likes a video, he or she adds the video link to the document, so that other people can use the same resource to get through it. So that way, again, they improve the efficiency, so that people don't have to jump over resources. There are many resources on internet, so which works better for others, so we can help each other out with the resources. So that's how it goes. Yeah, bye.
You're done. That was amazing. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. And very, very simple to follow. Is like you're saying, is like, look, no one needs to be, a total expert, that they invented Kubernetes, or that they've been working with this stuff for a long time. It's about being together and having a good time. All right? If we don't do that, then everything else then everything for me will be a failure. So if we put that first, that we're here to enjoy, to laugh, to help each other, to support, everyone will teach each other, everyone will learn from each other. That's really what this is about. So, Kewalya, I think you did a fantastic job in your presentation, man. Great job.
Yeah, this is like a group sport and not a singular sport. So we have to fill up each other's downfalls and help them restart or anything like that, grow with each other and help everyone out. So that's how the collaboration works. So if you are never been into open source or anything like that, this is the best opportunity to work with a really great project with great mentors and all the starters, because obviously when you are starting with a project, it's difficult to find someone who is on the same learning stage as you. But here all are learners and we are all learning together. So it can be a really great push with great technologies, great mentors, and great peers to work with.
Absolutely. Very well said, Kewalya. Thank you very much. We'll be seeing you very soon. Kewalya is also very active in Twitter and LinkedIn. Definitely check him out, follow him. He's always posting really cool stuff. Very, very involved in lots of different open source projects. So definitely a good person to have on your radar. Thanks a lot, Kewalya.
Thank you.
All right, good. Now, changing gears a little bit in terms of content, we've been focusing a lot on this data on Kubernetes paradigm, and we don't want to forget that there are other things that we want to keep in mind. And one of those things, particularly for young people, students, people that are out there, beginners, etc. Well, and even if you're not a beginner, considering your personal brand, all right? We've already seen earlier, we've got some folks that are into astronomy, some folks that have different kinds of hobbies. The ways that they can interact and intersect these different kinds of skills are very, very important. So to address this, we've got Dewan from Red Hat with us. Very nice to have you. How you doing?
Hey, Bart, good to see you again.
You too. So what are we going to be talking about today?
Today, we're going to be talking about personal branding. I like demos, but this is going to be one of the rare occasions where I'll be using slides to talk about that.
Okay. So no code. All right, this is a no code presentation. With that being said, just jump right into it. We'd love to hear from you.
Awesome. So let me start by sharing my screen, and hopefully you can see my Google Slides in a bit.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. So, hey everyone, thanks for joining this session on personal branding, in particular, how to promote yourself for a job in tech. So that's the focus of this session. My name is Dewan Ahmed. I'm a senior developer advocate at Red Hat. I'm also a freelance career coach. That means I help students and new grads to start or transition into software industry. I'm based out of beautiful New Brunswick, which is in the eastern part of Canada. And those are my Twitter and LinkedIn handles. I love to connect with you. So before we begin, so here's the disclaimer. I'm not an international branding specialist, nor am I a marketing guru. What I am is just another guy in tech sharing own experience. And just as Kevalia and Bart was saying, we all are learning. We might have subject matter expertise, but for other stuff, we are learning. And the essence of open source is we are learning together. There's no competition. It's a very open and collaborative space. So what I'm sharing today is nothing an expert advice. It's just another friend sharing their own experience. In terms of agenda, it's pretty simple. I'll cover the what, why, and how of personal branding. Now, which one would of these cans would you pick up if you're into soft drinks? I don't know which one are you picking up, because I can see if it was an in-person conference or talk, I could see up the number of raised hands. But my guess would be it would be probably the one at the very right. And that's because each of these drinks has a brand associated to that. If you assume that the content within is the same, but the logo carries a weight, and that is justified by this word, FANG. How many of you know this word, FANG? So we kind of associate a happy job with this idea of FANG or similar companies. And if you do that, you're absolutely not wrong, my friend. If you see this list of companies with brand values, it's not only the compensation, it's not only about the work-life balance, it's about how much weight these brands carry. So when you're considering to join any of these companies, it's not just a company, you're also joining that brand, and that brand gets attached to your individual brand, and it kind of elevates your brand in society, in the corporate and whatnot. All right, so if we sum up what is personal branding, you can think of it as your perceived reputation. It's also a conscious effort to establish or elevate your credibility. And for our case, it's gonna be our credibility in the industry to our prospective employers or hiring manager. It's also a genuine and consistent effort to achieve or maintain the above two. Now you can ask me, hey, Dewan, like, why should I consider about branding at all, right? Like, I'm fine writing my code, I'm applying to some companies, I might get some interviews, I might even get a job. Why do I consider or I even care about personal branding? So here's why. Everyone wants to hear a unique and personal story. So when recruiting managers or hiring managers, they're trying to find a candidate, from their end, everything is just a resume. From those resumes or portfolios, they're looking to see unique stories. So as human beings from the ancient days, we all love to hear a story. So when we gather around the fireplace and we heard some stories, from that point up to the present days, everyone loves a good story. What your brand is actually a story of yourself. The second point is individual brands collectively influence a company's brand. And what I mean by that is, imagine company X and 10,000 people work at that company X. Now, those 10,000 people, if all of them have their own LinkedIn or Twitter, if they're sharing amazing stuff about that company, imagine how it elevates the company's brand. From our research, it shows that when a company shares its own success, from that point, if an employee shares the company's success, it's much, much more higher to be receptive in the industry. And finally, if you imagine that of that soft drinks example, which I showed at the beginning, the brand or personal branding puts a package on you. That means if you consider yourself without any brand or tag, a branding or marketing adds value to you so that you can sell yourself. And for our case, selling ourselves might be getting our first job in tech, might be switching to the desired job in tech. All right, so I'll give you 4 or 5 points on how to do personal branding. Again, I'm not a marketing specialist, nor I'm a branding specialist. So this is something that is kind of working for me. I've seen it work great for other experts in the industry. So feel free to adjust it accordingly. First of all, you have to know your audience. So who are you targeting your branding towards? So typically, these would be recruiters, technical recruiters, or hiring managers in the industry. This could also be other professionals in the industry who can refer you for your future role. So understanding your audience is important. Next, you have to find your niche. And it's kind of an overly used word, but imagine if you're a software developer who claim to know everything from AWS to backend to Java, Spring, frontend, BGP, whatnot. It kind of makes you very generic. No one knows you as a subject matter expert on anything. So even when you're starting your career, you have to find your niche, something you like over other topics, and start promoting yourself on this topic. How to do that? Coming up in the very next point. So you have to know your platform. That means nowadays, for software professionals, whether you're a coding professional or a non-coding professional, that means my talk is not specific to people who are writing code, but anyone in the software industry, you have to know the platform. So the platform would be LinkedIn, #1 choice. And let's say if you're active on Twitter, that can be very engaging as well, especially tech Twitter is very active. Now, from the coding side, you might have a portfolio on GitHub. And these are the platforms which you need to know how it operates and how you can showcase yourself on these platforms. Now, you might have heard the phrase, content is king or queen. Scratch that. Consistent content is king or queen. What I mean by that is on these platforms, once you know your audience and once you know your niche, you have to identify what kind of content you'll be focusing on. Now, that content could be anything. You might say, hey, Dewan, like I'm just starting out. Let's say I'm getting engaged with the DoK community and I see like experts, they're talking about databases and Kubernetes and whatnot, and I don't know a thing about that. How can I start writing contents when I'm just starting? That's perfectly okay. You can read an article and share what you understood from that article. If you find a good blog, you can share that blog with a few lines of your own, that this is an excellent blog that talks about XYZ, and I learned about ABC, and I plan to do something. Doesn't matter. It's just about creating consistent content targeting to your audience on these platforms. And trust me, my friend, if you keep doing that, your personal branding will go to the next level. Now, what I shared, these 4 topics, these are definitely not everything you can do for your personal branding. There are a ton of courses online actually taught by marketing and branding specialists, which will give you much more in-depth idea. But if you'd like to take away 2 points from this talk, is the first one is what is personal branding and why it matters. The second thing is start creating content consistently. So I hope this session was beneficial to you. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. I almost live on LinkedIn, and I'm trying to up my Twitter game, and that's my blog handle. I love to connect to folks. I love to network. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Good, very practical. We even got comments in the YouTube chat saying that they love the sound of your voice. I do too. It's very relaxing. One thing I want to know though is that, you know, you mentioned about creating content, and I think for a lot of folks, it's kind of daunting or it seems overwhelming, because I think people put too much pressure on themselves, feeling that my first post or my first video needs to get 5 million views. In my experience, it probably won't be until your 15th, your 25th, or maybe your 50th, because you'll be learning and iterating on the go to understand that it's a process. It's normal that you might feel frustrated, like, darn it, like I didn't get the views that I was hoping for on the first initial thing. But I really want to encourage young folks, like, or anybody out there, like, don't get frustrated just off one thing. It's a process, trial and error, trial and error. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, Bert. And I think it's the effect of dopamine. Like these days, we try to look at our phone and see, hey, how many likes or reactions did I get from my recent content? It's natural, but when you're starting out, even if you're a veteran in this industry, try to get away from that mindset. So personally, what I do is every quarter, I do a performance report for me, right? So that my manager can see what the one did in the last 3 months. So I tell myself that, okay, if I'm writing a content, like after 3 months, it's very easy to forget what I did 3 months back. So what I do is I have a list of every talk I deliver. Even like today's talk, I'm going to add an entry in that list saying that on October 6th, I delivered a DoK session on personal branding, and this is my slides, and this many people attended. All these metrics I'll add there, not for anyone else to see, just for my own record so that my manager can see that, and probably it's going to be beneficial for me and my company as well. So remove that dopamine factor on how many likes or comments or share you're getting, but do it for yourself. If you come to that mindset, you won't have any pressure. There is no barrier to enter. And yeah, absolutely agree with you, Bert, that don't worry about that 5 million views. Just focus on how it's beneficial to yourself.
That's a great point. And really investing in yourself, because, and I also invite, because the majority of the speakers that we've had today are giving their talks giving a talk for the first time, which is huge. And I want to invite all of them, which is why the follow-up after the event, folks are going to be writing blog posts. You're going to see a lot of activity on LinkedIn. It's like, you've done the work. Now take advantage of it and share it. And so I encourage everyone as well, too, that's giving a talk today, add that in your LinkedIn profile, in your description, saying talks given. And even if there's only one, you got to start somewhere, and then you'll find an opportunity to give the second one. So I think it's a real luxury to be in the position that I'm in. And I think also, both of us being active in the CNCF, that you being able to create a space where people can have these experiences is just a wonderful thing to be able to do. So anyway, very good talk. Thank you very much. We will try to help you up your Twitter game and get you some more followers on there. But Dewan is also extremely active on LinkedIn. Contact him. He's very accessible. If not on LinkedIn, CNCF Slack, Kubernetes Slack. You're doing a lot of stuff. I think you're giving a talk in KubeCon as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm running a 3-hour K8S 101 track. That's part of OpenShift Commons.
Nice. All right. So if you want to check that out, also 101 track, great for folks that are kind of new to the game to get involved. Definitely great having you. And are you going to be in KubeCon next week?
Probably not. I'm gonna join remotely, but hopefully next year.
Okay. Well, in one way or another, I hope to see you soon, either online or in person. Thank you very much, Dewan.
Same here, and all the best to the DoK team.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Cheers.
Bye.
Next up, we've got Karuna. All right, Karuna is one of our interns. You may have seen the rap video that we posted earlier where Karuna was played an instrumental role in getting those lyrics created. And Karuna sent in her application to become an intern in the form of a rap. So very much stood out from the very beginning. And she's been doing an amazing job since then as one of our interns. Karuna, do I need to invite the other Karuna as well as a panelist, perhaps? Karuna, what's up? Not totally yet. That's why I'm inviting the other Karuna on here. I mean, I can kind of hear you, but it's the volume's quite low. That's okay.
It's good now?
Oh, no, it's really loud. It's really loud. We may have to mute you. We don't want to have to mute you. Karuna, are you there? You were able to talk earlier. Can you do it again? Yeah, but you can turn it down. Yep, there you go.
Now?
Yep, now it's perfect.
Cool.
Good stuff. So if you want to, do you want to share your screen, or do I need to invite the other Karuna who's in here lurking?
No, this is fine.
Okay, you can do it from there. Go for it.
Okay, let me just share my screen.
Perfect. Whenever you're ready. It's all good. Perfect. Starting to share. Excellent. Yep. So if you just want to present that, then we'll go full screen. We'll be good to go.
Uh, is it up?
Yep. But it needs to be full screen. There you go. Now you're good. You're good.
Hey everyone, welcome to DoK Day. Today we are going to talk about operators. So, a brief introduction about me before starting talk. My name is Karuna and I'm an open source enthusiast and a Python developer. Then I'm an MLH mentor at DoK. And you could see my handles right above. So let's start with operators. You could see I wrote a small definition, which is less hand-holding and more automation handling. So Kubernetes was basically invented for automating everything. So we are going to talk about what are Kubernetes operators, why did its operator concept even emerge, and why should you use operators to why should you use operators to give to give you an overview? Operators are used mainly for stateful applications. So we'll first compare how Kubernetes manages stateless and stateful applications. So things to know before you jump into operators are control loop, stateful and stateless operators. Stateful and stateless applications. So I think Kunal covered everything about stateful and stateless applications in his talk. So you could just go back and check this out. And I'm gonna give you a brief introduction anyways. Let's go through an example of stateless. Like let's say we are deploying a web application in Kubernetes and you scale the application up to 3 replicas and then one replica of Kubernetes dies and automatically recovers. So it's a built-in control loop mechanism. Like when one pod or a replica dies, the control loop just checks the current state and adjusts the state back to the desired state. So that's how you could see the diagram over there. So that's the control loop. Then coming to stateful applications, they involve databases such as MongoDB, MySQL, and all. Then stateless applications are just microservices or any apps, which could be easily deployed and the resources could be managed very easily for that. You could see the diagram here. So for the stateless servers, there is DB like NoSQL DB or anything. So and for stateful services, we have Yep. For stateful services, you need a database. So you have some data persistence on your application, but for stateful applications like databases, this whole process isn't straightforward. These applications need more hand-holding, and when you create them while they are running, and when you destroy them throughout the life cycle, so Kubernetes cannot automatically do this stuff with stateful applications. The main problem here is Kubernetes promises you automation, and when it comes to stateful applications like databases and monitoring systems, it requires additional knowledge and more hand holding, like doing things manually, so that the automation part is compromised over there. So here comes the concept of operators. So basically, operators are custom made. So like if you are using NoSQL database, there will be an operator for that, and that will be made by some people who have knowledge about those databases and who could manage the logic. Then that operator helps Kubernetes to adjust the state. So this is used for stateful applications. CRD is CRD is custom resource. So the user makes changes to CRD and operator tracks the CRD and identifies the change of events happening over there. So the operator comes and checks the desired state and tells the Kubernetes API. So it adjusts the cluster and the desired state later. These are best built by those who are experts in running and installing a particular application. So there are few famous operators like Prometheus. You could go and check out a few videos which would be helpful for you to know more about them. So few resources here are Tech with Nana, which is Kubernetes explained, operators explained in 10 minutes. And there is another talk which is on data on Kubernetes. You could check these out. And shout out to Bat and Kunal for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Excellent job, Karuna. Very, very well explained. Very practical explanations. We got some great feedback in the YouTube chat. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. And thank you also as well. A lot of you have seen amazing artwork going around in Twitter and in LinkedIn with all the great speaker cards. That was 100% Karuna. Nobody else did that but her. Huge shout out to you for that amazing, amazing work. And this is probably the longest we've ever seen you with your camera on, because you'll probably see that sometimes in our intern, when we tweet our interns meeting pictures, Karuna will be there like this or like this. But anyway, you did a great job. Excellent presentation. Love the slides and love the explanations. Thanks a lot, Karuna. Cheers. And now, speaking of cheers, what a coincidence that I said cheers, because our next guest, all right, our next guest is Gaurav, who has a wonderful YouTube channel and a wonderful community that he's built around, where he does lots of interesting interviews about some things related to tech, some things not so related to tech, also blends in Indian culture there in a very nice way, has graciously had me on his program and has also introduced me to some amazing people, is also instrumentally involved in the group The Hustlers. We saw Rishab earlier. And so anyway, very, very nice to have him with us today. Gaurav, if you could turn on your camera and your microphone. Oh, looking good. Hey, and I was hoping this hat was going to make an appearance. All of you, get ready to start taking screenshots and tweeting. Nobody else will wear a cooler hat than this hat. It is so nice to have you with us. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I hope I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you're audible. You're good.
Done, man. But means so excited. I was listening to all the talks, the students, the enthusiasm that you bring, but obviously the energy you bring to the stage, man, it's really commendable. So yes, here in India, we all are trying to just get on a bed, but I guess the day you made, I guess something that you go before the bed and you have the idea, I guess that's something that we all are blessed for. And why not means when you reached out to me saying that, hey, can you come? How I can deny? It's all about data on Kubernetes community, man. We cannot deny the opportunity that we get to interact with you and all the other wonderful people out there.
Absolutely.
So
good stuff.
You know, I want to start off. I don't have a presentation, everyone, but
that's
I want
fine.
To start. I want to start off with a thing that I have always believed, that you learn from the failures than from the success. Don't let's stop it. Failure builds the character. And but you would agree that many of us are always concerned about the security, that we need to be secure. We need to have that safety net so that when we fall down, we fall on that. And I'm personally one of the person who loves to take the risk, because for me, security is mostly a superstition. Life is either a daring adventure or nothing. Means life is not going to give you what you want. Means everybody have their own desires, everybody dream of different things. Definitely it is going to give you what you deserve. You can dream of anything, Means I can today dream of like, I'm gonna be the president. That is not realistic. I have to think realistic. You have to come out of your dream zone. Many people start blaming themselves that they are not able to get the success. Reason, they are not realistic. So life always give you what you deserve, you are capable of. It's not something that you want, because the want is going to solve your temporary problem which you are facing at that particular stage of life. Like many a times you and me are interacting with a lot of students, and I guess you are motivating the same way, that at third year or a third semester of your college, people are running behind the internship rather than following the open source forums and building their network, because that is an opportunity that you should have. So life, if you focus on what you want, that is going to solve a temporary problem, and ultimately it is going to create a bigger problem in front of you. If you are an active contributor, let's take an example of the students. If you are an active contributor to the community, what if you are not going to get an internship? But at the end of the day, you have all the valuable connections to get yourself placed in a very good company.
Completely agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So I am always saying to all the fellow peoples that don't limit your imagination. Your limitation to your dreams, to your goals, to your aims is only your imagination. Like, think out of the box. I was wondering, all around us, Oyo, a biggest chain of hotel range, they don't own any hotel. Ola, Uber, they don't have their own cars. Zomato here in India don't have their own, what I should say, hotel chains. Or if you talk about Amazon, they don't have their own store. Netflix don't have their own TV channel. YouTube even don't create their own content. Don't you think they are not successful? If you being a student, and if your success criteria is only that, hey, I should get an like internship at a good opportunity, I was not able to attend a KubeCon in person, so what do you have? Make best out of it. Make the best out of it. The best example is that many of you would be using this razor blade to shave up your beard or something like that. Razor blade is sharp, but can it cut the tree? No. The axe is so strong. Can it cut your hairs? No. Everyone is important. Everybody is unique. They need to find their own way. Never underestimate yourself. Don't run behind the coding because somebody else who is successful is doing that and you want to replicate that. No. When you stand in front of mirror, you are a unique identity. Don't compare yourself with other person's success. You might be at your chapter number 1, they might be at the chapter number 10. Yes, agree. Some people get an opportunity, they convert the opportunity at a very rapid pace. You have your own pace, live with it. Life is not a problem to be solved. According to me, life is a reality to be experienced. And the best part is that one of the example or a reality check that I can give it to you, but all of the students will be very much attached to this part, that when we got this board in front of any shop, SALE, sale, everybody start rushing it, that okay, there's a sale, a huge discount is going on. Now, the best part is, it is the same shop, it is the same stuff which is there, but nobody addresses it. Our human psychology works on the things which are available. So don't make your available for everything. Start the learning the art of saying no. Because if you keep on making available to everyone, that is not your job is. Like many people I heard, until and unless you create a controversy, or until unless somebody begs a negative comment on you, you are not successful. People are not going to reach out to you. That's what the human psychology is. Reason being, if somebody makes a wrong comment about you, people will start investigating that. Things are happening, but as soon as we hear something negative, we start reacting to it. I personally don't like the things, but over the time, I realized the things which I was trying to avoid, the things which I hated the most, ultimately those things are helping me to get successful. Best example is, I don't like to get up early. Definitely, because you can see my weight and all. So as soon as I was becoming lazy, but as soon as I started doing it, like waking up early in the morning, getting up the exercise, automatically my weight getting like down. Also, I'm getting more active. and my body started reacting to it. I didn't like study, but as soon as I started doing it, it's making me more knowledgeable. I was a bit shy because of my past experience, but as soon as I started opening up with the people, they accepted me with the open arms. So I started learning this one thing, is that the things that you hate the most are ultimately the things that are going to make you success. So if you are shy of coming in front of camera, don't be worried. Just come to Data on Kubernetes platform, reach out to Bart Farrell, and he'll help you with the platform. You go and talk. Whatever you talk. Because at least at this point of time, at least I know that in front of me, Bart is sitting and I'm there. I don't care about the other person who is listening to me. It's one-on-one conversation that I'm doing. You should be comfortable with this. That's all. Once you do it, you will start feeling that, oh my God, this was something that out of the box that happened with me. And then later realize that how many people are listening to you. The best part is that when I say the human psychology, I have always seen people brings a bigger goal in front of them. They don't break it. They need to analyze it. Follow your passion. Don't lose the focus on the context. Don't worry about the failures or the distractions or the losses. They are going to be the path of the journey that you are going through. Stop listening to others. Just be realistic. Happiness is just like a butterfly. The more you chase it, the more it will elude you. But if you turn your attention to the other things, it will come and sit softly on your shoulder. Henry David simply said this part, and I loved so easy explanation of happiness, that we all as a kid has started running behind the butterflies. And these butterflies are nothing, all those money that we just want to chase. You start focus on building your character, start focus on learnings. The success will automatically comes to you. And I guess Bart and me would agree to this part. We all as a human are just like the mirrors. We just want to understand one thing, is that we keep on searching ourselves in others. But as soon as we realize that it is not going to happen, because somebody or the other is all a different character. And I heard somewhere that, you have two lives. The first life which you are living, and the second life is started when you realize that you are having only one life. Right? You have just only two life. When you realize that you have only one, the second starts. And that you have to make sure that all these failures, when you get down, when you feel that nothing is going my way, that's the moment to realize, yes, you are doing. Because yes, definitely when you are struggling, this is an opportunity, this is the chance to observe, to monitor, to experience. Because as soon as you are going to get the success that you have described for yourself, you start implementing those observations, the monitors thing that you observed, the experience you had during that. Because that's where, when you start tackling the problems, these observation is going to help you, and you're not going to be disappointed in any way. And so what, during the path, you have to make a lot of sacrifices, because you have chosen that path for yourself. And while you are making all these sacrifices, one thing I can assure you is that, you will be amazed when success hits you. Let's take an example of Muhammad Ali, and he said it very right, that when I was in the boxing ring, the other boxer punched me and I fall down. I again get up. The reason was not the boxing. Boxing was the skill that I learned, and because of my skill, I fall down. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been in that ring. The other boxer would have punched me. It was my strong will. So all the amazing technology that you're learning about Kubernetes, or like the languages, C, Python, Node.js, operators, and whatever you call it, they are going to let you down one day or the other. But only your strong will, that, I'm here to make my contribution to the open source. The projects will come and go. Don't worry about it. Technology is going to change. Don't worry about it. Your character going to define you, that how good a human you are. That's the best part. I'm very much honest to myself, and Bart, you would agree to that. I want you all to take that pledge, that at the end, when I'm going to be on my deathbed, I want you all to remember for the life I lived, not for the money I made. Definitely means the life I'm living, the people I'm interacted to, that what I'm going to make others people to remember for. I'm not going to be, I don't want to be get remembered for the money I made. I don't want. I want for all the people who are around me, my family, my loved ones, for all the viewers who are going to watch this. I want to take you all the pledge that even if you start feeling some issues, that okay, there are some issues and I'm failing, I'm not able to do it. Let it be. No worries. Somebody will be there to help you. Build a good character around you.
Yeah.
Be a good human first. Yeah.
I think these are all solid points. And I think it's a great time to reflect as well too, is like as much as there are the technical aspects and things like that, like you said, there's another sort of plane of existence or other things that are going on that it's important to be open to that too. We do, unfortunately, we do have to move on, but I thank you so much for joining us today with that amazing message. It's very, very refreshing, and I think it's very important for young people to hear this, and important to have these conversations as well with each other to ask, you know, what am I really doing here? What am I getting out of this? Is this where I really want to be? As you mentioned, that great metaphor about, you know, chasing the butterfly of happiness, when rather than if you're just more comfortable with yourself, it'll come to you. So thank you so much, Gaurav. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Bart. Before I leave, just one quote from Gary Vee, which I have started implementing in my life. If you say no, it's already over. So always believe that, be a good human. Don't say no. There are some possibilities that are going around. Spin up your head. There will be somebody who is going to help you. Communicate to the world, stay connected, and be happy. Thank you so much, Bart, for having me on.
Thank you. Absolute pleasure. Cheers. Chakte Fate. Bye-bye.
Yay, Chakte Fate.
Of course. Thank you so much. All right, next up, we're switching it back to a little bit of the technical side because we're going to see for a lot of folks, you know, we're talking about beginners. Some folks are a little bit overwhelmed when it comes to putting on, what's going to happen when I put in my first pull request video. Gorka, cuando puedas. Sorry, coordinating everything at the same time. So we have a wonderful community member who you should all probably know by now. His name is Brad McCoy. He's been an amazing community member. He's also very committed to helping young folks learn in the Data on Kubernetes community, as well as in the CNCF with the students group. He's given some great talks also with Kunal Kushwaha about Terraform, about some other technologies. He's a wonderful person. If you ever have questions, he's a great person to reach out to and interact with. He'll be happy to help with you. And so that being said, Gorka, can you put the video?
Hey everybody, welcome to DoK Students Day. My talk today will be on submitting your first pull request. So if you're looking to start out contributing to open source, or if you already have been, this talk will be on sort of common practices regarding making your pull requests. There's a lot of ways that certain projects like you to commit. So I'll go over a few of those today. Things such as naming conventions and little tips and tricks that how you can make your first pull request easier for you and the maintainers as well. So a bit about me. My name's Brad McCoy. I'm the head of cloud engineering at Moola and also an open source contributor as well. So anyone can submit a pull request, no matter who you are. And also anyone can commit to open source. So it's good to know as well that when you're making pull requests, small contributions turn into big ones. So no matter how small your contribution is, it's still very much appreciated. So whether that's, even fixing spelling mistakes in the documentation, if it's grammar or small one-liners that can do great things. So it can be hard starting off for your first time. It can be a little bit scary when, you have to fork the repo, you have to learn Git for the first time, things go wrong quite fast. But if you're not failing, you're not learning. So, keep trying, hang in there. And there's a lot of great people in the community that will help you. So, you can reach out to people in the DoK community, CNCF. There's so much places these days, which is really great for students that people can mentor you. And yeah, it's good to know as well that anything can be source controlled. So one good example is the CNCF has cooking recipes, which is quite cool. So you can actually add your own recipes to the repo, which is cool. And we're starting to see art being source controlled and all types of different things. So it's not just for code. So what will we need? So we need a GitHub account, which is free. You need your GitHub user. You can sign up, very easy for that. And there's two ways of authenticating in Git. So you can use your name and password, or you can use something called a SSH key. So SSH key is harder to install and work out for your first time, but there is great documentation to do that. So I do highly recommend that you use the SSH key because it does make your life easier. You don't have to type the password all the time. It's safer and much better. So that'll be one of the hardest challenges to set up, but it's well worth it. And then you also need your favorite editor. So I use Visual Studio Code, for example, but you could even use Notepad or any editor of your choice. So good things to know before you start. So what I do is the code of contact's pretty standard. Have a quick read of it. It just, make sure that your contributions and the way you behave to what they expect. Just, be nice and courteous and just general good person. Check the contributing MD if there is one. Sometimes it can be on the README instead. So this will give you detailed instructions of how they want you to submit your pull request. And this goes from naming conventions on branches, how you want to do commits. Sometimes you actually have to sign your commits as well. So it'll make it a lot easier for the maintainer when he merges your pull request. It'll get done way faster because you've prepared by reading the contributing MD. So I've actually done a blog for this as well. So that's on my Medium, which is bramcoydev.medium.com. So what I'll do today is actually follow that, and we're going to quickly do a pull request as well. So here's a blog here, submitting your first pull request. This assumes you have your SSH keys already. So what I'm going to do, the first thing that you need to do is fork the repo. So this repository is on the DoKC how to doc, and this is what I added to it as well. So what we do, you can see it's fork here. So I'm going to click fork, and then I'm going to put it onto my personal organization or personal name. Now you can see that this is not the DoKC anymore. It's came down to my own GitHub. So now what I do is I can go code, and if you're using HTTPS, you can do it here. I use SSH, so I can do like that. And then what we'll do is we'll come here and we'll pull down that repo. So, okay, so you want to use git clone, and then that's going to pull down the repository. That's good. And then you can see now that, and you can use Visual Studio Code. I'm just using the terminal for now. And you can also see here, if I go into the contributors, well, okay, first of all, let's look at what we should be doing. So like I said, so go through the code of conduct. So, no swearing, harassment, stuff like that. Make sure you check that out. And then you go through contributing as well. So here you can see how we would like you to do branching. This also gives you examples of how to commit your code, how to push it, how to make a pull request. So these are really good guides to help you. And then you can see here what we're actually going to do is we're going to add someone's name here. So this will be in the README file. So let's go back here. I'll just use V for now, so contributors. And then what we'll do is we'll add a new contributor. And this is someone that was reaching out to me today. So I was helping him out. So we can go like that. And then I don't have his GitHub at the moment, but we can add him as a contributor. Then I go out of that, save that, and then Git status will show you the changes that you've done. So I've changed that. I'm going to say git add all, git commit. Oh, sorry, I forgot to do the branching. The branching is actually quite important. So that's the most important thing about it, actually. So git checkout B, and then let's say we're doing a feature with issue number. Let's just say it's that, and then add new contributor. That can be your name as well. It's good to use dashes in the thing. Okay, so now I'm on my new branch. You can see the green there as well. And then I'm just going to do the same. Just add that again instead of applying the stash. And this is for most repos will be like this as well. Sometimes they're in the README as well. So okay, so I'm on branch off main, and then now let's see if that's good. Yep. Git add. Commit. And then so what I've done there is I've added my changes, I've committed them, and now I want to push. So we actually have to do something different here. But if you try git push, it actually tells you how to do it. So you don't really need to learn that. You can just copy this here. And what this will do is that will push up on Brad McCoy -how to DoK. And then it says, would you like to do a pull request? So it's as easy as that. And then what we do is done all for us. We can simply go to here. And if you can't see that, you'll be able to see it on the repository as well. If you go to the DoK one, it will say there's a new change. And what I'll do is type that in. And then, so you can see here, I'm going to add a new contributor. And, you know, the good thing to do is if it closes an issue, then it's good to show the maintainer there that closes issue 1, for example, and then they can go and get rid of that ticket as well. So here's creating a pull request. You can see that it's going from my Brad McCoy dev how to DoK to DoK community how to DoK, and we'll do the pull request. And then that's done. So that will be waiting now for the maintainer or the approver to go and then to approve and merge that into the repo. So essentially that's it. If anyone has any problems doing this, let me know and I'm more than happy to help out. You can actually practice this on the DoKC one if you want. And yeah, that's just a very fast lightning talk on how to do pull requests. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it and please reach out to me if you need any help. Thank you.
Brad, for recording that. Very different time zone being in New Zealand. But like I said, he's an amazing person, wonderful community member, always willing to help, and hoping that we can collaborate with him even more in the Data on Kubernetes community. Our next speaker is Shivam, and he's going to be talking about things a little bit on a different side, about non-code contributions. We've been talking about this already, but he's going to take a little bit of a deeper dive. So Shivam, if you would like to share your screen, go for it, and you can turn on your mic and you can start your presentation.
Yep, let's start it.
Let's do it.
All right, I hope my screen is visible.
It is, now it is visible.
It is visible?
Yep.
Okay. So as you can see, myself Shivam Tyagi. Sadly, I have a faulty camera right now, but there's my presentation that speaks for myself. And myself Shivam Tyagi, and we are going to be talking about non-code contributions for the next 5 minutes. So let's get started and dive deep into it. So there are my socials if in case if you wanna like follow me on my social accounts like Twitter. And then here are there are actually many ideas like how can we and actually contribute to data on Kubernetes on a non-code perspective. But these 7 are actually the most renowned and probably the easiest way that can help beginners to get started with. So first of all, being answering the questions on Slack. So let's see what actually it is. So as you can see, I have shared attached a quick screenshot so that you guys can see how actually the Slack discussions take place in the data on Kubernetes community. So what actually is the benefit to reply to Slack threads? Like what you have a whole list of things to do. Why on earth would you start replying to Slack threads? That's the main question. Then here's your answer. Like replying to thread can help you learn from others what they are actually doing in the community, and it gives you an outlook where you can actually follow along with other people as a part of your self growth. Then it helps you all to get a serious perspective towards your professionalism. All right, whatever work you do, it has to be like you have to be serious, so otherwise it's just you are cutting slack. Then when you see other people, they are doing some fine work, it kind of helps you motivate yourself on your own. Like and so you should like get a reply to the Slack threads. And coming to Slack threads, there are channels where beginners introduce themselves. You if you are like actively involved in the community, you can greet them and you can help them to get started with the basic resources that you once faced the difficulties with. So I have mentioned few channels like in the data on Kubernetes community itself. They are introduce yourself and beginner arena, so that where you can like jump in and reply to the threads. Moving on to the next benefit of known code contributions are where you can actually host meetups so that others can see what you are actually providing to the community. And on the right hand side, as you can see, I have attached a cloud native screenshot. Cloud native on its own organizes a bunch of meetups where you can join in and get a summary of the experts of the related area. So that it happens almost every week, and it's one of the most amazing talks you were gonna be like attending ever, so that in respect to your area of expertise. It also helps you in building one hell of a strong powerful network. And it once you learn the stuff that you are learning in your area, it's there is the best thing to teach others. So you can actually contribute to, apply to CNCF local community, where you would be able to organize meetups so that the locals can get benefit from your contributions as well. So there's that. And next, what other non-code contribution ideas involve is the writing the project documentation. So as you can see, we are currently giving huge pressure on one of the first ever open source projects from DoK. That is how to doc. Whenever you go to the GitHub repository, you will see that we require documentation, so that anyone who is new to the channel could get a head start on it. So that when you are basically writing something, and then comes an epiphany where you can actually help a greater community with the help of the same tasks you have been doing in your particular room. So as you can see, here's the oh right sorry here's the the readme section, you can make pull requests that can alter the readme, or read the documentation, and make a whole new what sort idea sort of thing, and then just push the whole changes to the repository. That will not only help you understand the project better, but will also increase your contributions without actually writing a single line of code. So that next is the whenever you see data on Kubernetes is one of the unique communities that likes to do things differently. So there are the art banners you see. Those are super compelling and tacky, made by Karuna. So if you are like having an interest with artworks, you can just reach out to Karuna with your ideas, so that she can get you involved with the whole artwork thing. It just has to be a simple like diagram sort of thing that incubates the whole idea of the next talk that we're gonna be holding on. So the next we have our whole on transcripts team. So what actually is transcript team? So as you can see here we have, all right, I'm sorry, here's the like screenshot of on the right hand side, like what is actually transcript. So whenever we hold a particular meeting, we have the video recorded at it, but we are sort of reliant on the AI to convert the whole meeting into a readable format that has some errors. We need to rectify it on our own so that it can be pasted on the real website of data on Kubernetes. So yeah, that's one of the ways where you just have to watch the whole video and just rectify the whole errors that are sort of occurring in the transcript. For that, you can either reach to Kunal Verma or me or Karuna or Bart, anyone, and we would help you guide through it, and you would be one of the valued contributors of the community. Next up is the social media promotions. So as you can see, this is the last September metric of data on Kubernetes. We have reached a sparkling number of 2,000 contributors in the just the last week itself. And here we need you guys to, every one of you, to like tweet about data on Kubernetes, whatever meetups we are holding on, or whatever Twitter spaces we held on, whatever what anything that's impressive in the community, you can tweet about it. You can write short threads on Twitter that smart threads on Twitter that and tag just data on Kubernetes community, and we would be most likely be sharing the whole tweets that you have been doing the whole time. And that's one of the ways to get involved in the community. And last but not the least is writing blogs. So the the data on Kubernetes website has a particular section dedicated entirely towards the blogs that we have been cultivating throughout the years. So if you ever sort of make a blog sort of thing, and you just have to let us know in the channel, and we would be happily guiding you through the steps that we can incorporate those blogs in our real website. So the blogs, they not only help you as in getting discovered by the industry experts, but it also serve as your self-reference. Like if you learn a particular topic, you would be blogging it, and that would be helping you for the future reference, not for other, but for you as well. And there's a really lack of time, so we are summarizing it on the whole. DoK is a community that is unique and helps you embrace your individuality. So all in a nutshell, if you have a particular talent and you want to want to get involved in the DoK community itself, you just have to stage it, either in the Slack channel, either on the tweet or LinkedIn, whatever. You just have to let us know, and we would provide you with opportunities that can help you in getting a broader perspective towards the thing you have been doing for on a smaller scale yet so far. Thanks. So that concludes my presentation, and so hope to see you guys in the Slack channel itself. I'm there for you. Bye. All right, I'm done.
Yep, perfect. Great job, Shivam. Very, very comprehensive overview of all the different ways that folks can get involved. Very nicely, the next presentation that we're going to have is also related to that, and it's also related to Kewalia's t-shirt. We're going to be talking with Nisanta from Maya Data about Hacktoberfest, all right? So what is the deal with Hacktoberfest? Who is it for? What can you do? How can you get involved? All that kind of good stuff. That being said, I need to share my screen, I believe. Nisanta, are you there?
Yes. Hey, hi, Bart. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon.
Yes. Very nice to have you.
Wherever you are, yes.
Very nice to have you with us. That's the main thing. All right, let me share my screen real quick.
Sure.
Okay, get out of here and go to you, and there we go. So, Nisanta, you can take it away. Oh,
Sure.
Let me, there we go, present. There we go, got it.
Just give me a second. Hi, everyone. So thanks, first of all, thanks, Bart, for giving me this opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nishant Sahu. I work as a growth marketer at Maya Data. Even my journey at Maya Data started as a student. I was in my MBA second year where I joined in Maya Data, and one of my first tasks was to manage the OpenEBS community. So I know how hard those things are, and I mean, Bart and his team are doing a commendable job. So hats off, Bart, for this and given an opportunity to speak in this event. I wish if we had something like this, the DoKC students community when I was a student, because I know, I mean, I personally know few students like who have been greatly benefited by this. So making them aware about open source and Kubernetes stuff. So that's really a great thing. Okay, now let's come to the topic I'm here for. I think most of you might have heard of Hacktoberfest or might not have heard. This is the first time you're hearing for the Hacktoberfest. I can explain you what the Hacktoberfest is. I know I have 10 minutes of time. I can explain with whatever I have in those 10 minutes. So Hacktoberfest is a theme created by DigitalOcean. It aims to encourage developers to contribute to open source projects and give back to the community. And in return, you get the swags. So October month is chosen as the month for Hacktoberfest. That's how typically it's done. And we at Maya Data, Bart, can you please go to the next slide? Yep. So we at Maya Data foster the culture of open source, and we have built the most popular container attached storage project called OpenEBS. So if you contribute to any OpenEBS repos as a pull request in the month of October, that's counted as a Hacktoberfest contribution. So, and if your PR gets accepted, you get a Hacktober edition t-shirt and stickers. And the best PR of the month wins an Oculus VR headset. You can visit our website, which is mydata.io/Hacktoberfest2021 to get more details. We have a specific blog regarding how to contribute to Hacktoberfest, especially for the beginners. So yeah, please visit the page mydata.io/Hacktoberfest2021 where you can get in more details. Bart, can you please go to the next slide? Yes, so this is what the swags are. I mean, we are giving for every successful PR contribution, we are giving a Hacktoberfest special edition t-shirt, and the best PR submission wins Oculus VR headset. So one of the things that what I have seen among the students is the hesitation, to contribute to open source projects. So actually, this is your chance, through Hacktoberfest, you can start your journey in contributing to open source project. This is actually a great chance. Can you go to the next slide, please, Parth? How to contribute? So this is pretty simple. I mean, you can visit our website, mydata.io, and check out our Hacktoberfest page. For beginners, we have specific issues labeled as good first issues. So, I would suggest that you should take a look at those issues first. If this is the first time you're contributing to any open source project, or if you are an expert, you can raise a PR for any issue in the OpenEBS report this month. And if a PR gets accepted, you get a t-shirt. That's what the process is. And yeah, I mean, again, I'm mentioning, so it's not about the only the issues which are mentioned as good first issues, but since for beginners, I would suggest those are some of the issues that we can go ahead and try solving those. What you need to know, I think, of course, all the open source projects are hosted on GitHub. So you need to know the basic GitHub functions, like how to raise a pull requests. Knowledge of Kubernetes, because our project OpenEBS is based on Kubernetes. So yeah, you need having knowledge about Kubernetes is an added advantage. But can you please go to the next slide? So any help you need regarding Hacktoberfest, while contributing, if you want to talk to the maintainers or, to the actual developers who have created the OpenEBS project, you can join our OpenEBS Slack channel on Kubernetes. Feel free to ask any question there, any queries. They'll definitely help you. And I have also shared my email ID just in case, if you want to reach out to me with any questions you have. I can help you on those as well. So how to get started or anything related to Hacktoberfest. That's pretty much I had a part, to be honest. I can take some questions because I think I have finished it in 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, if there are any questions, on the YouTube chat, we can get to those directly. If people are already involved in Hacktoberfest, like I said, we already had some folks that were involved. If not, we'll definitely be posting this information in the Beginners Arena channel that we have in Slack, so that everyone can get involved in this. It's a great opportunity. We're talking about putting those skills into practice, and like you said, you don't have to. If for any level you can get involved, and not only the technical stuff, but you get to meet really cool people. Some of our contributors are also participating in Hacktoberfest. So it's a great, it's a really good way for people to like I said, to take the knowledge that they're gaining and then to employ that immediately in a direct surrounding where, like I said, where they can meet other people. Good stuff. So once again, thank you very much for your presentation. Short, sweet, but really just an honest and easy invitation to get involved to a great initiative. Also, OpenEBS is an amazing community, very active with lots of cool stuff going on there too. Going to be some cool stuff happening in KubeCon. So definitely keep that on your radar. Awesome open source, running data on Kubernetes for real, container attached storage. These are all topics that are really important to our community. And OpenEBS is super easy to get involved. So if you want to, just reach out. I think it's quite simple. Good stuff. So thank you very much, Nishanta.
Thanks, Bart. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers. So now I'm going to bring on our next speaker. So this whole time we've been talking about learning, right? And so different folks have been sharing resources. We've talked about some different ways of getting, contributions in. But one of the things that happens to a lot of young people is that they get overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that's out there. So to kind of simplify that, and a person who's also, once again, a non-code contributor who's been directly involved in getting the word out there through writing, which is an amazing skill that she has, we have Studi with us. So Studi, if you could turn on your microphone and share your screen, we can jump. Oh, and that is a very cool t-shirt, I might add. That's very, very nice. Yeah. Nice to have you with us. When you're ready, share your screen. We can go for it.
Sure. Just give me a second.
Yep. All right, we got it.
Is my screen visible?
Yep. Just make it full screen. It'll be even more visible.
Yes.
Perfect.
So, hi everyone. Thank you for staying up. It's really late in India, so all of those people who are watching from India, thank you for tuning in. I absolutely love the way how my fellow speakers explained such crazy concepts in an easy to understand manner. But I'm here to provide you some resources to get started with Kubernetes itself. The picture you see right there, it is not even half of Kubernetes ecosystem. And Kubernetes is expanding by leaps and bounds each day. With a rate so dynamic, I understand it might get overwhelming to even get started in the first place. So I'm going to help you out with this because I also started somewhere and I'm still learning. I'm just total beginner, just like you. So here's some things about me. Hi, my name is Sudhi Mishra, and I'm currently doing my CS undergrad from VIT Bhopal. I'm a ML and a DevOps enthusiast. And most importantly, I'm an active DoK contributor. My pronouns are she and they, so I'm comfortable using both of them equally. So here are my profiles, just in case you want to follow. So a quick story on how I got started. So I was scrolling through LinkedIn and I found Bard's rap videos. I had no idea someone could collaborate, put in technology and music together in such a cool way. So I immediately gave a DoK a follow, and then I forgot about it. Eventually, I got to know through the feed that DoK is conducting a session on Kubernetes certification with Cockroach Labs. So the name sounded familiar, and honestly, I had no idea what CKA, CKAD, and all these terms meant. And I really wanted to get started with this stuff. So I just joined the live stream. I wrote a quick summary about it, whatever I understood. I'm not sure it was exact representation or not, but whatever the session meant to me. And surprisingly enough, I have no idea how, but it got selected as the best entry out there. And I got some cool swags delivered to me. This story was just to tell you that even you can get started. It was pretty simple for me, and it looks overwhelming at start, but it isn't. So I'll be sharing these resources with you, and all of them are quite beginner friendly. Some of these resources I personally use, and others are by recommendation from my friends, and they found them pretty useful. So let's get started. Here are some structured courses that you can, take up to get comfortable with terms like orchestration, monolithic services, microservices, creating your own Kubernetes cluster, all of those things. I personally took Introduction to Kubernetes by edX, which is also given by Linux Foundation. So, and the scalable microservices with Kubernetes, one of my friends tried it and it was pretty cool. I also have to try it along the way, but yeah, I'm just being honest here, what I tried, and these are other two are by recommendation out there. So if you're someone who learns by listening, then these podcasts are something that you should definitely check out. Kubernetes podcast by Google, the podcast with Dan Pop, data engineering podcast, all of them. Because it will give you a lot more perspective on the problems and what Kubernetes is about in real world rather than just theoretical knowledge. So yeah, just tune in, just give it a try once. And when we're talking about resources, how can I forget about YouTube channels? Practically from where we all are getting our degrees. So you can tune into Tech World with Nana for structured DevOps tutorials, IBM's tutorials for crisp and concise
like concepts. DoK's community definitely for introduction to a lot of new industrial concepts that are out there. Weekly talk with industry level people, so it is going to help you a lot because you will stay updated in what's going on. So Ani's channel will help you keep in flow with 100 days of Kubernetes out there. Now, learning should be fun. I'm a strong believer that while you're learning, you should have fun. Having fun is really important out there. So I've got a couple of cool resources lined up for you. Now, who doesn't love comics? So while you're doing all your coding stuff and all your like comprehending all those complex concepts out there, give it a short read, like Smooth Sailing with Kubernetes by Google, Piffy and Friends, like it is a whole series sort of thing by CNCF. Maybe just, to help you elevate your mood in general. And Captain Cube is a nasty character in Piffy and Friends, if you just, go through it in general. So yeah. Next up, we have an unconventional resource out there, which is by DoK itself, DoK's coloring book that is developed by Nelly. Now, it is going to help you, look at things with a different perspective. Here you can see Mona Lisa, delivering concepts of Cassandra out there. So it's pretty cool. Just check it out. I mean, you will be blown that art and technology can be merged together. And I believe DoK is all about that, merging like all those like combinations that we never thought were possible in real life. Now, memes are something that unite all of us, isn't it? So while you're learning, make sure you follow a couple of like meme accounts, maybe Meme Netties on Twitter, and these Reddit spaces out there, so that you also have like fun while you're learning out there, and trust the process in general. And what's a better way to get started than getting involved itself? As rightly said by Benjamin Franklin, and I quote, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I remember, involve me and I learn." And when we are talking about getting involved, what is a better place than DoK itself? DoK is the community you need. So hop onto our Slack channel. You can ask all your questions in Beginners Arena. All your doubts will get resolved pretty quickly. Make friends, find friends to learn along, network with them. Opportunities of similar communities and growth, like whatever new events are coming up, you'll be aware of them. Stay updated with our weekly Twitter spaces, like we have it on every Friday, and definitely our weekly talk, like tech buzz talks. And most importantly, contribute, right? All contributions are valid, be it illustrations, raps, blogs, anything and everything under the sun. So basically, my whole perspective for resources is just get started, be it courses, podcasts, YouTube videos, comics, DoK's coloring book, Twitter, Reddit, blogs or documentation, anything and everything, just get started. And while you're doing all of this, hectic work of learning a technology that is, growing day by day. So remember, honor your own pace, because all of us have our own pace. We all take some time, and we all, take different like things differently. Some take more time, some take less. So it's totally good. Learn in public so that you can maybe get to know more people who are, starting from your point as well. Or maybe you can be an inspiration to others out there. Be active in the community and ask questions. there is no such thing as known as a stupid question. I cannot emphasize on it enough. Ask questions, guys. So a huge shout out to DoK community for being a super dope and welcoming place, like all the interns and Bart himself. And I'd like to add a small thing out there. While we were rehearsing and doing all the run-throughs, Bart told us one thing, that really stuck with me, is that people might forget what you told them or what you taught them, but they're going to remember how you made them feel. And with that note, I hope I made you get comfortable with getting started in the first place. That's it from my side, guys. And here are my socials, just in case you wanna chat in general or anything. I also happen to do a bit of dramatics here and there and Model United Nations. So if you wanna talk about anything and everything, just feel free to stop by and we can chat. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Studi. I loved how you finished with that point about making people feel, because I think we can all agree that you make people feel comfortable. You show that there are lots of different ways, because one of the things is when people say they want to learn, it's not to say go here or go there. It's to say, well, how do you learn best? And I think you mentioned that really well. If you learn best with podcasts, you might want to start there. If you learn better with other things, you have different options. Excellent presentation. Absolutely loved it. That being said, in terms of the resources that you talked about, our next speaker, we have two next speakers. One of our next speakers recently, one of his contributions as a we can say not a data engineer, but someone who's a graphic designer and user experience person, you can say it that way, created a wonderful video that we have on our YouTube channel about operators. So I just want everybody to know is that just in the same way that you can learn in lots of different ways, you can contribute in lots of different ways. You saw Studi's example as well too, which I loved. She went to a talk that was about CK and CKD. It doesn't mean that she's necessarily going to get certified tomorrow, but she learns about how CockroachDB is as an organization, what all this certification process looks like, and tons of other stuff. So I think it shows her courage in attending a talk that might seem, whoa, this is way too complicated. Not a problem. You wrote a wonderful summary and got recognition from CockroachDB. So I think it's, anyway, just a beautiful story. Thank you very much, Studi. We will definitely be having you on in future talks, all right? So don't go away.
Thank you for having me.
All right, total pleasure. Good. Our next two speakers are Dipanshu and Lakshya. I got to get you on stage. All right, got to promote both of you. All right. So we got these two wonderful scholars, these wonderful gentlemen that are going to be coming on to join us to give a talk together, which is also quite cool. They also didn't know each other before getting in the Data on Kubernetes community, so this is something else that's come out of this. Very nice to see. What's up, Lakshya? How you doing?
Hey, Bart. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You're doing great. Dipanshu, oh,
Hey,
there
Bart.
he is. Looking good, man. Looking good. Nice background. I will let you two take over. Go for it.
Sure, Bart. Just a second, sharing my screen.
Okay.
Hey everyone, so welcome to DoK Student Day, and today I and Lakshay will be covering the custom resource definitions. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Dipanshu. I'm a full stack developer and a UI UX designer, and I love to contribute to the Data on Kubernetes community and learning about Kubernetes. Here are my social media handles. You can follow me and tag me if you face any problems.
Hey everyone, I'm Laksh. I'm a computer science student from India, and I started out as a web developer, and as and when I moved towards learning new technologies, I also came across great communities, and one of which was DoK that I'm a part of. And something that I really enjoy and admire about being a part of a community is that not only do you get to collaborate and work on different projects, but when you have different people on the same journey as you, it really motivates you to work harder. And this is the point I'd like to take to really encourage you to come to our Slack community, say hi, introduce yourself, and we'll be very happy to talk to you and guide you in whatever way possible. And that being said, let's move on to our talk. So the agenda for our talk is that first we'll move on to clearing some concepts of what is a resource. Then we'll jump on to understanding custom resources, followed by some use cases of CRDs that will give you a practical example of how these are used. And then we'll leave you with some resources to get you started and into the journey of learning custom resources and eventually Kubernetes as well. So let us first understand what is a resource.
Okay, so what is a resource? When we talk about a resource is an endpoint of the Kubernetes API that stores a collection of API objects of certain kind. So for example, if we take an example of Facebook, like we all use Facebook, and it stores the like data of millions of users, and that millions of users is the API objects that is stored by the Facebook application. So Facebook application provides different API for different API objects for storing it. So let us further know about the Kubernetes API and the API objects. So when we talk about the Kubernetes API, it allows us to access different parts of the cluster and external components to communicate with each other, and it will let you query and manipulate the states of API objects. So let me simplify it to you. So let me take an example of Medium website. You want to survey any blog, like you say, hey, Medium website, give me a blog of the Kubernetes. So it will give you a blog on the Kubernetes. So that Medium website has served the API that the URL change you have seen in the address bar. That is the API, and through that, the Medium website has given you a result. Similarly, the Kubernetes API is an endpoint through which you can access different API objects. So let us know more about the objects.
Now, objects in Kubernetes are a very key concept that we need to understand, and that are really helpful in understanding other concepts as well. So objects define a desired state of a cluster in Kubernetes. And as we have listened to in the previous talks as well, that objects are persistent entities in Kubernetes. What it means is that Kubernetes makes sure that once you create an object, it essentially stays there until and unless you replace or change the object completely. And these, we have some examples of objects. These are few of the examples of objects. You can learn more about these in the resources that we have provided in the end of the slides. Now, coming on to our topic of custom resource and custom resource definitions. It is important to understand difference between few terms. First is a resource. A resource is a Kubernetes API endpoint, and resources in Kubernetes are grouped into API versions and API groups. A custom resource is an extension of Kubernetes API, and it is not present by default in Kubernetes installation. It is something that you need outside, like you need other than the default installation to run your cluster. And coming to CRDs, which are custom resource definitions, these are also a type of custom resource which are present by default and are used to register the custom resources. Now, we first need to register custom resources in order to create one. If we don't do that, if you don't register a custom resource, the API server will give an error saying that we don't recognize the resource type. So it is quite important to register the custom resource. Now let's move on to some use cases of custom resource.
Okay, so when we talk about the use cases of custom resource definitions, we have three top-notch use cases. That is the CRUD operations, the HTTPS server, the admission webhooks. So when we talk about the custom resources, so let us again take an example of Medium website. So you are the admin of the Medium website, and you want to get the blogs, delete blogs, or the update blogs that you have written. So for that, you have different endpoints according to that. So if I want to get blogs, I have a different API serving that system. So similarly, we can perform the CRUD operations on the Kubernetes through Kubernetes API and on the API objects. Then when we come on to the HTTPS, it provides us a secured server, and the requests that we perform are secured. And last but not the least, the admission webhooks. When we use any application, we need to define some default values and we need to validate some values. So you don't want that your application crashes when you perform any CRUD operation. For that, admission webhooks come into play, and you can validate your entries. Then coming on to connection with the DoK community. We at DoK community love to play with data, and custom resources provide us custom resources provide us to retrieve a structured data. And when we combine a custom resource with a custom controller, we can get a true declarative state, and this is also called a declarative API. And it might seem to be little overwhelming to you, and if it is and you are still interested, then you are on a right track. So we won't let you down, and we have lot of resources to get yourself started. So you can refer the Kubernetes docs, deep dive API server by Red Hat, the extending Kubernetes API with CRDs, and the Kubernetes API docs. All the links are present in the Notion section that we will provide later. And we have also an open source project that you can contribute, and it's totally based on the custom resource definitions. That is the gatekeeper.
Now, in the end, we'd like to thank Bart and all the amazing interns at DoK community for organizing this amazing talk and inviting us to speak. Thank you, everyone, for listening to our talk. Thank you.
All right, amazing. Getting great feedback in the YouTube chat. The aesthetics, I mean, the slides were perfect. Good use of humor as well too with the memes. Very well explained, concrete explanations for, once again, concepts that might not be so easy for folks, but seeing two people who are, we can still say, relatively new to the community, different kinds of profiles, coming together and putting this talk together, that's massive success. So as you said with your own meme regarding to the rock, great job. You definitely rock.
Thanks.
Definitely fans. You did a great job. Next up, we've got Laiba. So Laiba is joining us from Pakistan, moving over to a different country. Very excited to have her. Laiba, whenever you're ready, you can share your screen, turn on your microphone, camera, whatever you got to do.
Yeah, definitely. Hey everyone.
How you doing? Good to have you here with us.
I'm good. Yeah. Let me share my screen.
Okay.
Is it visible?
Yep.
Okay. Hey everyone, it's 6 October 2021, a day which we were waiting for so long. And genuinely, I was so excited for DoK Student Day 2021. First of all, thanks DoK community for giving me this opportunity to put my views in front of everyone about why is data so important. So let me introduce myself. My name is Laiba Zahoor and I'm from Pakistan. I'm doing software engineering from Arid Agriculture University. Moreover, I'm doing internship from Cloud Native Islamabad. And these are all my social account handles. You can connect me, you can reach me over here, and I would definitely love to make connections and love to make connections with all of you. So I know you all are so excited to know about the importance of data because I was also so excited to know about the importance of data. So without testing your patience, let me start from today's agenda. Today we will discuss about what is data, then the importance of data, then we will conclude our whole talk into conclusion. So let's begin. So before knowing the importance of data, we should know about what is data. So data refers to a distinct pieces of information, usually formatted and stored in a way that is concordant with a specific purpose. Okay, let me explain it with the help of example. Okay, like I'm a person who wants to explore more about cloud native, and for that I have to join any community, cloud native community. So before joining any community, I have to collect data about different communities, either which community will better suits me, or which community is either this community is for beginners or it's only for experts, and much more things about that certain community. So this is all about data. So data is nothing but a raw facts and figure, and after processing and analyzing that data, we will get some useful information, and that useful information will help us to solve our problem, to make decisions, and lots of other things. So this is all about data. And now, after knowing about data, we are better to know about the importance of data. There are a large amount of important points and importance of data, but due to shortage of time, I will discuss some points over here. First of all, data help us to make good decisions in our life. Yeah, it is. Valid data provide indisputable evidence to make good decisions in our whole life. I also want to explain it with the help of example. So let us consider that I'm a millionaire, which I'm not, but just consider that I'm a millionaire and I want to invest my money in any in a cloud native project like Kubernetes and Knative or any of the project. And for as a good decision maker, I have to collect valid data about both projects. I'm talking about valid data, not only data, but after collecting a valid data, I will be able to make a good decision about which project should I invest or which project I should not to invest. So this is all about that's how data help us to make good decisions in our life. Sorry. Okay, our next point is find solution for the problems. Yeah, data help us to find solution. Like accurate data always allows us to more efficiently determine the cause of problem, and after knowing the problem, we will be able to solve our problem and provide a best solution for our problem. Data will back up your argument. Yeah, data will always back up your argument. Data is a key component of system advocacy. Like as a senior manager, you want some change in your organization. Like you want this and you want that in your organization, and someone says, "Hey, why you are doing this?" And if you have a valid data, and that valid data will definitely allow you and demonstrate you that why change actually are needed in your organization. So that's how, if you have a valid data, it will definitely help you in every field of your life. Next point is be strategic in your approach. Yes, good and valid data always direct you to secure resources where they are actually needed. Whereas invalid or inefficient data will lead you to the wastage of resources, wastage of money, and lots of stuff. And last but not least point, data saves your time. Yeah, it's true that time is money. Yeah, we know that time is money, and if you have a valid data, it will definitely saves your time. But if you have a valid data, if you have invalid data or inefficient data, it will definitely waste your time, waste your resources, waste your, and lots of things will happen. Bad things will happen in your life if you don't have a valid data. So try to collect valid data about anything, about your any problem, about anything. So if you want to explore more about the importance of data, I will share these links with you. You will definitely go and explore more about the importance of data. Now I want to conclude my whole talk in a single quote of Peter Drucker. He said, "You can't manage what you don't measure." So I guess if you have a valid data, you can solve your any problem. You can make decision for any huge problem or anything. But if you have valid data, so I will always recommend you to collect some valid data. So now I want to send credits to those people who helped me a lot to continue my journey. Sam Sovdor is a person who introduced me to cloud native communities. So thank you so much, Sam Sovdor, for helping me in such a brilliant way. And Bart Farrell, you are a person who gave me this opportunity to come here and talk in front of everyone. So thank you so much, Bart Farrell. So now if you have any question, feel free to connect me on Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub, or everywhere. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Wow, Laiba, I do have a question. How many talks
Yeah.
how many talks have you given in your life?
I did nothing. It's my first talk.
That was absolutely incredible. All right. A lot of other people as
Thank
well too,
you.
same thing today, but it looks like you're giving talk number 110. I mean this in all seriousness.
No,
You'll
thank
see
you
next
so much.
No, I really mean that. You'll see next week some of the folks in KubeCon that have tons of speaking experience will not give as good of a talk as you just gave. Very concise, very easy to follow, great points, excellent slides, like the quotes. You can't ask for more than that. Laiba, great job. That was super, super good.
Thank you so
Congratulations.
much. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks
Means
a
a
lot.
lot for me.
No, really, seriously, I think we can all agree, like, that was super, super good. It's not easy going this far in the day as well, too, but you really had a great energy level, and everything was super easy to follow. So anyway, thank you. Congratulations. That was dope.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cheers. Good. Now, we'll bring on somebody else. Nelly, are you there? Nelly, it's time for you to share your screen. It's time for you to jump in and let us know what's going on. What's up, Nelly? I'm in Spain. We just went to Pakistan. Now we're in Michigan. What's up?
Hey, I just hooked up a new microphone. Is it working?
It works great. You sound super good.
Hey, yeah, everything's good in Michigan. Nice and cold. It is spooky season. It's spooky season. I'm excited.
That's right. Halloween's coming up. That's true. We only got a few more weeks. All right. So you want to share your screen, Nelly? Jump right in.
All right.
Let's do it.
Okay. Oop, gotta push the button.
By the way, shameless plug, but just so everybody knows, Nelly and I are hosting a show on Cloud Native TV. We just did our first episode. It's called Art as Code, where we're talking about the intersection of art and technology. We haven't got the next episode planned. It'll be after KubeCon, but you definitely want to check that out, just so everybody knows. Yeah. And I'll be quiet. It's all you.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. And all you students are amazing, and it's so great to be a part of this. So I'm going to do a talk. It's going to be diving in the deep end. I'm Nelly Toby. I am a product success engineer at Jellyfish. And the reason I developed this, at first I was doing a project to get Django and Docker working together and get them working so that I could put them into a mini cube, Kubernetes thing. And I realized that I've been coding into the void. I've been coding on my own and learning on my own for like 4 years. And there's a lot of little things that I've picked up over the years that I think would be really useful to other students. So diving into something new. This could be art, this could be code, this could be anything new or challenging or complex you're getting ready to tackle. The things to remember, we all started as beginners, all of us. We all had to start somewhere, and that's just keep that in reminder, if like when you're reaching out to other people and when you're doing things, we all had to start at the beginning. New things can be scary. That's, you know, it's part of the process. They can be scary, and the fear can be a good thing. You know, you don't want to go into your terminal and type RM negative RC, you know, you don't want to type in things without being cautious. But so that's just a part of it, and that's okay. Errors are your friend. Errors are your friend, and I'll cover this a little bit, couple more slides. You can learn a ton from errors. They're amazing. And failures lead to growth. All the errors, all the failures, all the things you encounter as you're learning a new thing help you to do them better, step after step after step. So failures lead to growth, and that's a good thing. Uh-oh, there we go. Okay, other things to remember when you're learning online. It's something I encountered when I was doing my little experiment with Django and Docker. There are knowledge assumptions, there are prior setup assumptions, and there's hierarchical knowledge that sometimes when the people writing the blogs or writing the tutorial, when they put them online, and it's not malicious at all, but a lot of times when people have been doing a certain knowledge base or a certain skill for a really long time, they kind of forget like the beginning. They forget that they didn't know these computer science terms when they started. So that's something to remember, because like with my experience, My my phone. I was doing the setup, and the blog, the tutorial thing wanted me to use Postgres. I've never used Postgres. I had no idea how to use Postgres, and these it had me setting that up. Let me turn this phone off. Okay. So that's something to remember, because they didn't explain any of the Postgres, so it stalled me out for a little while. Experiment, experiment, and experiment some more. Learning is cumulative. Everything you learn stacks. It keeps going and going. So you learn this in Python, the next thing you learn in Python, the next thing you learn in Python, you switch to a whole different language to learn. All those things you learned about Python going into like JavaScript, for example, they're cumulative. They help you. So all that learning, it's good. And experiment. Do little experiments, do big experiments. But the little ones can be just as good for your learning, adding on to your learning as the rest of them. Errors are your friends. Here's this bit. There is a ton of stuff in here in this little screenshot. And if I were to deep dive into those, I could find a lot of information that I could add to my knowledge base, which is a great thing. Errors are your friends. Well, when they're good errors. So you can learn a lot just from looking at the errors and finding the things you need to do. Like with this, I couldn't get Postgres to work. It wasn't working right. I ended up switching over to the default Django database to get it working. But that was a part of the process. The error was my friend. It helped me see what was going wrong. What do you do when you're stuck? These are things too that I learned along the way. Take a break. This is a big one, because sometimes your brain needs a soft reset. Sometimes it's grinding so hard at an issue that you're trying to solve that it'll get stuck. It'll clam up, and you need to just give it a break. Another thing that I didn't add in the slide that got me today again, it's always a typo. Always check for typos first, because you wrote this code, you know it should work. It should work. It's probably a typo. Always check for typos first. Google Foo. Your search engine will learn from you. It will curate your list as you go and as you grow, and as you become better at searching, your results will become better. So if you're stuck, try different things in that Google search engine. Maybe you just need to change the keywords it's trying to find. Rubber ducking. This is a process where you put a little rubber duck by your computer, and when you're trying to work through something and you're stuck, you talk to it. It seems silly, but it works. I don't know how many times I went to type out a question I had to someone, and it occurred to me as I was typing out the question, what the heck the solution was. Ask your community. The Data on Kubernetes community is an amazing place, and especially when you're tackling something like Kubernetes. It is huge, it is complex, it can be overwhelming. Don't be afraid to ask when you're stuck. We're all really friendly people. Some of us really want to share it. Some of us have questions, same as you, and it would be great if you asked the question so we didn't have to. So don't be afraid to ask your community. Take the wins. I got this little project working finally, and it didn't go exactly how the blog or the tutorial went, but I got it working, even though I hit some snags and I got some stuff wrong, and I went right to Twitter and shared it, because I'm taking the win. I got this to work, and that's cool, and I should be able to celebrate that, and you should celebrate your wins too. The DoK community. Like I said, this is a place where you can go and meet other people that may be struggling or having the same learning experience you are, and it's a great place. The experiment I did, the reason it was important is because once I got into the database part, I had to think about stateful versus stateless if I was actually going to get an app running up online. DoK community, that's a lot of the focus in there. So it's a great place. It's friendly for beginners and experts alike. We have beginners in there. We have students in there. I'm a student. And we're all there, and we all want to be a part of this really cool community. So come join us. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the students for making this happen. This is amazing.
Awesome. Can't ask for more than that. I think everyone, this was so honest and so practical. Some of the stuff that folks are talking about, that errors are really the best teachers, because that's how we learn how to do things correctly. Don't take anything personally, and also celebrating the wins. I feel like we don't do that enough, and particularly like in 2021, which is a challenging year, very similar to 2020. I think we really take it where you can get it and be happy and celebrate it, and do it collectively. I think that's, like you said, whether it's in Twitter, in a community, or things like that. Those are really, really good points. Someone's also asking about Art is Code. So Nelly, could you just give your summary really quickly about what Art is Code is about?
Okay, Art is Code. There's a lot of people that, when you look around into the tech communities, that have these other skill sets, these other arts that they do. Craftsmen, musicians, cooks, artists, painters. And the idea is to bring in people and show that there's more to tech than just code. There's a whole lot of amazing things going on with people. And people are the important bit in tech, and we want to bring people in, let them talk about their art, and just really enjoy that aspect of code and art, because they really do go hand in hand in so many ways.
Absolutely, and so that's what we're talking about. Are we talking about an art, or is coding, is it an art or a science? I think just yesterday in the live stream that we had with two wonderful people, they were really stressing the fact of how artistic it can be. That if you see code, don't let the word beautiful not be in your vocabulary in terms of how you describe it. You can use, people talk also about code smells and things like that. But when you're looking at these kind of things that seemingly look maybe dry and very, once again, technical by nature, that there's actually a lot of personal touches that people can put in there, that they're channeling their own passions and their own kind of interests. And then, as you mentioned, there are tons of people in this space that are doing lots of other things that have nothing to do with tech, but actually they do have a lot to do with it, which is what we saw in our first episode that we did with Lorraine from Timescale, who's an expert in collage and has been doing lots of kinds of art her whole life. So anyway, this is something that Nelly and I are starting, and we don't plan on stopping. So you will definitely be able to see more episodes of Art is Code on the Cloud Native TV. Right now it's being called KubeCon TV, but you can find it either way. It's on Twitch. Hopefully the passwords weren't leaked like all the other stuff that was leaked on Twitch. But that's a different question, not my problem. Anyway, anyway, Nelly, thank you very much for your talk. This is, as usual, 10 out of 10. Let's bring in our last but not least speaker, who is joining us with a flashlight because of some electrical difficulties in his house. But that doesn't matter. We start out just like how we finish just like how we started. We started with Atar with an amazing song, and we're finishing with this passionate young human who's at his house with some electricity difficulties. But he's getting over it. He's making it work. He's making it work. Atar, what's up?
Hey man, I was just a bit of tense, but then it's fine. Like we are still gonna rock it and like do our best. So never mind. That's the spirit of the whole DoK community, and I'm going to keep it up. So
and also, isn't it fitting that your talk is about disaster recovery? Is that a coincidence?
Exactly.
Was this planned? Was this planned, Atara?
Well, you can say so. Maybe the electricity people in my area, they might be knowing that I'm going to give a talk about disaster recovery. So maybe because of that. Yeah. So let's jump into.
Let's jump into it and share that screen. Let's do it.
I'm sharing the screen. So is it visible?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, yeah. Okay then. Hello everyone. Hello again. I'm Athar, and I'm glad that you're still here and seeing me in this torchlight thing. And just in case you don't know, I'm going to talk about disaster recovery and something which I'm experiencing right now. But never mind. So let's jump into it. So I'm Athar, currently a senior pursuing my bachelor's in electronics and telecommunication engineering from Pune University, India. And just in case you think that this smile is way too enthusiastic, so mind it, that much enthusiastic for open source community as well. So disaster recovery. Imagine you're just about to go to bed thinking to have that sound sleep after finally working for so long that you get a phone call saying there is something wrong with the infrastructure, or maybe something is just not working and crashed at your workplace. Exactly. So that is what we're going to talk about today. And just in case you still haven't seen this rather annoyed yet cute cat's reaction after losing her data, well, you just did. So starting from the past. In the pre-Kubernetes, pre-container world, backups and recovery solutions were generally implemented at the virtual machine level. That used to work for traditional applications when applications used to run on single virtual machines. But now when applications are containerized and managed with an orchestrated tool like Kubernetes, that system plainly falls apart. which means effective disaster recovery plans for Kubernetes must be designed for containerized architectures. And this is why you need disaster recovery plans, because this whole thing, we often tend to experience these sort of things like maybe a cutout or maybe a server explosion, and we'll talk about more in the coming slides. And this is why you need disaster recovery, because we don't want you to be like this or like this and even like this. So that was a really apt example from just the happening of Facebook outage. So let's go back to the time and let's talk about the technology now. So when did this technology came into being? So Kubernetes was originally developed by Google and it was open sourced on the 7th June 2014. Since then, the maintainers of the Kubernetes is CNCF, that is Cloud Native Computing Foundation. And Kubernetes was originally written in Go. The current stable version of Kubernetes is version 1.22.2, and that is just 51 days ago. And just in case you want to see and explore more about Kubernetes, you can check it on kubernetes.io. And look what this can do and the main features of the orchestration tool. So what does this whole Kubernetes thing do? And what are the main the rise before going and jumping upon the main features and the topic that is this whole orchestrator tools and the features.
Back. Atarv, I think that Disaster is still pursuing you. Disaster heard that you were starting to give a talk about disaster recovery, and now Disaster is more present than ever, but that's okay. It's no big deal. He's frozen, but we love him and we care about him. We know he'll be back. It's not a big deal. Perhaps just maybe would want to do it without the camera on. If you do want to take a screenshot, you are invited. I wouldn't do it personally, but if you want to do that, that's your choice. If anybody wants to take a screenshot with poor Atarv being stuck there. But we'll figure this out. There's definitely a solution. I'm going to try to ping him on Slack and see if we can get him to come back. But let's take a look. Let's see. Once again, this doesn't matter, all right? The main thing is that Atarv has worked very hard to prepare this presentation. We've rehearsed multiple times. He also played a song at the beginning. He really understands what the community is about. He helped other people with their presentations as well. Atarv, we lost you, but now you're back. It's all good, bro. Like I said, you know, when disaster strikes, disaster really strikes. I don't know if Mark Zuckerberg heard you saying things about him losing lots of money. A lot of different things could have happened. But you probably want to back up a little bit because it started to get choppy and then we kind of lost you. So anyway, turn on your microphone, share your screen, maybe back up one slide, and then you can start over.
All right, cool.
No worries, man.
So I'm hope
maybe, yeah, I would just maybe back up one slide just so we can, you know, get to where we needed to be, and then you can just take it from there. Yeah.
Just give me a minute.
It's all good, man. You know, we really did save the best for last. You know, that's for sure. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
There is no doubt about that. All right, it's all yours, man. Go for it. We'll be here. Don't worry. Just in case you need anything, we'll be here.
All right. So I hope you might have lost this track on this introduction thing. So we will talk about the technology again. So the original authors of Kubernetes was Google, and it was open sourced on the 7th June 2014. Since then, the maintainers of the Kubernetes is CNCF, that is Cloud Native Computing Foundation. So let's talk about what does Kubernetes do and what are the main features. And before talking about the Kubernetes and its main features, let's jump into the topic that is microservices. The rise of microservices caused increased usage of container technologies because the container actually offers the perfect host for the small independent applications like microservices. And the containers and the microservices technology actually resulted in application that they are now considered in hundreds or sometimes even thousands and loads of containers basically. So now managing these loads of containers across multiple environments using scripts and self-made tools was getting a bit tedious and even a bit complex. So that is where the need of the orchestrated tool and tools like basically Kubernetes comes into place. So the main features of the orchestrated tools are high availability, scalability, and disaster recovery. And now we'll go by one that what these basically features depicts about them. So high availability means applications has no downtimes, so it is always accessible by the users. Scalability means applications has high performance, it loads faster, user has very high response rate from the application, and then comes the disaster recovery. Yes, you guessed it right. The one thing that I'm experiencing terribly right now. So anyway, what is the key important thing, and why it's the need of disaster recovery? So disaster recovery means the infrastructure has if in any case infrastructure has some problems like data is lost or the server is lost, or if something bad happens with the server center, or maybe the server is exploded, or maybe this case like the electricity is gone, then in that scenario, in that kind of situation, there has to be some sort of coping mechanism, right? So as to pick the data from the last state and to restore it to the latest state, so that the application doesn't actually loses any data, and the containerized application can run from the latest state after the recovery. So now we will talk about the main basic architecture of the Kubernetes cluster. Now, I'm assuming you hope are still able to see. So this is what a basic architecture of a Kubernetes cluster looks like. The entry point of a Kubernetes cluster is API server. And then there is this component called as controller manager, which keeps tracks of whatever that is happening in the Kubernetes cluster. Then there is this another thing that is scheduler, which ensures that there is like the perfect pods placement. And exactly, you see it, that is etcd. So etcd is something you can say as the key player of the whole backing up and the restoring of the Kubernetes cluster. So let's jump into what does basically the architecture and the functioning of the etcd is like. So I'm assuming you're seeing, but I guess the pic is broken. I'm not sure why, but yeah, terrible things happens like with me also. So I guess like it's just me. So anyway, so I'll just like talk about what is the whole basically working of etcd. So etcd holds the current state value of the Kubernetes cluster, and it has all the configuration data inside and all the status data of each node and each container inside of that node. The backup and the restore we made are actually made from the etcd snapshots, so we can recover this whole cluster state using etcd snapshots. And while the mechanism is like the whole mechanism thing includes the etcd snapshots and all, but there is one more thing, which is that like the whole backing up thing and all, how it works. So the whole mechanism of the disaster recovery takes place by creating etcd backups and by storing them into the remote storage, and then these backups are in the form of etcd snapshots. And while Kubernetes doesn't manages these etcd snapshots and storage devices, so storage spaces by itself, but it is the duty of or the role of a Kubernetes cluster administrator, something I'm sure you might all have heard about, that is CKA. It's the basically role of the Kubernetes cluster to manage these etcd snapshots. And now we are going to talk about how is this all connected with the DoK community. Really, do I need to say more? Data everywhere. As you can all see, we have a lot of data, and so we are not so we basically need a reliable disaster recovery plans. Because consider the situation from the day before yesterday. Yes, you guessed it right, or guessed it right. It was Facebook's outage, and luckily we still do have our Facebook accounts all safe and working. And but guess what? If there were no disaster recovery plans by Facebook, well, I'm hoping you're assuming that there can be the bad and the worst consequences that could be happening, just like this one power cutoff I'm having right now. So anyway, that's all about etcds and the importance of the disaster recovery plans. Now it is time for if you want to explore more. So if you want to explore more, we have got you covered. Here are some of the resources. The first one, the highly recommended one resource that I'm going to recommend is Tech with Nana's playlist, which is about Kubernetes. And I'm sure would be really helpful for the beginners. And then another one is disaster recovery in Kubernetes, that is by CNCF developers. And there was this conference on disaster recovery in Kubernetes. So I'm sure, just in case you love this whole scenario I'm having right now and want to know more about it, you should be checking out it. And now we will jump up with the summary. So what did we talk about? What we talked about what is disaster recovery, the need of disaster recovery, as you can all see right now. And then another one is the Kubernetes cluster architecture, and then key player etcd and working of the etcd. And that's all from my side. And now it is time for credits and shout outs. So I would like to give a huge shout out to Moinak Biswas for actually going, a very good friend of mine, for actually going through each and every slide of mine and even encouraging me and motivating me to still give this presentation despite of me having this electricity issues. And to one and only Bart Farrell. Bart, I love you, man. You're super enthusiastic, and I love that you're so helpful. And I'm really glad that you gave me this chance of giving this talk. And I'm sure I tried to nail it. And just in case if it wasn't that great, so you can always have maybe a suggestion for me and all. So I'll try to make it better, and also to make my electricity board nearby me to inform that whenever I'm giving such presentations, they need to make sure that I'm having no cutouts. And that's all from my side. If you want to know more about me and just want to see or connect with me, and maybe feel like giving me some sort of sympathy for being able to perform this presentation in such disaster recovery plans thing, and maybe in this I'm assuming basically that you might have loved it. So I tried my level best. I hope you liked it. So these are my socials. If you still feel like connecting with me, you can check out the socials down below. And thank you. That's all from my side. Bye. Peace out.
Ataru, if you ever, and I mean ever, want to apply for a job in disaster recovery, the only thing you need to do is to show them this video, right? That's it. You won't be a code test. They won't look at your CV. There won't be an interview. They'll watch this video and be like, this guy is in. Nobody knows disaster recovery firsthand better than Ataru. I love that. Super good. No. Not only was the talk good, great information, very easy to understand, but you dealt with a very complex situation. You maintained your cool, and this is a huge lesson to everybody. You will have difficulties if you give talks. Oh, look right now, the poor guy's frozen again. You will have some difficulties if you give talks. Things will go wrong. There will be technical issues. There will be technical problems. Oh, ahora la pantalla está negra. Okay, Ataru, are you back? I can't hear you. Porque veo la pantalla negra.
Yeah.
Now you can you hear me?
No. Yeah.
No, you're good. Okay, cool. So it seems that your electrical problem is now affecting me, because it seems that we are not
in the same room now.
YouTube. Sí. Okay. So anyway, no, but like I said, I just want everybody to know, because some people are giving talks for the first time. When you give talks, well, Ataru did something really, really smart. He practiced multiple times. I mean, we practiced like 3 times, I want to say. So that's really, really smart. Anytime you're ever going to give a presentation, practice it a lot, all right? You can never practice too many times. I want to check something really quickly. So that's extremely important. Then the other thing as well is that sometimes things can go wrong. But what you have to do is handle it exactly how Ataru did. He handled it like a pro. Just being like, okay, whatever, I'm still here to give my presentation. I'm going to do everything possible. He was kind enough as well, too, to let us know soon. So we were able to coordinate with Nelly so she could go first. If you're having a problem, don't sit there and suffer in silence. Tell somebody, all right? So he did a very good job doing that, too. So Ataru has not only taught us about disaster recovery, but also about how to be a mature adult, how to be a professional, how to handle things, and how to just keep going even if you're having some difficulties. So I think it's a beautiful way to finish the day, a very strong message that will bring us all closer together in the Data on Kubernetes community. I don't think we will ever forget when this happened. This will.
Actually, we won't forget it till the time we have the video over the YouTube channel. So let's see. And I would like to say one more thing, like Bart said, which was while the time of disaster recovery or some sort of disaster, you better call your person, and that was for me today was Bart and even Moinak, because they both encouraged me to, and even this one cousin of mine, which is Rishabh Bhaiya, and he's one of my elder cousin, and like. He was like, you should be fine. You don't need to think twice about it. Just go with the flow, and everything would be good. So I hope it turned out to be good. And yeah, that's all.
Very, very good stuff. One thing really quickly. Let's see. Sorry. And let's see. But I think, like I said, is that I think we couldn't finish in a better way. There was no better way to finish today. It even worked out well that you traded places with Nelly. So like I said, we've got this, as a way to finish. But like I said, this has been the end of a very, very complete day with a lot of action. I just want to thank all of our amazing speakers. Once again, to repeat, many of whom were giving their talks for the first time. We had very few we want to say beginners or students in terms of people that are they're having full-time jobs. I think it was maybe 3 or 4. But the rest was all students. And all students with, once again, different backgrounds, different internet connections, different webcams, different computers. No, I'm not just referring to you. I thought some people are doing this off their phone and a tablet combined. Some people, live close to, their room is close to a window, so there are cars going by, whatever. But that's part of the experience. And so I think we as a community took a big step forward today. And it's something that, as long as I'm in the Data on Kubernetes community, we'll be doing this as often as possible. I want to give a big shout out to the interns, to Kewalia, to Kunal, to Vanshika and Karuna for all the hard work they did in putting this together, but also all the speakers. For those of you that are in the audience, we did a lot of rehearsals, speakers taking this very seriously, working very hard on their PowerPoints, coming to the rehearsals and practicing a lot, asking for feedback, getting feedback, giving feedback. This really was a very complete event that was organized in a short period of time. With extenuating circumstances in different areas. While everyone's studying, we have time changes, we have all that stuff. So I just want everyone in the YouTube channel, in the YouTube chat, I was asking everyone to share the ghost emoji for you. So
my favorite emoji.
Yeah, you can share whatever emoji you want. But just to finish this out. And with an announcement before finishing is that like I said, the best talk from today, we'll have to kind of review the talks, do a little bit of debating, decide who's going to give their talk in the DoK Day next week on Tuesday, October 12th. So that news will be coming out soon. In the meantime, all the speakers, you've got your slides, you will have a YouTube video. We'll get those linked up soon. We'll have each talk separated. If for whatever reason we need to record a talk again, and a thought if that's an option, you don't have to do it, but if you want to do it, that's fine. Now we're getting all the ghost emojis, that's nice. So yeah, like I said, that's gonna happen, but what I really encourage all the speakers to do, don't just use the talk as your way of putting yourself out there or working on your personal brand as Dilwan told us. Use this as an opportunity to really get the word out. You'll be able to share screenshots, you'll be able to share your slides, you'll be able to share the video link. You can tag all the other speakers that were in there so we all get some love and interaction going in the comments. Try to use this as much as you can. I know that I'm going to be sharing these videos because we're also going to have a lot of them one by one on my Twitter account. I'll create a big post for the whole video, for the whole event, for everyone that was involved, but individually so that I can help you get a little bit more attention and traction so that people see who you are. Remember, this is, for a lot of you, the first talk that you gave. Start thinking about what's going to be the second one. It doesn't have to be in the Data on Kubernetes community. It can be whatever you want or wherever you want. But be proactive. And for those of you that don't want to give a talk on camera, that's fine. Think about writing a blog. Think about working on some documentation. Think about doing a podcast. There are tons of other ways to get involved. You don't have to be in front of the camera doing what we're doing right now. If that's not your style, that's okay. We all have comfort zones, and we don't say go out of your comfort zone, expand your comfort zone. But for some people, they generally do not want to be on camera, and that's okay, all right? And that's not a small percentage of people. A lot of people don't like it. So that's totally fine. But if you can take any message from today is that you always have a place to be in the Data on Kubernetes community. It's our job to find a way to use your talents, to get you plugged in with the right group of people. We are here to help you. We've seen a bunch of new people coming in on Slack, and you can bet that we're going to be getting them plugged in too. So anyway, Atar, thank you so much. Shukriya on a massive level. I wish you nothing but the best. I wish you nothing but the best. Chak Tefate, you play music. You deal with electrical outages and you give good talks with very good energy. That's an amazing combination. So seriously, big thanks to everybody. Look forward to continue the conversations on Slack. Massive shout out to everyone who was involved today. And we will be closing now. So feel free to share whatever emojis, whatever comments you want to do. And we will continue the conversation on Twitter, on Slack. All right? Take care, everybody. All right, cheers.
Bye.
Bye-bye. In just over a year, 95 meetups, 3,000 followers on LinkedIn, about 3,000 on Twitter, 2,000 subscribers on YouTube, 1,500 people in Slack. Yeah, we could talk about the numbers. The metrics are great, they're solid, they say a lot about us. But much more important than the metrics are the names of the people behind them. The ones who are really creating the impact, that are sharing the beautiful things that make our community the unique place that it is. We're talking about people with names, people with hearts and minds, with fears and dreams. Let's hear some of them. Vanshika, Kunal, Kewalia, Savitha, Rin, Melissa, Yuri, Silvan, Rick, Patrick. I could go on for days, right? These are the names of the people that are making and shaping the next decade of data in the Data on Kubernetes community. And if we need to learn anything in 2021, it's that we gotta live in the moment. So let's live in this one. The moment that we're pushing towards. KubeCon, DoK Day, the second time that we'll be doing this, bigger and better than the first. And you can become a part of it as well, sharing in the space that we call community. A community where we grow together, treating a technical problem with human solutions. And you might be wondering, yeah, well, still, I'd like to know what's in the guitar case. Well, don't worry about that. We'll have plenty of time to get to that. And DoK Day is not an event, it's a movement. So as you saw in the previous video, it's time to move. I'll be going to LA. You know what? I'm going back to Cali. I'm going back to Cali.